Chapter 11:21. Ah! Screams filled the air as all the Arab cavalry within several hundred jang of the clash between the evil emperor and Qutayba were instantly dealt a destructive blow. The shock waves from their clash swept away all the Arab cavalry in the area, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Thousands of Arab cavalry were sent flying through the air, their faces stricken with fear as they were swept away like rag dolls. Some of them were even sent flying into the distance, their bodies unable to stop themselves from crashing into the ground. Thud, thud, thud. In just a short period of time, the rocks on the ground cracked and blood gushed out like a waterfall. Countless warriors howled miserably as they were turned into cold corpses in the battle between the two of them, scattered all over the ground like stars in the sky. In the middle of the battlefield, not only did the billowing smoke and dust not calm down, it became even thicker, wave after wave shooting up into the sky. Within the dense smoke and dust, two figures, one gold and one black, were rapidly entangled as they engaged in an intense battle. Boom, boom, boom. Golden bolts of sword chi cleaved through the earth, piercing through the clouds. At the same time, innumerable sharp bolts of energy, even more terrifying than actual swords and sabers, were also exploding. Strength on the level of the evil emperor, and Qutayba had far surpassed the imagination of mortals. Even the imperial great generals, who stood at the apex of martial artists, couldn't help but tremble in fear at this sight, a feeling of inferiority rising up in their hearts. Pooh! In the blink of an eye, a gigantic storm formed from golden sword chi, myriad spirit sea arts, chi, dust, and sand rapidly appeared before everyone's eyes, spiraling into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Wave after wave of explosions rose and fell, turning this area into the most dangerous area. Retreat! Retreat! The Arab cavalry panicked and pulled on their reins as they fled into the distance. These two! How could this be? At this moment, even his allies, Hwashu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj, couldn't help but clench their fists in deep shock. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it very difficult to imagine that this battle had reached this level. Although they were both great generals, Qutayba and the mysterious elder were clearly far stronger than they could comprehend. While the entire battlefield was shocked by the two of them, on the other side of the battlefield, a tall and sturdy figure rode over on a horse. Gao Xianji, we meet again. Do you think that you can stop me? When they were still several dozen feet away, Abu Muslim pulled on the reins and spoke in the language of the Tang dynasty. The two were old rivals, and it had been 4 months since this stalemate began. Abu Muslim had a rather good understanding of Gao Xianji. But you've already lost. Gao Xianji faintly smiled. The Revelation Army had already been defeated, as had the Death Army and Fearless Army. If everything went as expected, the Tang dynasty would emerge victorious in the end. Haha, to borrow the words of you Central Plains people, it's still unknown who will emerge victorious. Abu Muslim grinned. Moreover, you're no match for me. This was not their first clash. Since Gao Xianji had been no match for him in the past, he was naturally no match for him now. It was simply impossible for Gao Xianji to rely on his own strength to stop him. Haha, since you know a few proverbs of the Central Plains, I'll give you a few words of advice. Don't laugh too early until the very end. Gao Xianji faintly smiled. He had heard this saying from Wang Chong, the one who laughs last laughs best. Buzz! Abu Muslim's eyes chilled at these words, and a terrifying killing intent exploded out of him. Without the slightest hesitation, Abu Muslim put on the special eye of the demon god glove and punched. Asmodee's fury! Without the slightest hesitation, Abu Muslim immediately used the supreme art of the 72 demon god pillar art. When Abu Muslim had used this technique with the eye of the demon god, even the consecrated under Wang Chong's control had been forced to stagger, much less anyone else. Abu Muslim might not be as strong as Qutayba, but there was no question that he was one of the best. At the very least, The number of people on the side of the Tang dynasty who could compare to him could be counted on one's fingers. Rumble. The sky suddenly darkened, and then Abu Muslim's body vanished, replaced by a purple and black armored demon god with 3 heads. This demon god stood on the ground and punched a mountainous fist at Gao Xinji. This unstoppable punch had stirred up a fierce gale for a radius of 100 zhang. Bang, bang, bang. The Arab corpses on the ground were thrown into the air by this fierce gale of energy and sent flying backward. Gao Xinji's eyes flashed, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. 8. G. Bang. Crack. Art. Gao Xinji's loud voice resounded in everyone's ears, each word like a peal of thunder. A moment later, as Abu Muslim stared in shock, the wind blew and he vanished. Rumble. A second later, in the sky several dozen zhang from where Gao Xinji had been standing, blazing bolts of lightning crackled as Gao Xinji's body appeared. Around him, light and shadow fluctuated, revealing 8 huge, pitch-black pillars. The surface of the 8 pillars was engraved with mysterious ancient inscriptions, and in the center of the 8 mysterious ancient pillars, the void distorted. In the blink of an eye, a miniature topography of the entire continent was revealed. At first glance, everyone could sense a thick and boundlessly powerful aura. It was as if it wasn't just light and shadow, but was connected to the entire earth. The 8 ultimate sunderings art was a technique that Wang Chong had given him, and it had been born out of Gao Xinji's own 6 ultimate majesties god art. The 2 came from the same source. When one reached a certain level in martial arts, one would no longer be restricted by the transformation of one's weapon. For example, Wang Chong could use a sword, but he could also use a spear, a pike, and when he transformed into the god King Yama, he could also use a Vajra pestle. Gao Xinji's 6 ultimate majesties god art was primarily based on sword chi, but now that it had been upgraded to the 8 ultimate sunderings art, there was no longer any need for weapons. But although this supreme art was powerful, it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. At the very least, Gao Xinji had comprehended this theory, but he had never been able to cultivate it. Although Wang Chong had given him a month to cultivate in seclusion, Gao Xinji had never been able to fully cultivate it. Not long ago, when the evil emperor had arrived, Gao Xinji had asked him about the essence of qi, and only then had he completely comprehended this even more powerful 8 ultimate sunderings art. Do you think that you can fight against me like this? Abu Muslim's eyes chilled, and a moment later, the Asmodee's fury that Abu Muslim had just fired suddenly changed directions and shot toward Gao Xinji. At almost the same time, Gao Xinji spread open his fingers, sending 8 black pillars of inscription flying through the air toward Abu Muslim's left. Right, left, and right. When Abu Muslim's Asmodee's fury was still several dozen feet from Gao Xinji, Abu Muslim's strongest attack suddenly froze in the air. How could this be? Abu Muslim was flabbergasted by this sight. His fist energy and technique were formless and invisible. Unless they were sabers or swords, they should have been impossible to grasp. For Gao Xinji to be able to freeze his fist energy in the air was completely beyond Abu Muslim's understanding and inconceivable. As this thought flitted through Abu Muslim's mind, the 8 black pillars of inscription suddenly exploded with power. There was a heaven-shaking boom as Abu Muslim's full-strength punch was suddenly shattered by a terrifying energy and completely obliterated. Fierce winds blew down from the sky, and Abu Muslim paled at this sight. He had never imagined that Gao Xinji would be able to cultivate a new technique in just 1 month, and that he would be able to use these 8 strange pillars to completely shatter his strongest attack. Abu Muslim, that was then, and this is now. No matter what you want to do, as long as I am here, you will never succeed. A loud and clear voice came from the sky like rolling thunder. Gao Xinji stepped out. At the same time, a majestic sword chi burst out from his feet. The sword qi condensed and quickly turned into another black pillar of inscriptions. It floated in the air and supported Gao Xianji's body at the same time. The sky was a forbidden zone for martial artists, but to Gao Xianji, it was like walking on flat ground. With this step, Gao Xianji's understanding of the 8 ultimate sunderings art deepened. Martial path, sword qi, and all sorts of rules were integrated in his mind. In an instant, a tremendous aura surged, like a storm, exploding from his body. Gao Xianji, who was already very strong to begin with, instantly broke through some sort of bottleneck and reached an even higher level. Gao Xianji finally had the right to directly face Abu Muslim. All was silent. Abu Muslim looked up at Gao Xianji in the sky, sensing the rising energy coming from his body, and his face instantly turned steely and nasty. Huishu Wizong go. Daluan Ruozen's eyes flashed when he saw that Qutayba and Abu Muslim had been stopped, and he immediately gave the order. This battle was not just related to Arabia, but also to Uzan. No matter what, they had to defeat the Tang dynasty, and if they wanted to destroy the Tang dynasty's 9 dragon blood formation, they needed an imperial great general. Understood. Chapter 11:23. Chong-er, leave Huishu Wizong to me. A dignified and vigorous voice came from behind him. At some point, Wang Yan had appeared at Wang Chong's side. As he gazed at the approaching Huishu Wizong, a sharp light flashed through his eyes. Before Wang Chong could reply, Wang Yan immediately strode out from behind the first defense line. Behind him, there were tens of thousands of infantrymen in strict formation, following closely as they stepped out together. Wang Chong, I'm going to help General Wang. Su Han's Han sternly said as he walked up to Wang Chong and stared at Wang Yan's back. Wang Yan was Wang Chong's father, and although Su Han's Han had no doubts about Wang Yan's strength, there was no harm in being cautious. Dispatching 5,000 ballista soldiers would be able to intimidate the Arab cavalry. This was especially true now that the Tang dynasty had taken the initiative. With the 9 dragon blood war banner and the 5,000 ballista soldiers, this massive system of warfare would only get stronger and stronger, and its ability to intimidate the Arabs would only get stronger and stronger. Wang Chong assessed the situation and nodded. The opportunity had come. Although the Tang dynasty had been on the defensive throughout the Battle of Talas, relying on its long steel defense line to await an attack, the opportunity to counterattack had come. The Tang dynasty no longer needed to defend and could attack instead of defend. Creak, creak. With a clatter of gears, the 5,000 Tang dynasty ballistae under Su Hanshan's command passed through the gaps in the steel walls and followed Wang Yan's infantry. Release! Before the other Arab cavalry could charge, Su Han's Han waved his arm, sending 5,000 ballista bolts flying over Wang Yan's army, past the 9 dragon blood war banner and the 20,000 some elite soldiers of the Tang dynasty, and into the Arab cavalry. Plush, plush, plush. Countless Arab cavalry screamed as they were pierced through by the sharp ballista bolts and dropped to the ground. Forward! With a wave of his sword, Su Han's Han led the army forward, pushing the ballistae past the corpses. The 5,000 Tang dynasty ballistae in his hands formed a hedgehog formation. Although the ballista army's defensive power was very low, considering that Su Han's Han had trained these soldiers to be brigands and highwaymen, if the ballista army were to break through their defenses, they would suffer grievous casualties. But in Su Hanshan's hands, even the most elite army of the Tang dynasty would find it extremely difficult to cross the range of the ballistae. The sharp attack itself was the best defense. Fan formation. Traversing through space and arriving near the 9 dragon blood battle formation, Su Han's Han waved his sword and issued another order. 5,000 Tang dynasty ballistae poured out like water, perfectly encompassing the 9 dragon blood formation and the infantry formation led by Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan. Together, the 3 armies formed a compact and powerful system. Even though Su Hanshan's strength was still far from reaching that level, in terms of strategy, Su Hanshan had already revealed the qualities of a future great general. Gallop! Wang Yan did not pay attention to the changes behind him. Looking at that familiar figure, he suddenly squeezed the horse's abdomen and urged it forward. Wang, there was a flash of light, and in the process of advancing, Wang Yan suddenly disappeared. In his place was a deep black light that burst forth and rapidly expanded. Roar! There was a heaven-shaking roar, and in the blink of an eye, a massive, golden-armored god appeared on the battlefield. With a single step, he covered tens of meters as he strode toward Huishu Huizang. The aura exuded by the golden-armored god was extremely powerful, and his massive body dwarfed all the great Tang elites on the battlefield. Like fireflies before the bright moon, insignificant and insignificant. On the other side, Huishu Wuzong raised his brows at the sight of the mighty miracle god and the rumbling of the earth. He immediately used the Vairocana Buddha golden body mantra. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic Buddha appeared on the battlefield, its entire body bursting with a golden light. It was as mighty as hell. As he stared at the distant Wang Yan, Huishu Huizong's entire body exploded with a heaven-shaking fighting intent, and he quickened his pace as he charged forward. At almost the same time, Wang Yan's eyes flashed with cold light as he controlled the mighty miracle god to quicken its pace. Rumble, 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 rumble. The two mortal enemies of the southwest had once more met on the foreign battlefield of Talas. One viewed Huishu Wuzong as a long-term threat to the Tang dynasty, an invader, the creator of calamity, and a powerful imperial great general. The other vowed to wash away the humiliation of the southwest. Rumble! A moment later, the entire world seemed to tear apart. As countless people watched, Huishu Wuzong and Wang Yan, one gold and one black, two enormous figures, collided on the battlefield. In a flash, winds howled, sand flew, and pebbles flew as a peerless shockwave shook the entire battlefield. In the distance, Daluin Ruozin almost imperceptibly creased his brow at this sight. He had been paying attention to Huishu Wuzong this entire time, but based on the situation on the battlefield, it was clear that Huishu Wuzong would not be able to defeat Wang Yan in the short term. Dusong Mangpoj, you go! Daluin Ruozin suddenly said without turning his head. Dusong Mangpoj said nothing, his eyes fixed on the place where the evil emperor and Kateba were fighting, his fists clenched, his eyes flashing with light. I know what you're thinking, but now is not the time. Acting rashly will only waste all our efforts. Daluin Ruozin sternly said, Understood. Dusong Mangpoj took in a deep breath and finally calmed his mind. He urged his horse forward and galloped toward the 9 dragon blood war banner, his armor clattering as he brushed past Daluin Ruozin and vanished into the distance. Bastard! The leader of the Mamelukes, Aibak, was also watching the battlefield. As Kateba, Abu Muslim, and Huishu Wuzong were stopped by the Tang dynasty, Aibak's expression was cold, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Hear my order. All soldiers move out. I don't believe that there's a formation that my Mamluk army can't break. Aibak clicked his fingers together as he grabbed a nearby war horse and mounted it. Clang! Aibak's right leg lightly kicked against the back of his horse. There was a metallic clatter as an enormous halo exploded from Aibak's foot and spread to the feet of all the Mamelukes. Pharaoh Halo. This dazzling dark red halo was ancient and powerful, and in Aibak's hands, it was more than twice as powerful as Faisal's. Clang, clang, clang. The power of this supreme Pharaoh halo caused the defense, speed, and dexterity of the Mamluk army to rapidly rise. Aibak's eyes were as sharp as knives as he glared at the distant 9 dragon blood war banner. With a wave of his sword, more than 4,000 Mamelukes exploded forward like a torrent of mercury. Clang! Not long after Aibak moved out, Ziad took in a deep breath, took out the ocean ring, and mounted a warhorse. I'd like to see just how much ability you have and just how many of us you can stop. Ziad was also infuriated. The Arabs were proud and confident. This battle was no longer just about the strategic fortress of the Silk Road. It was also a clash of momentum, strength, and confidence between Arabia and the Tang dynasty, between the West and the East. No matter what, Arabia could not lose to these countries of the East. Ney and Ziyad rode forward, leaving a trail of dust in their wake as they vanished from beneath the black Arabian war banner and into the roiling battlefield. Ziyad has moved out. Leave this person to me. Qianli suddenly pulled out his sword with a clang and looked into the distance. His eyes had been focused this entire time, and he had noticed Ziyad the moment he moved out. The two of them had fought more than once, and Qianli knew Ziyad's martial arts and fighting style like the back of his hand. There was no better candidate to capture Ziyad than him. Wang Chong nodded and turned his head to look at Aibak and the 7,000 Mamelukes charging over, as well as the Celestial Wolf Cavalry and Mutri Great Cavalry, who had noticed a change in the situation and followed. In yesterday's battle, the Mutri Great Cavalry and Celestial Wolf Cavalry had suffered the greatest losses. Although they were also top-class cavalry, the weapons and equipment of the Mutri Great Cavalry and Celestial Wolf Cavalry were far inferior to those of the Mamelukes and Wushang Cavalry, which was why they had suffered such heavy losses. But even so, the three armies added together still had an astonishing number of 12,000 soldiers. Wushang Cavalry, hear my order. Follow me. Wang Chang's eyes flashed with cold light as he immediately gave the order. Aibak had already begun to move, and under the power of his halo, the strength of the 7,000 Mamelukes swelled to an astonishing level. This was the true Pharaoh halo. Cui Piaoqi and Banahan alone would not be able to stop it. Let us see whether the true Pharaoh halo is stronger or the Azura Hell formation is stronger. Wang Chang's eyes flashed with intense light as he urged his horse forward, galloping out from beneath the Tang Dynasty war banner. Chapter 11:24. The temperature in a radius of several thousand zhang plummeted as cold winds swept through the world. Without any warning, everyone heard a heaven-shaking howl, like countless vengeful spirits writhing and screaming in the depths of hell. Anyone who heard this sound would feel an intense fear that came from the depths of their hearts. Clop, clop, clop. The dense sounds of horse hooves were as heavy as thunder. They quickly moved from the first defense line to the battlefield in the distance. In the churning dust, Wang Chong led all the Wushang cavalry forward, like a comet, unstoppable and unstoppable as they charged toward Aibak and the strongest cavalry of the three empires. Daluin Ruozhen had been paying close attention this entire time. As he watched Wang Chong lead the 7,000 Wushang cavalry in a charge that was not one bit inferior to the cavalry of the three great empires, a hint of deep concern flashed through his eyes. Uzin had no path of retreat. The Arabs had invested so many soldiers that victory was inevitable. No matter what, they had to destroy the 9-dragon blood war banner, destroy the greatest reliance of the Tang people. But Uzin had sent out all his generals, and the three empires did not have many great generals left. Other than Governor Osman of Cairo, who was nervously watching the battle and ready to move at any moment, there was only one person left. Ha ha ha, it seems like I'm the only one left in this battle. Suddenly, Daluin Ruozhen roared with laughter. Before Daluin Ruozhen could speak, Duusili seemed to have predicted what Daluin Ruozhen was going to say and galloped forward. Daluin Ruozhen was stunned, momentarily speechless. Duusili had always been a crafty individual. If he could hide until the very end, he would never strike first. Moreover, his every move had a clear goal in mind. But now, before he could say anything, Duusili had come forward. This had truly taken him by surprise. For the first time, Daluin Ruozhen found himself unable to grasp Duusili's goal. But no matter what Daluin Ruozhen thought, "Hiya!" a bellow resounded in Duusili's ear, followed by the clattering of hooves. His glossy black steed brushed past Dullenrosen and entered the fierce battlefield. "It seems like I have to go." The only person behind the defense line who had not yet moved was Chief of Wushang. Although the Chief of Wushang was powerful, he was still very old, much older than his master, the evil emperor. This was why Wang Chong had arranged for him to come last. Although he was powerful in martial arts, the Chief of Wushang was not good at leading troops in battle. At least, it was impossible for the Chief of Wushang to lead the Wushang Iron Cavalry in a charge. Therefore, in the end, only the Chief of Wushang could deal with Dewussili. The Chief of Wushang's white walking stick paused and immediately walked out from behind the first defense line. Boom! In the blink of an eye, just as the Chief of Wushang walked out from behind the gaps in the defense line, a strong wind suddenly howled. A destructive force suddenly shot toward the Chief of Wushang like lightning. Boom! In the blink of an eye, it collided heavily with the Chief of Wushang's righteous chi. At that moment, everyone could clearly see that the arrow shooting at the Wushang village chief was a specially made arrow as thick as a finger and more than 5 feet long. The arrow streaked through the void, leaving a white scar that was more than 20 meters long behind it. It took a long time for the arrow to heal. From this, one could see that the person who had struck the arrow had reached an inconceivable level of strength. But even more astonishing was the change that occurred after the arrow struck the Chief of Wushang. As everyone watched, that 5-foot-long arrow seemed to encounter an unprecedented obstacle in the air. The arrow froze in the air, unable to advance even an inch. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, under the gazes of countless people, the 5-foot-long arrow began to break inch by inch, starting from the arrowhead. In the blink of an eye, the arrow forged from deep-sea Xian iron had been reduced to powder. Even in the end, the arrow had failed to get within 3 feet of the Chief of Wushang. Buzz! Countless high-ranking Arab Uzun and Western Turkic generals were stunned by this sight. This white-haired elder of the Tang dynasty was over 70 years old and was leaning on a cane. It seemed like he could collapse at any moment. No one had expected him to be so powerful that he could block a 3-foot-long arrow with just the stellar energy around his body. The Chief of Wushang said nothing, only raised his head and looked at Shamshak. Shamshak was also stunned. He had never imagined that this old man would be so terrifying. Even though he was a brigadier general, this arrow had failed to even wound him. "Huh!" The Chief of Wushang softly sighed, and then he extended a finger out of his sleeve and flicked it. Pa! Not far from the Chief of Wushang's feet, a halberd stabbed into the corpses of several Arab horsemen suddenly shot through the air. As if pulled by some invisible energy, it shot toward Shamshak. Not good. The Chief of Wushang had just raised his hand when Shamshak barely saw his sleeve shake. He didn't even know what exactly he had done. A moment later, Shamshak felt his scalp go numb and his body go numb from extreme danger. There was no time to think. Shamshak's body leaned back, and in the blink of an eye he tumbled off the back of his horse in a rather wretched manner. Boom! The moment Shamshak tumbled off his horse, a broken halberd brushed past the back of his horse and slammed into the army behind Shamshak. In an instant, there was an earth-shattering sound as the halberd landed on the ground, triggering a series of intense explosions. Several dozen Arab cavalry didn't even have time to grunt before they were blown to pieces. Even their armor and scimitars had been pulverized into powder. Shamshak broke out in a cold sweat. Killing several dozen Arab horsemen in a single blow was no problem for him, but pulverizing their tough armor was impossible. If he hadn't reacted so quickly and rolled off his horse, he would already be a corpse. Nay, as Shamshak breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the screech of a dying warhorse. Shamask was startled and subconsciously turned his head, only to see that tall and sturdy warhorse that had accompanied him for 10-some years topple to the ground with a thud, and its back had disappeared at some point. Shamshak's face instantly turned ghastly pale. But no matter what Shamshak was thinking, there was a flash of light in the distance. Gallop! Gallop! Using the celestial wolf's divine procession, Duwusilly strode through the air like a storm as he charged toward the 9 dragon blood war banner and the chief of Wushang. His heroic aura, his black cloak flapping in the wind, and his sharp eyes were enough to make anyone with a weak will tremble in fear and dread. "Young friend, stop!" As Duwusilly was charging into the distance, a white-haired figure leaning on a cane suddenly appeared in front of Duwusilly. No one knew how the chief of Wushang had appeared, but he seemed to have encountered no obstacles in his path. Even the Arab cavalry behind him were dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. The celestial wolf great General Duwusilly was famous throughout the Western Turks and the Central Plains, but in the mouth of the chief of Wushang, he was just a young friend. In terms of age, Duwusilly truly was much younger than him. Across from the chief of Wushang, Duwusilly rode his black Turkic steed through the air. The winds howled as the mane of Duwusilly's horse danced in the wind, and even Duwusilly's hair danced in the wind. An enigmatic and wicked smile appeared on Duwusilly's lips as he stared at the chief of Wushang. The chief of Wushang narrowed his eyes, just when he believed that Duwusilly was about to unleash some powerful move. The situation suddenly changed. Boom! Before the chief of Wushang could react, Duwusilly shot into the air like a bolt of lightning, drawing a massive arc through the air as he charged toward the rear. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from the battlefield. Even though the chief of Wushang had weathered many storms and had long since passed the age when he would be easily swayed by external forces, he was still left dumbfounded by this sight. Duwusilly had come with such a heroic air that the chief of Wushang had mentally prepared himself for a major battle. He had never expected that Duwusilly would flee without a fight. What is Duwusilly doing? At that moment, not only the chief of Wushang, but even the adjutant next to Daluin Ruozin was dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. Daluin Ruozin did not say anything. His brows were also furrowed. It doesn't matter what Duwusilly does. Whether he flees or fights, he has already achieved his goal. Daluin Ruozin pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Ah!" The adjutant was instantly stunned. In the distance, the chief of Wushang had yet to understand what Duwusilly was up to when an anxious shout suddenly rang through the battlefield. "Oh no, it's Governor Osman of Cairo." Chapter 11:25. In the distance, a stalwart figure had suddenly appeared in front of the 9 dragon blood war banner. This man had a body as muscular as a bear. He had been concealing his aura and hiding in the crowd this entire time, so that no one would notice him. Only now did he fiercely erupt with his energy. Not good. The chief of Wushang's mind froze as he realized what was going on. Duwusilly hadn't been afraid or fleeing. He had been luring the tiger away from the mountain. This was because his goal had never been to fight him, but to lure him away. Buzz! Without the slightest hesitation, the chief of Wushang turned his head and began to fly away. The chief of Wushang was far from the only one to notice this change on the battlefield. Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, and everyone else also noticed. But it was too late. Osman had moved even earlier than Duwusilly. Before Duwusilly had even entered the fray, Governor Osman had already vanished from beneath the Black Nile war banner by a hair's breadth. Duwusilly had succeeded in attracting the attention of the chief of Wushang, and Osman had succeeded in concealing his aura and approaching the 9 dragon blood war banner. Ha ha ha, bunch of ants! Once I seize this banner, I'd like to see how you'll resist. Governor Osman rode his black Arabian steed, his beard trembling in the wind as he exuded a vigorous aura. No matter how many tricks the Tang dynasty had up its sleeves, no matter how many ritual tools they had, the West would prevail over the East, and in the end, Arabia would be the final victor. Stop him! Don't let him get close! Anxious roars shook the heavens and earth. Seeing Governor Osman suddenly appear like a ghost, the divine martial army, divine prison army, roaring tiger army, everyone's expressions changed. In an instant, countless soldiers brandished their swords and charged at Governor Osman from all directions like a tidal wave. General Wang, General Du, let's join forces. We can't let him threaten the war flag. Sensing the unfathomably terrifying aura emanating from Osman, Zhao Fengqian's expression immediately changed. In terms of cultivation, this imperial great general had undoubtedly reached an extremely high level. Even in the palace of the Tang dynasty, he was not inferior to the 3 commanders of the imperial army. In that instant, Zhao Fengqian felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Boom! Without any hesitation, Zhao Fengqian clasped his hands together, grasped the earth scar, and executed his strongest technique. Fury of Thunder, moon-devouring greedy wolf. White Tiger supports the heavens. Almost at the same time, Greedy Wolf battled General Wang Sili. Roaring Tiger Army Du Wei, and several other captains abandoned their respective opponents and flew toward Governor Osman. All sorts of powerful techniques bombarded Osman like a thunderstorm. Ignorant, in the face of this vast sea of top-class soldiers of the Tang dynasty, as well as Zhao Fengqian, Wang Sili, and Du Wei, Osman only shot them a disdainful glance. No matter how powerful his opponent was, even the strongest brigadier general, as long as they had not broken through to that level, they could not truly contend against an imperial great general. In the next moment, without any hesitation, a massive, destructive force erupted from his body like a storm. Calamity of the crocodile. In a flash, Osman used one of his most powerful techniques. In an instant, the space behind him changed, and a black flood appeared where Osman was standing. And in the middle of this mighty black torrent, 2 fierce eyes suddenly opened. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, a huge crocodile, more than 100 feet long, suddenly woke up from its slumber. The god of the Nile. This was the most revered god in all of Cairo and all of Egypt. It was rumored that every year, from the 3rd to the 6th month, this god of the Nile would awaken and unleash a vast flood that would inundate tens of thousands of acres of fertile land and houses. Osman's calamity of the crocodile had been created from this essence. Once Osman used this technique, it would be like the waters of the Nile, endlessly surging in wave after wave. Moreover, this energy was brimming with destructive energy. Osman had used this technique to kill countless top-class experts in his war with the Sassanid dynasty, and the energy had even pulverized their armor. Bang! This one move caused screams to ring out. In front of Osman's unstoppable flood of black energy, countless soldiers of the ultimate martial army, divine prison army, roaring tiger army, were sent flying. Even with the support of the 9 dragon blood war banner and the 9 halos, in front of a top-class imperial great general like Osman, all his attacks and defenses were laughable and feeble. Zhao Fengqian, Wang Sili, Du Wei, and the others were only able to last for a few moments before they were sent flying by Osman's mountain-toppling attack. Plush! While still in the air, the 3 of them vomited blood, their faces as pale as paper. Osman's palm had heavily wounded their ribs. Everyone, hear my order. Charge with me. Osman's eyes flashed with cold light. His palm strike had torn a hole in the 9 dragon blood formation, but he didn't immediately chase after Zhao Fengqian, Du Wei, Wang Sili, and the others. Instead, he gathered his troops and had them charge in with him. The Arabs still had many top-class soldiers around the 9 dragon blood formation, including the Revelation Army, the Blood Beast Army, and the Death Army. These were all forces that Osman could use. On the battlefield, the Arabs, Uzin, and Western Turks still had the advantage in numbers. Osman's mind was extremely calm. The goal of this battle was not to kill or injure the Tang dynasty, but to destroy the 9 dragon blood war banner. Only by destroying this war banner would the Tang dynasty's formation collapse, making it impossible for it to threaten the Arab soldiers. Buzz! Osman's eyes reflected the giant red and black war flag. The moment he blasted through the gap, Osmond didn't hesitate to shoot out like lightning towards the center of the formation, where the black armored guard stood motionless. "Release!" Su-Han's Han suddenly shouted. He had sensed the danger up ahead and had the Tang Dynasty ballistae attack Governor Osmond. His expression was cold and aloof, his eyes devoid of emotion. The battlefield was constantly changing, and the situation was extremely complex. More importantly, Osmond had relied on his formidable strength to break into the 9-dragon blood war banner. He was surrounded by Tang soldiers, and at such a close distance, recklessly using the Tang ballistae would not only fail to kill his foe, but also wound his own men. A normal person would never have dared to use the Tang Dynasty ballistae at a time like this. But not only had Su-Han's Han used them, he had done so without the slightest hesitation, seeking death. As the Tang Dynasty ballistae held toward him, Osmond's eyes turned cold and callous. Osmond made no attempt to dodge Su-Han-Shan's ballistae, choosing to meet them head-on. Boom! An enormous energy exploded from Osmond's body. The invincible Tang Dynasty ballistae, which had the ability to pierce through stellar energy, were actually sent flying by the tyrannical energy in Osmond's body. Su-Han's Han couldn't help but grimace at the sight of all the ballistae being sent flying by Osmond. But at this moment, it was too late for Su-Han's Han to do anything. Osmond had already succeeded in breaking through the heavy defenses and was only several zhang from the black armored guard. For someone of Su-Han-Shan's cultivation level to be able to launch a round of attacks against this top-class Imperial Great General was already quite impressive. A second round of attacks was impossible. Now, hand over the war banner and die for me. Finally arriving in front of the black armored guard, Osmond revealed a grim smile as he looked at the flag bearer in the middle of the formation core. It was as if he had seen prey stretching out its neck for slaughter. Boom! A black sphere of light flashed from Osmond's fingertip, instantly expanding 100-fold. It covered the sky and the earth as it shot towards the black armored guard with the flag in his right hand. Wonderful! At this moment, time seemed to stop. All the Arab soldiers, including Daluin Ruozin, Hushu Wizong, Dusong Mengpoj, and even Abu Muslim, seemed to relax. Although the process had been full of twists and turns, they had ultimately succeeded in their goal. With Osmond's cultivation, being able to get so close to him was almost certain death. It was over. As long as they seized that war banner, the Tang Dynasty would no longer be able to resist the combined assault of the Arabs, Uzin, and Western Turks. As Daluin Ruozin stood beneath the banner of the Uzin White Yak, this thought flitted through his mind. He had already thrown the matter of Dawusali to the back of his mind. He only knew one thing. The war was about to reverse. The moment Osmond succeeded would also be the moment the Tang Dynasty would crumble. While the Arabs, Western Turks, and Uzin were reinvigorated, the Tang Dynasty was in a completely different situation. Not good. The 9-dragon blood war banner is about to be broken. Hurry and save General Li. As the Tang soldiers stared at the insignificant black armored guard in the distance, they were like a drop in the ocean under Osmond's heaven-shaking attack. All the Tang soldiers began to panic, their faces contorted in fear. Chapter 11:26. Nay, in the distance, Wang Chong and the white-hoofed shadow had been fiercely battling with Ibak, but at this moment they suddenly turned around and began to charge toward the 9-dragon blood war banner. Gao, Xinji, Cheng Qianli, and even the chief of Wushang were doing all they could to stop Osmond. But it was too late. No matter what they did, it was too late. The atmosphere on the battlefield was extremely tense at this moment. Just when the black armored guard was about to die to Osmond's palm, something completely unexpected occurred. Barbarian of the western regions, you overestimate your strength. In the blink of an eye, just when Osmond thought that victory was within his grasp, a deep and emotionless voice suddenly rang out in his ear. The black armored guard had been standing motionlessly, but at this moment he suddenly raised his head and stared at Osmond. An indescribable feeling surged through his heart. Someone of Osmond's cultivation level would never be able to raise their head while he was attacking from such a short distance. This is impossible, Osmond inwardly roared. An intense sense of danger welled up in his heart. Bang! Right at this moment, a light flashed and a palm suddenly stretched out. This palm shattered Osmond's torrent of energy and slammed into Osmond's chest. The power was so great that Osmond felt as if the entire world had lost its splendor in that instant. Everything in the world seemed insignificant in the face of this palm. Kacha! In that instant, time seemed to slow down countless times. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Osmond heard a crisp sound come from his chest. The Nile war armor that he had spent tremendous effort, resources, and countless promises to obtain from a member of the imperial household had instantly shattered. Not even the combined efforts of 3 great generals of the Sassanid dynasty could shatter it. But this black-armored guard of the Tang dynasty couldn't even last a single palm. Pooh! In an instant, Osmond's entire body shook, and he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. After which, he was ruthlessly sent flying by an unstoppable force that was as great as a mountain and an ocean before smashing into the ground. Boom! The ground was like paper, instantly shattering, collapsing, sinking, and exploding. Boulders the size of millstones were sent flying by the force of Osmond's fall. Before it could fly far, it exploded again in the air, turning into hundreds and thousands of tiny gravel. Smoke and dust billowed throughout the entire battlefield. Under the gazes of countless people, Osmond's armor was shattered. Fragments of his armor were scattered all over the battlefield, and Osmond's body was drenched in blood. Pooh! Osmond crawled up from the ground. Before he could say anything, his body trembled, and in the blink of an eye, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His originally resolute face instantly became as pale as a sheet of paper. Shocking! Everyone on the battlefield who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. That unremarkable black-armored guard at the center of the formation was actually able to heavily injure Osmond with a single palm strike. This completely overturned everyone's understanding of the world. This was something that no one had ever expected. This is impossible. At this moment, no one was more shocked than Abu Muslim. His fingers were clenched so tightly that they felt like his bones were about to shatter. As Osmond's comrade-in-arms, Abu Muslim was well aware of his strength. He didn't dare to believe that Osmond could be heavily injured by a single palm. The distant Daluin Ruozin was also stunned. The moment Osmond had been sent flying, Daluin Ruozin's heart had turned cold, as if he had been the one being sent flying, not Osmond. Imperial Great General. They actually sent an Imperial Great General to be the banner-bearer of the 9-Dragon Blood War banner. Daluin Ruozin's lips were trembling, his mind in disarray. Qutayba had fought against that mysterious old man. Abu Muslim had drawn away Gao Xianji. Ziad had drawn away Qin Qianli. Huishu Wizong had drawn away Wang Yan. In the end, Governor Osmond had come alone, beheaded the banner-bearer, and broken the 9-Dragon Blood War formation. In Daluin Ruozin's plan, everything had gone smoothly. However, he had never expected that the final variable would be the black-armored guard holding the flag. This ordinary-looking flag-bearer was actually stronger than Governor Osmond of Cairo. Deathly stillness. For a moment, the entire battlefield was silent. Everyone was so shocked by this sight that they couldn't speak. Even Wang Chong was flabbergasted, let alone the others. "Hand over your life." A voice shattered the silence. At this moment, the only person on the battlefield who was not affected was the black-armored guard himself. Boom! The black-armored guard stepped forward, his eyes locking onto the distant Osmond. But before he could attack, there was an explosion of bloody light as Osmond's energy swelled. The black-armored guard narrowed his eyes and prepared to receive Osmond's counterattack. But what happened next took him by complete surprise. "Just who are you? Go." Osmond's first words were directed at the black-armored guard. However, As soon as he said run, he turned into a streak of bloody light and fled like a stray dog at an astonishing speed. Humph! Blood escape art. The black-armored guard's eyes flashed with cold light, but he immediately stopped and did not pursue Osman. There were many secret arts in this world that could stimulate one's potential and raise one's strength for a short period of time, just like the blood escape art of the sections. Osman was definitely not using the blood escape art, but there was no question that it was also a method to stimulate one's potential. I'll let you go for now, but will you still be able to enter the field in the next battle? The black-armored guard's eyes flashed as he looked away from Osman. His breathing was long and steady, as if he had not been affected in the slightest. He continued to hold the banner in the center of the 9 Dragon Blood Battle Formation. To the bearer of the 9 Dragon Blood War banner, the most important thing was never to kill the enemy, but to wield the banner. As long as the banner existed, the man would exist. If the banner died, the man would die. This was the belief and rule that the black-armored guard had upheld for generations. As Osman fled, the entire battlefield came to its senses. In a flash, all the Tang dynasty soldiers exploded with cheers. Kill! Kill these Arabs! Charge! Kill them all! No one had expected the black-armored guard to wield the banner to be so powerful. The Tang dynasty had actually hidden another imperial great general, one even stronger than Osman. In a flash, the Tang dynasty's morale soared. The countless Tang dynasty soldiers, along with the more than 20,000 soldiers of the Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, Roaring Tiger Army, all charged toward the Arabs. Load! Ready! Release! Energized, Suhan's Han began to issue a string of orders. The 5,000 Tang dynasty ballistae worked with the 9 Dragon Blood Formation to rapidly advance toward the Arabs, the Western Turks, and the Yuzin. More and more soldiers left the first defense line and entered the fierce battlefield. This time, the Tang dynasty no longer needed to rely on the defense line. All its soldiers had gathered together into a massive system and were launching an all-out assault on the Arabs for the first time. Plush, plush, plush. Arrows rained down, piercing through the bodies of Arab soldiers and causing blood to gush onto the ground. Panicked Arab corpses piled on top of each other, thud, 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 as they toppled to the ground. Kill. On the entire battlefield, the most lethal force was still the 9 Dragon Blood Formation. Clang, clang, clang. Countless halos vibrated under the effect of the 9 Dragon Blood War banner. The Tongluo Grand Halo, the Xuanwu Halo, the Dragon Stallion Halo, the Divine Prison Halo, the Divine Martial Halo, the Iron Wall Halo, the Azure Martial Halo. A total of 9 dazzling war halos appeared on the 20,000-some elite Tang cavalry. At this moment, this army had become the most powerful force in the entire continent in the current world. Not even the strongest Arab army, the Revelation Army, was a match for them, much less anyone else. Go! Let's go! At this moment, the Arabs had truly been routed. Osman's heavy injury had dealt an unimaginable blow to their morale. They had originally believed that they had the advantage in terms of great generals, but now all this advantage had been lost. The Tang dynasty had just as many great generals as the 3 great empires. Although the Arabs, Yuzin, and Western Turks still had the advantage in numbers, the entire army had lost all courage to fight. All the Arab soldiers began to flee at the sight of that ancient war banner that was tinged with black at the center of the red banner. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone retreat! Abu Muslim roared. His furious, unwilling, and helpless voice resounded over the battlefield. Abu Muslim stood in the air, the eye of the demon god on his hands. His battle with Gao Xinji was still far from over. Although Gao Xinji had gotten much stronger, he still had not reached the level where he could defeat him. But even though the battle between the great generals had not yet been decided, Abu Muslim was still forced to order a retreat. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a horn suddenly blared from the rear of the Arab army. But compared to the loud and passionate call of the attack, this horn was now tinged with panic. Rumble! In an instant, smoke and dust billowed. An entire army retreated even faster. And this was not the only effect on the other sides of the battlefield. Ziad, Ibak, Huishuazong, and Dusong Mangpoj began to retreat, no longer in the mood to continue fighting. In this battle, the greatest weakness of the Tang dynasty was the 9 dragon blood formation. As long as the banner at the center of the formation was destroyed, everything else would fall apart. However, the moment the black-armored flag-bearer made his move, all of these flaws immediately disappeared. Chapter 11:27. Let's go! In the air, Ziad threw out the ocean ring. Black energy rumbled as it slammed into the body of Chung Qianli's supreme desolation god. Bang! It shattered the stellar energy chains that Chung Qianli had thrown at it, and then it began to flee. Ziad had participated in many different battles, but this could be said to be the strangest battle he had ever fought. It had started extremely quickly and ended extremely quickly. Whoosh! Behind Ziad, Huishuazong and Dusong Mangpoj also pushed back their opponents and fled like lightning bolts. At this moment, Abu Muslim, who had pushed back Gao Xianji with a punch, also began to flee. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was retreating into the distance, he suddenly heard an earth-shattering boom. Even though the shockwave was several tens of thousands of feet away, it still blew towards him. Not good. Abu Muslim's heart trembled as he turned around. It's Qutayba! Even someone of Abu Muslim's cultivation level was alarmed by the intensity of the battle between these two energies. The only people on the battlefield who could give Abu Muslim this feeling were the governor of war and that mysterious elder. Abu Muslim suddenly turned his head. On the other end of the battlefield, he could see that a sandstorm with a radius of several dozen feet had soared into the sky, stretching for several hundred feet. This sandstorm was made up of countless rocks, dirt, war horses, and the wreckage of countless soldiers. Torrents of energy spun rapidly in the void, whistling sharply. The momentum was incomparably terrifying. Bang! A pile of corpses was struck by the edge of the sandstorm and instantly torn to shreds, and then they were pulled into the surging storm to add to its momentum. In a flash, Abu Muslim's body went stiff, and he became motionless. Someone of Qutayba's personality would never retreat. Abu Muslim suddenly recalled Qutayba's order, "Those who retreat will die." On the first day of battle, Abu Muslim had blown the horn and forced Qutayba to retreat, but this could not be repeated. Given Qutayba's pride, he would never be able to accept retreating in front of the Tang people. More importantly, though Abu Muslim was the highest commander of the East, his orders had no effect on the soldiers under Qutayba's command. Not a single one of Qutayba's top-class armies, whether it was the Revelation Army, Death Army, or Blood Beast Army, had retreated, and many of them were still hesitating. To the current Arab army, this was absolutely fatal. This is troublesome. I can't retreat. If we don't convince Qutayba and retreat now, we'll be doomed. Almost at the same time in the distance, Daluin Ruozen's eyelids twitched violently, and his face suddenly became gloomy. If Qutayba did not retreat and the others retreated, the three empires would suffer an unprecedented defeat. And if they ignored Qutayba and retreated, leading to some unpredictable result, the Tang dynasty would truly emerge victorious in this battle, and Arabia would have no chance of surviving. Boom! Just when Abu Muslim was prepared to issue the order to reinforce Qutayba, there was a massive boom. Under the gazes of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield, the huge sandstorm that was dozens of meters tall suddenly exploded violently. Two unimaginably huge forces collided violently inside. With a kacha sound, the huge sandstorm was torn into two. Bang! Bang! Two figures, one gold and one black, appeared in the center of the sandstorm. The golden figure that seemed like a god to them was thrown more than 100 feet by this enormous energy. Clack! The golden helmet that had accompanied Qutayba for more than 10 years flew out of his head, shattering into countless cracks in the air. When it fell to the ground, the helmet had completely caved in. Without the protection of the helmet, Qutaybah's hair was in complete disarray. Everyone was in an uproar at this sight. The Arab cavalry stared with wide eyes in disbelief. In their minds, Qutaybah had always been strong, confident, and possessed the power to crush all. No one could make him retreat, which was why many of them had not retreated. All of Arabia, including Abu Muslim's subordinates, had Qutaybah's fans. He was the true war god of Arabia, but in all their years of battle they had never seen Qutaybah in such a sorry state. Impossible. This is impossible. There's no one in this world that can defeat my lord. No one was more shocked than the army that Qutaybah had brought from the north. The sight of Qutaybah's helmet in disarray and his hair in disarray was like a tsunami in everyone's mind. At this moment, Abu Muslim, Aibak, Ziyad Huwaitsang, and the others were just as shocked as the other soldiers. How could this be? Abu Muslim muttered to himself. The closer one was to Qutaybah, the more they understood just how powerful he was, and the more stunned they were by this sight. Abu Muslim almost subconsciously turned his head to look across from Qutaybah. That mysterious black-clothed elder was floating in the air, his hair in disarray and his face pale. It seemed like his injuries were no less severe than Qutaybah's. Who dares to retreat? In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, an extremely cold voice sounded in his ears. Qutaybah stared at the evil emperor, his eyes vicious and his hair in disarray, the killing intent in his heart only rising. Easy. The space in a radius of 100 feet began to twist, making everything blurry and indistinct. Old thing, you've angered me. Qutaybah fiercely glared at the evil emperor. In his life, no one had ever been able to force him to such a state. Even Abu Muslim had to lower his head in front of him and endure. For the first time, Qutaybah was determined to kill this Eastern elder he had never seen before, and even spoke a different language. Barbarians of the Western regions, do you really think that no one can subdue you? The evil emperor's expression was cold and aloof, and though his face was pale, he showed no signs of yielding. In that battle just now, both he and Qutaybah had been evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand. Master! At this moment, a concerned shout came from the distance. Wang Chong, riding on the white hoof shadow, looked at the distant evil emperor with concern in his eyes. Although Qutaybah was in a sorry state, his master, the evil emperor, was not in a good condition. In Wang Chong's mind, the evil emperor held an unparalleled status. Deep within, Wang Chong did not wish for any harm to befall him. Lord Gao, General Cheng, Father, Village Chief, General Li. Everyone attack together and kill Qutaybah. Wang Chong's voice resounded through the sky. With these words, Wang Chong and his 7,000 Wushang cavalry charged at Qutaybah, abandoning the three main forces behind them. At almost the same time, Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli Wang Yan, chief of Wushang, and even the black armored guard maintaining the 9 dragon blood war banner charged at Qutaybah. As long as they killed Qutaybah, this battle would be won. Wang Chong leaned against his horse, his eyes blazing with a light even brighter than the sun. The central figure in this battle was Qutaybah. Once Qutaybah was killed, the Arab army would no longer have the strength to reverse the situation. The sound of hooves galloping could be heard. The situation of the entire battlefield rapidly changed. It instantly became incomparably tense, more dangerous than ever before. Bang! A black boot that was twice the size of an ordinary man's boot stomped forward. The primary duty of the banner holder was to protect the banner, but as long as this did not violate their own objectives, they could also participate in the fierce battle. 1, 2, 3, for 7 enormous consciousnesses of the great general level flew through the air and locked onto Qutaybah. At this moment, even Qutaybah couldn't help but grimace. If they were just ordinary great generals, Qutaybah would have been able to deal with them alone. other than Changchenli and the others. Qutayba could ignore them, but including the demonic Emperor Old Man, Qutayba sensed 3 existences that posed a powerful threat to him. "Let's go!" Abu Muslim roared, his face fraught with worry. In the current situation, Osman was heavily injured and could no longer participate in the battle. Once the battle began, Abu Muslim was not confident that he could defeat the Tang people without a great general. Qutayba remained motionless as he watched the powerful auras rapidly approach him, all of which were as vast as mountains and seas. As the proud Arab war god, it was no easy task for him to make Qutayba retreat. "Hurry and go." Abu Muslim was burning with anxiety. If he missed this opportunity, he really wouldn't be able to leave. "Brother Winfu, I've come to help you." At this moment, an elderly voice spoke. The chief of Wushang was the closest, so he was the first to arrive. Rumble. In a flash of light and a fierce gale, countless strands of origin energy began to gather in a radius of 100 li around the chief of Wushang. And in the center of this origin energy, a massive azure hand the size of a mountain shot through the air toward Qutayba. "Buzz!" Qutayba grimaced at this sight. The chief of Wushang had used a technique that was 70 to 80% similar to the evil emperor's. Just like him, the 2 of them had vaguely touched upon that level of existence. Qutayba would never retreat against the evil emperor. But with the addition of the chief of Wushang, everything was different. Bang! A vast and majestic beam of golden sword chi flew through the air toward the massive azure hand that the chief of Wushang had unleashed. At almost the same time, the surrounding origin energy converged into a massive mountain fist that rumbled toward Qutayba. Chapter 1128. Rumble. The earth quaked and the mountains shattered. The golden sword chi smashed into the azure hand, but Qutayba's sword chi was also shattered by a punch from the evil emperor. "Let's go!" In the face of the evil emperor, the chief of Wushang, the black-armored guards in the rear, and the other great generals of the Tang dynasty, even someone as proud as Qutayba, who would never easily retreat, was forced to retreat at a time like this. Whoosh! In a flash of golden light, another bolt of sword chi pierced through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the mountain of gold and mountain of jade slashed down at the evil emperor, the chief of Wushang, and the vast Tang dynasty army. Qutayba transformed into a golden streak of light and began to retreat. "Withdraw!" The moment Qutayba left, all the Arab soldiers, including the Western Turks and the Yuzin, began to retreat to the west. After them. With this order, everyone was invigorated, and like a surging tide, they followed the Arab soldiers into the rear. All ballistae advance at full speed. Release. In the rear, Su Hanshan's eyes were calm as he seized this chance to order the ballistae to advance. Boom! 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 Ballista bolts howled through the air, instantly striking the Arab horsemen at the very back. In the blink of an eye, more and more Arab horsemen were felled like wooden pillars. In a few short moments, tens of thousands of Arab, Uzin, and Western Turkic soldiers had been slaughtered in this rout. Now that they had left the steel defense line, the Great Tang had once again seized the upper hand in this pursuit. Run! Run! The Tang people are coming. The Arab, Uzin, and Western Turkic cavalry panicked and fled into the distance. Squelch! An Arab horseman failed to dodge in time and was instantly overtaken by a Tang dynasty horseman. A sword pierced through the neck, causing the horseman to fall from his horse. Following that, streaks of sharp blade light flashed through the void, and more people fell from their horses. The chaotic formation caused the cavalry in the rear to be blocked by the cavalry in the front, and some of the cavalry even collided with the cavalry, causing both riders and their horses to topple to the ground. The Divine Prison Army, Divine Martial Army, and Dragon Stallion Army caught up to them and pierced them to death. All Uzin cavalrymen, take the left flank. Dewussili, dispatch all the Green Wolves to intercept the Tang dynasty's troops. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Daluin Ruozin's heart surged. In a short period of time, he issued a series of orders. Although Dewussely had not brought many soldiers with him for this battle, he had brought far more green wolves than he had imagined. Even though the Tang dynasty had shot many of them down, there were still 20 to 30,000 of them left. Although these wolves posed no real threat to the tens of thousands of top-class Tang dynasty soldiers, they were the best tool to intercept the Tang dynasty's pursuit. Swish, swish, swish. Heavy swords swung through the air, and a green wolf larger than an adult man was cleaved in two by a top-class Tang dynasty soldier, starting from the center of its forehead. The two halves of the corpse fell to the ground, dripping with blood and guts. But this did not stop the wolves from madly charging forward to stop the Tang dynasty army. In his alliance with Dalu and Ruozhen, Dewussely had always held back, and all of his orders had been greatly discounted. But this time Dewussely had sent out all his wolves to stop the Tang army. The result of this battle had completely surpassed his expectations, and even Dewussely was scared out of his wits. If he could not stop the Tang dynasty, even the Western Turks might die in this battle. Release! With a wave of Su Hanshan's arm, sharp crossbow bolts shot out like lightning bolts, quickly nailing a dozen or so giant wolves in a straight line to the ground. Although ballista bolts were extremely precious and had only ever been used to deal with enemy soldiers, Su Hanshan had no other choice at this crucial moment. Awoo! Howls filled the air as packs of wolves began to fall and be swiftly cleaned up. All of them gathered their courage and began to pursue the morale of the three armies. But even so, Dewussely's wolves had won an extremely important moment of respite for the army. The tens of thousands of Tang dynasty soldiers quickly overtook the obstacles and began to pursue. This time, they did not stop halfway through the pursuit. All the Tang dynasty soldiers worked together to pursue the Arabs, the Uzan, and the Western Turks from the first defense line to the western edge of Talas, where they doggedly pursued the Arabs, Turks, and Uzan. After pursuing for 10 li, the road was strewn with corpses, and blood had left a long trail in the wake of the three armies' escape. All Wushang cavalry, hear my order! Charge! Wang Chang's voice was particularly loud in the roiling dust. Behind him, the 6,000 some Wushang cavalry maintained the Azura Hell formation even as they pursued. This dreadful power was like the deepest nightmare, causing all three armies to panic like stray dogs. Of all the soldiers of the Tang dynasty, the Wushang cavalry were the fastest. Even the Mamelukes would find it difficult to compare to the 4 halos of Dusk Stallion. This was also the force of the Tang dynasty that posed the greatest threat to the Uzan, Western Turks, and Arabs. In the pursuit, a considerable number of soldiers had died to the Wushang cavalry. Buzz! Just when Wang Chong was preparing to lead his army in pursuit, a black figure in front of him swayed and almost fell off his horse. Wang Chong didn't care at first, but a moment later, he glanced over and paled in fright. Master! Wang Chong's entire body trembled as he hurriedly lunged toward that familiar figure. In a flash, he had jumped off the white hoof shadow and landed in front of the evil emperor. At this moment, the evil emperor's face was as white as a sheet of paper. Although his expression was normal, Wang Chong could clearly see a trickle of blood seeping out of the corner of the evil emperor's mouth. Although the evil emperor was doing his utmost to hide his right hand, if one looked carefully, one would also see a trickle of blood trickling down his 5 fingers. How could this be? Wang Chong's heart chilled and his expression nervous. He immediately grabbed the evil emperor's wrist and began to pour his energy into the evil emperor's body. Chonger, it's fine. The evil emperor waved his hand and closed his eyes, slowly calming the stellar energy in his body. It's just a small wound. I can still endure it. The urgent task at hand is to prevent the Arabs and Qutayba from noticing anything. As the evil emperor spoke, his aura grew more and more disorderly. The upheaval in his sect and the plot of his 2 traitorous disciples had affected him far more than he had imagined. Although the myriad spirit sea art treated every acupuncture point in the body as a dantian, this did not mean that the dantian was unimportant, and it certainly did not mean that the Dantian could be destroyed. In truth, not even the creator of the technique could have imagined that the evil emperor would be able to cultivate the myriad spirit sea art to this level even after his Dantian had been destroyed. But even so, the destruction of the evil emperor's Dantian was still a major problem for him. Master, don't speak for now. I'll help you treat your injuries. As the commander-in-chief of the army, Wang Chong had always been calm and farsighted. But this time when he saw the demonic emperor old man injured, for the first time, anxiety and unease appeared on his face. Wang Chong, let me do it. I have the best understanding of your master's condition. And besides, you're not strong enough. An elderly voice resounded in his ear as Chief of Wushang rode up from the rear. In truth, he had discovered the evil emperor's condition earlier than anyone else. Although they had succeeded in intimidating Kateba in this battle, the evil emperor had also suffered far more severe injuries than they seemed. After all, Kateba had the advantage in age and physical strength, and he had not been like the evil emperor, whose Dantian had been destroyed. In his battle with Kateba, the chief of Wushang had already discovered that this Arab war god was extremely difficult to deal with, and he had also discovered that the evil emperor was injured. But for the greater good, the chief of Wushang had not said a word. Wang Chong, don't let Kateba suspect anything. Lead the soldiers in pursuit. Don't let him see any openings. Wang Chong said nothing, only stared at the pale face of his master, the evil emperor. Other than his first encounter with the evil emperor, Wang Chong had never seen the evil emperor injured. He was far too strong, even easily suppressing Lu Wu. In Wang Chong's understanding, his master would never be defeated. Chonger go. The greater good is above all else, the evil emperor said with his eyes closed. Village chief, I'll have to trouble you with my master. Wang Chong clenched his teeth, finally mounted his horse, and led his army into the distance. This pursuit lasted until nightfall before truly coming to a halt. The Tang dynasty did not have many cavalry, and if they continued to pursue, they might cause the army to fall apart and allow the Arabs to reverse the situation. Only when the Arabs were no longer in sight did Wang Chong sound the gongs to call off the army and lead his army back to the city of Talas. Bang! The sight of the army's triumphant return caused the towering walls of Talas to explode with heaven-shaking cheers. Wonderful! The army won! Our Tang dynasty has won! Zhang Shouji and the many craftsmen who had followed the army to Talas and worked on the steel walls cheered as they excitedly walked out of the city. Behind them, many herdsmen from various tribes who were herding cattle and sheep also plucked up their courage and walked out of the city. They had been somewhat confused at the start, but when they saw the victorious army and the mercenaries, all of them began to cheer. Their voices of excitement soared into the heavens. The Tang dynasty had won. They had actually defeated the 500,000 soldiers of the Yuzhen, the Western Turks, and the Arabs. None of them had expected this at the start. They had truly escaped calamity in this battle. Chapter 1129. Whoosh! The evil emperor was seated cross-legged on the bed, wisps of thick mist rising from the top of his head. After some time, the demonic emperor old man finally opened his eyes and gave a long sigh. His pale face gradually regained its ruddy color. Gao Xianji, Wang Chong, Cheng Qianli, and Wang Yan were all watching the evil emperor, and they all breathed sighs of relief at this sight. The evil emperor had the highest cultivation in the entire army, and only he had the strength to stand against Kateba in a one-on-one battle. If something had happened to the evil emperor, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Master, how is it? Wang Chong immediately stepped forward, a worried look on his face as the evil emperor withdrew his cultivation. I'm fine. The demonic emperor, old man, shook his head as he got off the bed. Wang Chong carefully examined his master and sensed that his master's aura was still a little disorderly, not as calm as it had been at the start. A hint of concern flashed through his eyes. It was clear that his master's condition was not as good as he had said. Lord Gao, General Cheng, thank you. Master is fine. Everyone go and rest. In addition, I have some matters to discuss with Master." Wang Chong turned his head to the others in the hall. That's fine. If not for General Li, they would have almost been able to reverse the situation. Moreover, everyone has used up a lot of their strength and stellar energy. Go and rest." Gao Xianji came back to his senses and nodded. He called out to the people behind him, and they immediately walked out in a single file. Soon, only Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang were left in the room. Although the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang hadn't known each other for very long, they had comprehended the great Tao together and could be considered good friends. "Master, is it that serious this time?" Wang Chong said worriedly. There were no outsiders in the room, so Wang Chong naturally didn't need to avoid it. After a long silence, the evil emperor finally nodded. "Actually, it's not just this time that it's serious. It's always been like this. Without the Dantian, the largest chi acupoint, it would be very difficult for me to sustain this intense battle that is close to the minute subtlety realm for too long. Is there no way to repair the Dantian?" Wang Chong said with a heavy heart. The evil emperor glanced at the chief of Wushang, and both of them shook their heads. "Actually, when I accompanied your master to the Uzan Highlands to repel those Uzan people, your master and I went to look through a large number of books. Although Wushang village was isolated from the rest of the world, there was a place that preserved a large number of ancient books, all of which were unique copies that could not be found outside. Brother Wenfu and I looked through all of the books and even flipped through some other sources, but we couldn't find any related books. The Dantian is the source of energy in the human body. No one has ever heard of anyone being able to cultivate after the Dantian is destroyed. Brother Wenfu's ability to return to the peak after the destruction is already quite astonishing. This old man has lived for many years, but if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such a thing could happen." Before the evil emperor could say anything, the chief of Wushang suddenly spoke up. Wang Chong raised his head and saw that his master, the evil emperor, was silent, a tacit agreement. How could this be? Wang Chong muttered to himself. Wang Chong was well aware of the cultivation and attainments of his master, the evil emperor. In the entire world, including the sects, his master was undoubtedly one of the top existences. If even he was helpless, then it would be very difficult to find a way to repair the Dantian. "Chonga, there's no need to worry. Your master has lived for many years and no longer has any regrets. Your master is still worried about that Kateba. This time, although your master worked with the village chief to injure him and scare him away, he's still much younger than us. Once he recovers from his injuries, he'll definitely come back. The village chief and I can stop him for now, but in the long run, neither I nor the village chief will be able to stop him," the evil emperor said. The demonic emperor man said. Wang Chong said nothing, but a dark and gloomy expression appeared on his face. On the entire battlefield, the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor were the strongest. If not even they could deal with Kateba, no one could. Moreover, his master's Dantian had been destroyed, and the chief of Wushang was already more than 90 years old. There was no way for him to compare to Kateba, and this was a fact that Wang Chong could not change. "Master, rest well. As for Kateba, no matter what, I will find a way to defeat him." The evil emperor and the chief of Wushang glanced at each other and chuckled. "Ha ha ha! I've already discussed this matter with your master. We can only rely on you." The chief of Wushang stroked his beard and laughed. "That's right. Chonger, this is also your master's opinion. Your talent and comprehension abilities are unparalleled in your master's life. The fact that you were able to reach the Saint Martial realm so quickly is proof of this." The evil emperor was also smiling. Wang Chong stared blankly at the smiling faces of his master and the chief of Wushang, not understanding what they meant. "But master, although I can use the great Yama formation, I'm not even a great general, while Kateba is an expert close to the subtle realm. With my current cultivation, how could I be a match for Kateba?" Wang Chong said. The words of his master and the chief of Wushang had been far too sudden, completely taking him by surprise. Wang Chong had never exchanged blows with Kateba, but he understood that the gap between them was far too great. The current you naturally can't. The evil emperor smiled, his eyes deep and wise. Thus, you must listen very carefully to every word your master says. Village chief, let us master and disciple be alone for a while. In addition, we will have to delay you for a while. I'll have to trouble you to stand guard for us. Ha! Brother Winfu, there's no need to be polite. The old village chief responded and quickly strode out. Wang Chong froze, glanced at the demonic emperor old man, and then suddenly understood. He fell silent and said no more. The evil emperor turned back to Wang Chong, knowing that he had understood. He smiled and nodded. Wang Chong had an extremely high level of comprehension, and he was also able to comprehend things by analogy. This was also something he was very satisfied with. Chong'er, you and Xiaoyao are the last 2 disciples I accepted, and also the only 2 disciples I have. Little Yao has a naughty and mischievous personality, and not even your master can do anything about it. Thus, the only one who can truly inherit your master's legacy is you. Your master has already passed on the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art to you. Your master will now pass on the final technique, the myriad spirit sea art to you. This is another important reason your master came all the way to Talas. The evil emperor said. A hint of gratitude flashed through Wang Chong's eyes as he gazed at his master. His master had truly given him everything he knew, wanting nothing more than to teach Wang Chong everything he knew. In Wang Chong's life, his master, the evil emperor, had undoubtedly treated him the best. In Wang Chong's heart, he had long ago come to view his master as a family member. These thoughts flitted through Wang Chong's mind, and Wang Chong quickly calmed down. But master, didn't you say that the myriad spirit sea art and the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, and even all other techniques, conflict with each other? Wang Chong composed himself and sternly said, the myriad spirit sea art requires destruction before construction, and cultivating it again requires an extremely long time. The Battle of Talas has yet to completely settle, so your disciple cannot disperse this art and cultivate it again. The myriad spirit sea art used the acupoints of the body as the dantian, and it conflicted with all the known techniques of the central planes. This made it impossible for other martial artists to cultivate the myriad spirit sea art. The myriad spirit sea art used the acupoints of the body as the dantian, which conflicted with all the known techniques of the central planes. This made it impossible for other martial artists to cultivate the myriad spirit sea art. Times have changed. In the past, this would naturally be impossible. But your master is not teaching you just the myriad spirit sea art, but the more fundamental Tao of energy. The evil emperor smiled. Tao of energy? Wang Chong raised his brow and raised his head, a look of surprise on his face for the first time. These words were completely different from what he had expected. All martial arts are just a formality. As long as one understands the rules and principles involved, one can bypass all restrictions and cultivate. The myriad spirit sea art is the same. The evil emperor lightly stroked his beard and faintly smiled as he spoke of a completely different set of martial arts principles. Wang Chong was at first stunned, and then he began to think. Chong'er, your master will now teach you the entire technique of the myriad spirit sea art. Listen carefully. Qi and Qi are one, and all phenomena are born. Time was of the essence. So the evil emperor slowly began to recite the myriad spirit sea arts mantra. Wang Chong did not dare to be negligent in his master's teachings, and he immediately focused on listening. The myriad spirit sea art had more than 10,000 words, and its contents were extremely profound. Chong'er, remember it. An elderly voice resounded in his ear, and a moment later, the evil emperor suddenly slapped a palm against Wang Chong's shoulder. Now, I will tell you what the true Tao of energy is. Bang! A second later, the air rumbled, and before Wang Chong could react, Wang Chong's soul was pulled by a powerful force, and he was dragged along with the evil emperor into a new and profound world. Chong-er, open your eyes and look carefully. This is the true face of energy. As long as you understand the essence of energy, you can touch upon the subtle realm. The people of the world knew that great generals were the peak of the martial path, but few knew that there was an even more subtle realm above them, the subtle realm. People as powerful as Gao Xinji and Dewussili, even though they were revered by the people of the world, did not even know of the subtle realm. If not for existences like the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor, who had spent their entire lives on the path of martial arts, they would never have been able to comprehend this realm. Teaching Wang Chong the myriad spirit sea art was only a means. The true goal of the evil emperor was to teach the unfathomable subtle realm he had comprehended to Wang Chong. Chapter 1130. The wind howled, and endless rays of light surged from all directions. This was the first time Wang Chong had ever come into contact with such a profound realm. He could see countless lights of different colors filling every corner of the void. Is this the energy of the world? Wang Chong muttered to himself as he looked around. Correct. A familiar voice came from the air. It was the voice of his master, the evil emperor. There are thousands of different kinds of energy in the world. The stellar energy that we cultivate is only one of them, or perhaps just a few of them. Different techniques have different kinds of energy, so their properties are naturally different. We absorb the energy of the world into our bodies and use it for ourselves. This is the process of cultivating the martial path. Many thanks for Master's guidance. Your disciple understands. Wang Chong nodded in realization. With a soul that had lived 2 lives, Wang Chong understood these principles even more than the evil emperor. The evil emperor only needed to give him a few pointers, but he already understood everything. Haha, Chong-er, you truly have an extremely high comprehension ability. Back then, your master and the village chief needed a very long time to understand this principle. We originally believed that you would need a very long time to understand, but you immediately understood. The evil emperor had a gratified look on his face. The student had surpassed the master. To the demonic emperor, old man, there is nothing to regret about taking in a disciple who is even more outstanding and promising than himself. Chong-a, carefully sense it. Do you feel it? Different colors represent different properties. Even if they are the same color, there are different levels of energy. Some are like a trickle, and some are like a mighty river. What we martial artists need to do is to absorb those surging rivers of energy and constantly strengthen ourselves. Thus, if you can do this, even if your cultivation level hasn't risen, your strength will undergo a qualitative transformation, allowing you to display a fighting strength far above your current level. At this level, even if you haven't reached the great general level, does it matter? Buzz. The moment the evil emperor spoke, the world before Wang Chong once more changed. The entire world suddenly became richer and richer, and the colors became brighter and brighter. The entire space was filled with all kinds of energy. In Wang Chong's perception, the entire world suddenly became much clearer, as if he was looking at it with a magnifying glass. Wang Chong understood. He knew that his master was using his powerful cultivation base and realm to directly display the world in his eyes to him. Their spiritual powers were now connected. Naturally, Wang Chong could see the world that the evil emperor saw. Wang Chong had experienced this before, so he cherished this opportunity even more. He suddenly opened his mind, and his whole body entered this world of energy. In the world of consciousness and energy, there was no body and there were no living things. As Wang Chong spread out his mental power, Wang Chong comprehended more and more. These energy balls were densely packed and covered the entire world. If one carefully sensed them, they would realize that some of these brightly colored energy balls were as fierce as flames, some were as warm as water, some were as cold as ice, and some were as warm as the sun. 1, 2, 3, for as Wang Chong explored, he sensed more and more different types of energy. 100, 1,000, 10,000. The more he tried, the more he realized that the energy of this world was not as simple as origin energy or stellar energy. This was just a general term. The energy that a martial artist cultivated was far more complicated than this. When Wang Chong saw a red energy ball, he suddenly had an irrepressible thought. A moment later, Wang Chong sent a wisp of his mind into the ball. Bzzz. It was like he had stepped from one world into another. A moment later, Wang Chong saw a completely different scene. Within this red ball of light were countless tiny particles of energy, densely packed together and filling every corner. Chong'er, you can see it now. This is the secret of energy. The old village chief, and I call those tiny particles before your mustard seeds. All energy is made up of thousands of these, even smaller mustard seeds. This is the secret of this world. The evil emperor said. His mind was connected to Wang Chong's, so he knew every move Wang Chong made. In this world, there were some people with extremely high comprehension abilities, able to draw inferences about other things from one instance and comprehend by analogy. One didn't need to explain too much about the most profound principles. One only needed to describe them a little for them to completely understand. There was no doubt that Wang Chong was this sort of martial arts genius. What a pity! If only I had met this child earlier. The evil emperor couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Given the comprehension ability that Wang Chong had displayed, if he had met him earlier and carefully taught him, his accomplishments might have far surpassed his own. He might even have stepped into the subtle realm. At this moment, Wang Chong was completely unaware of his master's thoughts. Hearing the evil emperor's words, Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. The reason why Wang Chong knew all this was because he had come from an even earlier modern world. Thus, he knew everything that the evil emperor had said, like the back of his hand. But the fact that his master, the evil emperor, was able to use his martial arts to touch upon the essence of this world was truly astonishing. All was quiet. Wang Chong was like a thirsty sponge, constantly exploring this unknown world. Although Wang Chong had long understood the principles of energy and mustard seed that the evil emperor had mentioned, knowing was one thing. Actually seeing, feeling, and touching them was another. Wang Chong had never imagined that all these things would be presented to him in such a direct manner. This was of great help to Wang Chong. With every passing moment, every second, Wang Chong's understanding of the essence of martial arts continued to increase. Although this understanding could not increase Wang Chong's realm, it was just as the evil emperor had said. Once he understood the essence of qi, Wang Chong could still comb through his life's knowledge and obtain greater combat power. He didn't even need to reach that realm to unleash a higher level of combat power. As Wang Chong's understanding of the essence of qi continued to grow, time slowly passed. Suddenly, Wang Chong heard the voice of his master, the evil emperor. Chong'er, you truly did not disappoint your master. You were able to comprehend these principles so quickly. Your master will now teach you the final and most important thing, the subtle. Buzz. Wang Chong's heart trembled at these words, and he immediately focused his mind. He knew that every word his master was about to say would be extremely important. The subtle realm. Even though Wang Chong had reached the war saint level, he had not been able to touch upon the subtle realm. The entire world, including Wang Chong, only knew that the peak of the Saint Martial realm was the Great General Realm, and above the Great General Realm was the Divine Martial Realm. As for how to reach the Divine Martial Realm, Wang Chong had no idea, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not find the door. There were many people in the world like Wang Chong who had been stuck at the Great General Realm, unable to advance even an inch. Gao Xianji, Dewusili, and Sis Hun, Geshu Han, there was still a long list to go. In all of history, the only person who had truly touched upon the divine martial realm and almost succeeded was the Holy Emperor, who had been hailed as the greatest emperor of all time. Wang Chong had always believed that this was due to talent. In order to reach higher realms, One needed to possess the dazzling and peerless talent of the Holy Emperor, but it now appeared that this was far from the case. Even though the divine martial realm was like the sun and moon hanging high in the sky, unreachable and unattainable, there was still a flight of stairs that led there, and the intricate realm was undoubtedly the first step that led to the final shore. At this thought, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a little excited and expectant. Wang Chong had originally believed that the evil emperor would speak some extremely profound principles, but reality was much simpler than Wang Chong had imagined. "Chong-er, raise your head and look up." The evil emperor's voice came from his side. Wang Chong subconsciously raised his head, and a moment later, Wang Chong's entire body trembled. The moment he raised his head, he saw a sight that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. Through the layers of energy at the very top of the dimension, Wang Chong saw balls of golden energy that were like blazing suns. Compared to other types of energy, these balls of energy were far more powerful. Wang Chong could sense that these balls of light were brimming with a vast, blazing, and berserk energy, just like the lava of a volcano. This energy was so dense that when Wang Chong raised his head, he couldn't help but feel like he was being burned by a blazing sun. All the energy in this dimension, in front of these golden, scarlet gold, and violet gold balls of energy, was like fireflies before the bright moon, insignificant. This is... Wang Chong's heart trembled, thousands of thoughts flitting through his mind. He seemed to understand something, but he couldn't quite grasp it. Do you see? Behind those balls of energy is the world of the subtle. In truth, there are countless dimensions in this world. But because we martial artists are too weak, our senses too weak, our minds too weak, we are unable to sense them. Right now, we martial artists, even great generals, can only absorb the most ordinary energy, but once we reach the subtle realm, everything will be completely different. We can absorb even higher levels of energy from the depths of space, which is what you see now. Chapter 1131. Master, your disciple understands. Wang Chong nodded, a serious expression on his face. Chong-er, your master is confident that one day you will be able to break through the peak of the Saint Martial realm and reach the subtle realm, accomplishing what your master was unable to do in the past. The evil emperor's voice slowly grew softer and softer. The evil emperor had taught Wang Chong everything he could. The rest was up to Wang Chong himself. Time slowly passed, and Wang Chong remained in the evil emperor's room for 4 whole hours. Only late at night did he emerge. "Village chief, thank you." Upon stepping out of the room and seeing Chief of Wushang, Wang Chong gave a heartfelt bow. "Haha, this is your good fortune, and it's also because you have an extremely high level of comprehension. What does it have to do with me?" Chief of Wushang faintly smiled. Wang Chong was still at the peak brigadier general level, but the Chief of Wushang could clearly sense that Wang Chong's aura was growing stronger and more vigorous, like the plants in the summer. This exuberant vitality was like a blazing flame. This was not something that could be described with just the word cultivation. Wang Chong was only 17 years old, but he had already reached this level of comprehension. It was truly inconceivable. Wang Chong quickly left. "Marquis." Not long after Wang Chong left, a figure emerged from the darkness and blocked Wang Chong's path. "We just received a letter from our scouts. The Eagle team has discovered an Arab force 20 li from Talas. Just as Milord predicted, these Arabs, Uzin and Western Turks have not left. Lord Gao, General Cheng, and the other generals are all in the hall. All that is left is Marquis. Lord Gao has ordered this lowly one to bring Marquis over immediately." The messenger bowed and said hurriedly, "Got it." Wang Chong raised his eyebrows and hurried over without saying anything. As the curtain of night fell, after traveling 20-some li from Talas to the west, Wang Chong's gaze stopped on an unremarkable place. If he looked carefully, he could see sparks of fire on the ground. At this moment, countless Uzan, Western Turks, and Arabs had gathered there. In today's battle, the allied forces of the three sides had lost at least 100,000 men. The remaining 100,000 men had been routed and fled here. Even though the battle was over, the Arabs in the camp were far from done. I disagree. I don't agree to retreat at this time. Ibak fiercely slammed his palm against the metal table in front of him, his face red and his expression agitated. This battle is far from over. We still have 100,000 soldiers. We can still fight. My Mamelukes, the Mutri great cavalry of the Uzan, and the Celestial Wolf cavalry of the Turks. We still have strength soldiers and can still fight. Why should we retreat? And did any of you ever think that Caliph's order was to destroy Talas, flatten the East, and unify the entire Eastern world? If we retreat now, are you prepared to face the wrath of the Caliph? What will all the governors of Arabia think of us? What will those ministers think of us? What will the Caliph think of us? Have any of you ever thought of that? That will be the apocalypse. Ibak's face was brimming with emotion. Boom! The table in front of him, forged from deep-sea Xian metal, immediately caved in, leaving a deep palm print on its surface. Everyone in the tent silently watched this sight. They could understand Ibak's anger, but none of this could change anything. Ibak, you've seen what happened today. This Tang army is far stronger than we imagined. Your Mamelukes haven't suffered too many losses and still have some strength, but my Beheader army and Tiber's army have almost been wiped out. Even Abu Muslim's Iron Blood army and Fearless army have suffered grievous losses. Even I was heavily injured, so there's no need to talk about the others. If you continue to persist, have you ever thought about what the consequences will be? Will you only be satisfied when all your soldiers are lost? Osman's face was pale, and he was still wearing the armor that had been shattered by the black-armored guard of the Tang dynasty. The gap in the armor revealed his wounded chest, which was bandaged and smeared with ointment, but blood was still seeping out. The black-armored guard's palm had not only injured him, but had also left a considerable amount of hidden energy in his body. Ibak, I know that you want to defeat the Tang people. Believe me, whether it's me or Osman, our desire is no less than yours. However, this matter still needed to be considered at length. Whether it's in terms of soldiers or the number of top-class great generals, we no longer have the slightest advantage. If this continues, we will find it very difficult to make a breakthrough. Abu Muslim also spoke at this moment, inwardly sighing. If he could defeat his foe, he would never have been willing to retreat. In addition, this is only a retreat, not an abandonment. Once we gather more soldiers and gather more people, we can still make a comeback. When that time comes, it won't be too late to fight to the death with the Tang people. Disgrace! Ibak's eyes were red. As long as we retreat, it will be an eternal disgrace that nothing can change. Abu Muslim, think about what happened when you were defeated last time. Do you want to do it again? Ibak, I know what you're saying, but have you ever thought about what will happen if you attack again in this situation and fail to win? Abu Muslim said. Ibak was stunned, but giving up was easier said than done. No matter what, I will never retreat. Qutayba, what about you? Don't tell me you're going to be like them and flee without a fight? Ibak's words immediately silenced the tent. Even Ziyad was startled and turned to look at Ibak. Although Abu Muslim and Osman had both lost many soldiers in this battle, the one who had suffered the greatest loss was actually Qutayba. After all, he had lost far more soldiers than anyone else in the tent. The Blood Beast Army, Death Army, and Revelation Army were the elite armies under Qutayba's command that were renowned throughout the Arabian Empire. They were also Qutayba's core fighting force. This war had dealt a massive blow to his army. Without these core armies, Qutayba's army would rapidly drop out of the top 10 ranks. This was also why everyone had done their best to avoid mentioning Qutayba in the previous debates. Moreover, Qutayba's prestige in Arabia was so great that no one dared to offend him. No one had expected Ibak to drag Qutayba into the fray in his rage. Once Qutayba was angered, the consequences would be unthinkable, and no one knew what he would do in his rage. Buzz! In a flash, the mood in the tent was so tense that even Abu Muslim found it rather unnatural. But Ibak was in a fit of rage and could no longer care. Ibak, there truly is no time to retreat from this battle. To everyone's surprise, Qutayba responded, and he wasn't as angry as they had imagined. For a moment, let alone Abu Muslim and Osman, even Ibak was dumbfounded. After calming down from his excitement, Ibak's back was drenched in cold sweat. This battle is far from over. I've already injured that old man from the east, and I've already discovered a flaw in his body. There's a major problem with his body that makes him unable to fight for long. Qutayba coldly said. Everyone was stunned by Qutayba's words. They had all seen just how powerful that black-robed elder of the Tang dynasty was. He could control the energy of the world for his own use, and he could even fight evenly with Qutayba. If not for his existence, given Qutayba's strength, this battle would have ended differently, and there would have been no conflict and debate in the tent. The failure of that final ambush was inextricably linked to this. If the one attacking the 9 dragon blood war banner had been Qutayba and not Osman, the army might have already won. Everyone turned to Qutayba, and only now did they realize that Qutayba had been thinking this entire time. In tomorrow's battle, I will personally kill him. Qutayba sternly said. Abu Muslim's brow creased, and the mood in the tent turned strange. Osman had been heavily injured in the previous battle, and his soldiers had suffered grievous losses. This was why he had wanted to retreat. But now that Qutayba had said that he wanted to continue the battle, Osman's situation instantly became strange. In his current condition, he could neither leave nor stay. Reporting. At this moment, an Arab messenger came from outside the tent, his head lowered and a respectful expression on his face as he hurriedly strode into the tent. Reporting to my lord, the Uzin and the Western Turks request an audience. The tent instantly fell silent. Abu Muslim hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, "That's right." After a moment of hesitation, Abu Muslim quickly said, "Invite them in." In this battle, the Arabs, the Uzin, and the Western Turks had all suffered grievous losses. Although everyone had been rather critical of the Uzin and the Western Turks at the start, the Uzin and the Western Turks had used their actions to prove themselves and win the respect of the Arabs. Moreover, in the current situation, there was no need to bicker with the Uzin and the Western Turks. Whoosh! In a gust of cold wind, the curtain to the tent was opened. Daluin Ruozin led the way, followed by Hushu Wuzong, Dusong Mengpoj, and Dewusili. Lord Governor, Lord Qutayba, everyone greetings. Chapter 1132. Prime Minister, for what business do you have visiting me so late at night? Abu Muslim almost imperceptibly creased his brow. Although he did not dislike Daluin Ruozin and Uzin, the Arabs were still the Arabs, and the Uzin were the Uzin. This was why he had not invited Daluin Ruozin to his meetings. Ha! I have troubled Lord Governor's concern. Daluin Ruozin will not stand on courtesy. Daluin Ruozin faintly smiled, his eyes sweeping over the people in the tent as if they were the back of his hand. If Daluin Ruozin's guess is correct, Lord Governor is preparing to break camp and withdraw to the west, returning to Arabia and retreating to Samarkand. The tent instantly fell silent. To have one's thoughts seen through in front of a group of outsiders was truly not a very comfortable thing. Correct. We do have this plan, but this war is already over. Even if we stay here, we might not be able to defeat the Tang people. Abu Muslim straightforwardly declared. At this stage of the battle, there was no need to hide anything. Is it because we don't have enough soldiers? Daluin Ruozin said, his face relaxed and carefree. Not entirely, but this is also one of the reasons. With our current soldiers, we simply can't break the enemy's formation. Staying here will only increase the number of casualties, Abu Muslim calmly said. To be honest, he was rather confused as to why Dalwin Ruozin had come so late at night and suddenly asked him this question. But he managed to restrain himself. He had some understanding of Dalwin Ruozin, and he knew that this Uzin was known for his intelligence and schemes. There had to be a reason for his words. But what Abu Muslim didn't know, and was even rather curious, was what this Uzin Prime Minister wanted at this stage of the battle. Could it be that the Senpo of Uzin had suddenly decided to mobilize all his forces? However, didn't Uzin have no soldiers to use now? If that's all, Dalwin Ruozin has a way to help the governor break the formation. I thought that Lord Governor didn't need to be in such a hurry to evacuate. Dalwin Ruozin faintly smiled. Buzz. Hearing Dalwin Ruozin's words, the atmosphere in the tent changed abruptly and everyone shuddered. Ibak, Osman, Abu Muslim, Ziad, and even the governor of war, Qutayba, seemed to be moved, all of them turning to Dalwin Ruozin. No one paid much attention to the leader of the Uzin people. However, if he could resolve the other party's formation, then everything would be different. Dalwin Ruozin grinned, apparently having predicted the reaction of the Arab generals. In terms of understanding the Tang dynasty, no one could compare to him. What method do you have? A cold and aloof voice rang out in his ear. This time, Qutayba took the initiative to speak. Lord Qutayba, I know that you are most troubled by that black-robed elder of the Tang dynasty. In truth, I have a way to help you deal with him, but I will need your help. Dalwin Ruozin faintly smiled. Bang! Everyone in the tent was stunned by these words, and even Qutayba couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Even someone as proud and conceited as Qutayba had to admit that the black-robed elder possessed the most strength he had ever seen in his life. For these Uzin people to say that they could deal with this black-robed elder was simply unbelievable. Dusong Mangpoj, bring out the things. Dalwin Ruozin took note of everyone's reactions, but he said nothing and gestured to Dusong Mangpoj in the back. A moment later, clang. Dusong Mangpoj strode forward and placed a small golden bell the size of a fist on the table, its surface covered in complex and mysterious carvings. The bell vibrated, giving off a pleasant tinkle. The sight of this bell caused all the Arabs in the tent to look at it in confusion. What is this? Ibak couldn't help but ask, breaking the silence. This is a secret ritual tool of our great snow mountain temple. It has a history of nearly 1,000 years. No matter how powerful an opponent is, it can trap them, Dalwin Ruozin said. As he spoke, he gestured to Dusong Mangpoj behind him. Bang! The latter understood and suddenly stepped forward to cast a spell. There was an earth-shattering boom, and in the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the fist-sized golden bell suddenly rose into the air and floated more than 10 feet above the ground. At the same time, a majestic, terrifying, volcanic energy erupted from the bell like a storm, enveloping the entire tent. Thump, thump, thump. In a flash, everyone grimaced and unleashed all their energy to resist the dreadful power of the golden bell. But even the powerful Abu Muslim, Ibak, and the others were forced back by this destructive power. Not only that, but just as they were going all out against the golden bell, everyone heard a series of ear-piercing metallic clangs. A second later, the table made of deep-sea Xian metal, which Ibak had left a palm print on, was suddenly pulled up by an enormous suction force and began to twist. In the blink of an eye, it had been twisted into a dough twist. At the same time, the deep-sea Xian iron table was reduced to countless bits of metal that rained down from the sky. Whoosh! In a flash, a broad and powerful palm reached out. The golden bell seemed to lose all its strength and powerlessly fell into the palm, where Dusong Mangpoj grasped it. My lack of manners. Dusong Mangpoj didn't care if the other side understood him or not. He immediately put away the bell and retreated behind Dalwin Ruozin. The storm left as quickly as it had come. Once the power of the bells faded, Everything returned to normal, but the tent was riddled with holes. Even Ibak and the others were in disarray, their figures rather ragged. Everyone had been rather skeptical at first, thinking that Daluin Ruozin was exaggerating, but now they were somewhat convinced. Everyone has already seen the power of this ritual tool, and this is only its first layer. If it were to unleash its full power, the place where we are standing right now would be scorched earth. In addition, our strength alone isn't enough to use this ritual tool. Lord Kateba and that black-robed elder are simply too powerful. We simply can't get close, so we naturally can't use this ritual tool. Thus, we will need Lord Kateba's cooperation to create an opportunity for us. Daluin Ruozin scanned the people in the tent and sternly said. All of them fell silent at Daluin Ruozin's words. Anyone who had seen the battle between Kateba and the evil emperor would never doubt Daluin Ruozin's words. Their strength was simply too strong. The energy that erupted from the two of them and the sandstorm that was triggered reached the heavens and the earth. It was filled with terrifying destructive power. Even an imperial great general would shrink back in the face of this power. They would probably be heavily injured by the shock waves of their battle before they could even get close. Okay. Kateba gave a rare response. A smile finally appeared on Daluin Ruozin's face at these two words. There's one more thing. Daluin Ruozin still has a plan that can turn defeat into victory. But this matter also requires the cooperation of all of you. As long as we can obtain your assistance, Daluin Ruozin is confident that we will be able to obtain the final victory, and all of you can return in triumph. There's no need to retreat to Samarkand. In front of everyone, Daluin Ruozin explained his plan from beginning to end. Everyone in the tent had originally been rather reserved about Daluin Ruozin's words. But after hearing his words, even Governor Osman of Cairo, who was heavily injured and wanted to retreat the most, could not help but feel invigorated. Prime Minister, is this true? If it really is, as you say, and this plan succeeds, then victory is assured. Osman clenched his fists as he spoke. Daluin Ruozin silently smiled. Everyone in the tent had relaxed expressions, and the silence from before had been swept away. Let's discuss the specifics of the battle plan. Daluin Ruozin faintly smiled. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the map of the continent and unfurled it on the table. Abu Muslim, Osman, Ibak, and even Kateba walked over, all of them participating in the discussion. Previously, there had been some estrangement between the three sides, but now the generals of Uzin, the Western Turks, and the Arabs had gathered together and were truly working together. While Daluin Ruozin was discussing the details of the battle plan, in the main hall of Talas, Wang Chong, Gao Xinji, Banahan, and the King Gonka were all gathered, and the atmosphere was tense. The Eagle team has already sent word that the Arabs have still not retreated. They clearly haven't given up on the attack. Once they reorganize and stabilize their ranks, they'll definitely come back. The hall was brightly lit. Shi Yuanqing slammed his palm on the table and said with a solemn expression. Everyone else in the hall was also a little nervous. What's there to be afraid of? If we could defeat them once, we can defeat them twice. I don't believe that with the 9-Dragon Blood War banner, we can still fear them. Lu Shi angrily said, his face red. Shi, this matter isn't that simple. You also heard Lord Wang's words. Venerable Senior Zhang, the evil emperor, is not in a good condition. His body can't endure prolonged battle, and we can only hope that Kateba's side hasn't realized this. Moreover, we don't even know if the Arabs have any reinforcements. As long as Kateba isn't eliminated, he will always be an enormous threat to us. Chapter 1133. Qianli is correct. In this battle, the Arabs still have around 100,000 soldiers, still outnumbering us. In addition, although we didn't suffer many losses in this battle, the ballista army has used up most of its ballista bolts. Without enough ballista bolts, the ballista army will find it very difficult to display their power. Gao Xianji's words were extremely tactful. Although the Tang dynasty still had more than 50,000 soldiers. 25,000 of them were ballista soldiers. These ballista soldiers were all bandits and highwaymen of the Silk Road. Although Su Hanshan's training had greatly transformed them, their fighting strength was still lacking. It was simply impossible for them to engage in close combat with the elite cavalry of the Great Tang. In other words, the Tang dynasty only had less than 30,000 soldiers at its disposal. 30,000 against a true army of 100,000. The Great Tang was still not in a very good position. Su Hanshan, how many ballista bolts have you collected from the battlefield? Wang Chong suddenly turned to Su Hanshan. We only have around 7,000 ballista bolts that haven't been used yet. Although our people are still collecting ballista bolts from the battlefield, a significant portion of these ballista bolts have been damaged. The arrowheads have been blunted, or the bolts have been warped. I've already had Senior Zhang Shoji repair them, but I'm worried that there won't be enough time. Su Hanshan sternly said, repairing the bolts would take time, but with the war imminent, the Arabs probably wouldn't give the Tang dynasty enough time to repair the ballista bolts. And 7,000 ballista bolts were clearly not enough to intimidate the Arabs. In truth, given our numbers, if we take a defensive stance and wait for the Arabs to attack, they'll definitely attack, and we can use the walls to defend. We might even be able to deal another heavy blow to them. Of the 400,000 Arabs, only around 100,000 remain. This is truly a grievous loss. They should be the ones who are more worried, not us. The Ferganan chief, Banahan, suddenly stepped forward. Although the Ferganan tribe had suffered grievous losses in this battle, Banahan was extremely confident in the Tang dynasty. What Ferhan lost was only temporary, but what he gained was long-term benefits. The nomadic tribes on the prairie and the farming tribes on the Central Plains had completely different views on life and death. As a mercenary warrior, dying in such a great war was the most honorable ending for a warrior. Moreover, if the Farahan tribe could prosper and prosper in the future, everything would be worth it. It's not that simple. The crux of this battle is not the 100,000 Arab soldiers, nor is it their comeback, but Qutayba. If we can't kill Qutayba, it doesn't matter if we use defense as offense or offense as defense. He only needs one strike to destroy all of our defenses. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. The king of Gonka took a few steps forward and suddenly spoke. He seemed very worried. As the leader of the Gonka people, the personality of the king of Gonka, as well as his learning experience in the Middle Kingdom, allowed him to see the essence of things with a single glance. The moment the king of Gonka spoke, the hall fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be lost in thought. There was no need to doubt Qutayba's strength. He was like a mountain weighing down on everyone's heads, making it hard for them to breathe. If this problem was not resolved, the Tang dynasty would find it very difficult to truly win, because Qutayba and Abu Muslim could gather their soldiers and come back again and again. If this threat was not removed, the Tang dynasty would never be at peace, and Talas could fall at any moment. Everyone in the hall was racking their brains, but martial arts were different from strategy. There was no such thing as technique, only a head-on clash of fists and flesh. Defeating Qutayba was easier said than done. Gradually, everyone began to frown, and their frowns deepened. Even Wang Chong was the same. His eyes swept over the sand table again and again. On the sand table, sandhills, peaks, plains, castles, and even the dark forest in the distance could be seen clearly. Wang Chong had studied this map of Talas countless times, so he knew everything like the back of his hand. But when Wang Chong's gaze swept over the city of Talas, he suddenly had an idea. Lord Gao, General Cheng, I have a method that might be able to kill Qutayba. Wang Chong raised his head and said. Wang Chong's simple words were like a stone stirring up 1,000 ripples. His simple words were like a fierce gale, stirring up massive waves in the hearts of the crowd. Gao, Xinji, Chang Qianli, and even the king of Gonka and Su Hanshan all looked at Wang Chong. All of them had expressions of extreme shock in their eyes. Everything could be balanced with intelligence, but not with strength. If Wang Chong really could kill Qutayba, then there was nothing to worry about. Whether it was Abu Muslim, Aibak, Uzin, or the Western Turks, none of them were a match for the Tang dynasty. I have around a 50% chance of success, but I still need everyone's cooperation and agreement. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong voiced the daring idea in his mind. Buzz. Although Wang Chong had only said a few words, his plan caused massive waves to surge through the minds of everyone present. Even the most daring person would be shocked speechless by his bold and imaginative ideas for a long time. The king of Gonka, Banahan, Shi Yuanqing, and Lu Shi all stared in shock at Wang Chong. Madness. True madness. Lord Protector General, if you hadn't said this, I would have definitely believed that person to be a madman. Shi Yuanqing couldn't help but say. Shi Yuanqing had interacted with Wang Chong before, but even Shi Yuanqing found the current Wang Chong rather unfamiliar. This sort of madness and boldness was enough to leave a deep impression on anyone. Although Shi Yuanqing had heard all sorts of legends about Wang Chong, seeing for himself was not as good as hearing about it. Wang Chong's daring and daring were even more astonishing than the legends made him out to be. Although it's crazy, this plan is feasible, isn't it? Cheng Qianli suddenly said after a few moments of thought. And we truly don't have a better plan at the moment. General Cheng's words are reasonable. This one also believes that Lord Protector General's plan is feasible. Guli couldn't help but step forward. It was rare for him to add a word to this military conference. Wang Chong, let's do as you say. As for everything else, I will take care of it. At this moment, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. Gao Xianji suddenly spoke, giving the final word. If the Arabs attack, this will be our only chance. With these final words, Gao Xianji's eyes swept over everyone in the hall. Everyone quickly reached an agreement. In all of Talas, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji had the highest status. If these two commanders could reach an agreement, there would naturally be no more questions. Since there are no objections, let's begin. Gao Xianji glanced at everyone, then gathered them together and began to discuss the details of the battle plan. Time flew by, and the final battle that everyone had expected came much faster than they had expected. Rumble. Dust churned and the earth quaked as tens of thousands of war horses surged forward. By daybreak, the last 100,000 Arab, Uzin, and Western Turkic soldiers had reached the battlefield of Talas. When they were still 7,000 to 8,000 zhang from the first defense line, they stopped. They came so quickly. Behind the high steel walls, Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Wang Yan, and the evil emperor stood side by side. As they gazed at the incoming wave of Arab soldiers, a cold light flashed through their eyes. The sky was overcast and seemed ready to collapse at any moment. From their vantage point, they could see a dense sea of Arab, Tibetan, and Western Turkic soldiers on the other side of Talas. Even though they had suffered heavy losses yesterday, they still had not been able to defeat Talas. Even though they had suffered heavy losses yesterday, the three armies still had 100,000 soldiers left, and they were lined up on the battlefield with an astonishing momentum. And in the middle of this vast army of cavalry, those 6 war banners, fluttering in the wind, still gave off an enormous impression. The war horses uneasily whinnied, seemingly ready to charge at any moment. For a moment, the mood was extremely solemn. From last night, when the Arabs had stopped several dozen li away, everyone knew that the Arabs would return sooner or later. But no one had expected them to arrive at the battlefield so quickly. This meant that they had made their decision last night and had begun their march in the middle of the night. This was an astonishing efficiency, and the resolve of the Arabs, Uzin, and Western Turks could be seen for all to see. Ready! A loud and clear voice resounded through the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud, creaking sound as the crossbow bolts were quickly loaded onto the bowstring and pushed into the rifling of the ballista. The sharp tips of these bolts were aimed at the distant army of the 3 armies. All the ballista soldiers appeared calm, but they were actually extremely nervous. Only they knew that they only had 7,000 some ballista bolts left. Each ballista could only fire once. Their opponents this time were far too powerful, and all their armor was of the highest quality. Coupled with the sheer number of soldiers, the ballista bolts had been consumed far more than they had imagined. The mountainous amount of crossbow bolts had actually been completely used up. This was something that no one had ever imagined before they set off. Once they ran out of ballista bolts, no one dared to imagine what would happen to the Arab army. But when they turned to look at that aloof figure behind them, they once more calmed down. As ballista soldiers who had participated in an important battle like the Battle of Talas, all of them understood that they were unqualified. They were just bandits and brigands of the Silk Road who relied on plundering to make a living. Chapter 1134. In the battles of the Biting Protectorate, the Chishi Protectorate, and now the Battle of Talas, Suhanshan had always been at the forefront, fighting alongside everyone else. Although they were of lowly status, Suhanshan had always been willing to argue on their behalf. In Suhanshan's heart, they were not subordinates, but brothers. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Suhanshan treated them as his brothers, and they all treated Suhanshan as their brother and family. As long as he did not retreat, they would not make a sound, even if their heads were chopped off. Everyone get ready. Boom! Once all the ballista soldiers were in position, a large banner was thrust into the ground, shattering countless layers of rock. The black-armored guard gripped the 9 dragon blood war banner as he slowly advanced from the rear of the army. The moment the black-armored guard moved out, the heavens began to change color. Around the black-armored guard, the divine martial army, the divine prison army, the dragon stallion army, the best cavalry of the Tang dynasty began to advance according to a special formation. An enormous oppressive force surged out like a tide. The appearance of the 9 dragon blood war banner and the best soldiers of the Tang dynasty caused the air to grow tense. Even the Arab soldiers on the other side of the battlefield began to show nervous expressions. Yesterday's battle was still fresh in their minds, and the army they were facing was the most terrifying killing machine in the world. Gallop! Gallop! As the mood on the battlefield grew tenser and tenser, the clattering of hooves came from the distance. This sudden development immediately attracted everyone's attention. As the Arab army parted, a figure mounted on a spotlessly white Highland steed rode out from beneath the 6 massive war banners. Daluin Ruozin. Wang Chang's eyes widened in recognition. At almost the same time, Daluin Ruozin pulled on the reins of his horse, his wise and profound eyes sweeping over Talas before settling on Wang Chong atop the white-hoofed shadow. Wang Chong, Gao Xinji, do you dare come forward? Daluin Ruozin's eyes flashed as his loud voice came from the western side of the battlefield. Wang Chong and Gao Xianji glanced at each other, then pulled on the reins of their horses and walked out from behind the tall steel walls. On the other side, Abu Muslim saw Gao Xianji walk out from beneath the black Arab war banner. Without waiting for Daluin Ruozin to speak, he urged his horse forward. The 4 main instigators of the Battle of Talas stared at each other on the battlefield, the mood instantly turning strange. Daluin Ruozin, we've already fought to this point. Have you still not given up? Wang Chong rode on the white-hoofed shadow as he stared at Daluin Ruozin. The breeze caused Wang Chong's hair to dance in the wind. After one battle after another, Wang Chong's eyes were filled with determination, completely different from before. If one didn't know the ins and outs of this battle, no one would have believed that one of the commanders of this enormous battle would be a 17-year-old youth. Ha ha ha, the winner is king, and the loser is in the wrong. This battle is still not over. Until the final moment, who can say who will be the victor and who will be the loser? Daluin Ruozin sighed. You won't have the chance, and we won't give you the chance. Daluin Ruozin, Uzin has already lost. Even if you collude with the Arabs and form another alliance, what's the point? You'll only lose more miserably. Gao Xianji's voice came from the side. Gao Xinji didn't know much about Daluin Ruozhen, nor had they interacted much, but there was no doubt that Daluin Ruozhen had been a crucial figure in this battle. If not for him, the Tang dynasty and Arabia's war would not have been so complicated. At the very least, in the first phase, the Tang dynasty would not have had to face enemies from both front and back. Moreover, several of Uzun's imperial great generals posed an enormous threat to the Tang dynasty. One could say that it was precisely Daluin Ruozhen's ambition that had caused each side to suffer grievous losses. At this point in the battle, although the Tang dynasty had managed to defeat the three-sided alliance, the Tang dynasty, the Arabs, Uzun, and the Western Turks had all suffered grievous losses. Haha, Protector General Gao, don't be so confident. Until the final moments of this battle, how can you know that the Tang dynasty will be the final victor? Wang Chong, in the War of the Southwest, I lost to you with 400,000 soldiers, and in this war I command nearly 500,000 soldiers. How about we make a bet before this final battle? The first part of Daluin Ruozhen's words was directed at Gao Xinji, but the last part was directed at Wang Chong. In his mind, he had always been brooding over the War of the Southwest, and he would never be able to forget Wang Chong, who had stood at Gao Xinji's side. If not for Wang Chong, Daluin Ruozhen would still be the high-spirited prime minister of the Ngari royal lineage. If not for Wang Chong, Daluin Ruozhen would not have been defeated again and again, ending up at Talas and submitting to the Arabs, hoping to use the Arabs to defeat the Tang dynasty. As a ruthless and ambitious person, how could he be so subservient? A bet. Wang Chong's eyes narrowed and his heart began to thump. He could sense a special meaning in Daluin Ruozhen's voice. What do you want to bet? Haha, this will be the final battle between us, so why don't we make an agreement? Until one side is completely defeated and all its soldiers are exhausted, neither side is allowed to retreat, and the losing side will never be able to leave their country, much less enter the territory of the other side. What do you say? With these words, Daluin Ruozhen's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Of course, you can also refuse. The entire battlefield was eerily still as everyone looked at Wang Chong, even Gao Xinji. Wang Chong said nothing, only sized up Daluin Ruozhen. Daluin Ruozhen was calm and unruffled, a faint smile on his lips. It seemed like he wasn't worried that Wang Chong would not agree. As you wish, Wang Chong said without hesitation. Whether it was the Tang dynasty or the Arabs, there was no way out. Daluin Ruozhen's words were not meant for Wang Chong, but for himself. There was no question that he had already made up his mind to fight to the death with the Tang dynasty. Thus, whether Wang Chong agreed or not made no difference to Daluin Ruozhen. Wang Chong and Daluin Ruozhen were mortal enemies. Sooner or later, a victor would be decided, either in life or in death. The moment Wang Chong and Daluin Ruozhen finished their conversation, Abu Muslim spoke. Unlike Daluin Ruozhen, he only had eyes for Gao Xinji. This long war had begun because of the two of them, and in the end it would end with the two of them. Gao Xinji, how about we also make an agreement? If the Arabs lose this battle, I will immediately lead the army west, return to Khorasan, and spend the rest of my life there. For 10 years, the Arabs will not set foot in Talas, much less covet the Central Plains. And if you lose, if the Tang dynasty loses this battle, this Gao will retreat wherever the Arab soldiers go and never make an enemy of Arabia. Before Abu Muslim could finish speaking, Gao Xinji had already spoken in a forceful voice. Okay, it's a deal. Abu Muslim's eyes flashed as he turned his horse around and rode back to the army. If Daluin Ruozhen's mortal enemy was Wang Chong, then Abu Muslim's mortal enemy was Anshi, Protector General Gao Xinji. The two had been fighting for 3 or 4 months, and even now, Abu Muslim had to admit that Gao Xinji was the strongest and most troublesome foe he had ever faced in his life. Even if he couldn't kill Gao Xinji in this battle, this gambling duel was enough to cripple a powerful imperial great general of the Tang dynasty and remove a powerful foe for the Arabs. Let's go. Gao Xianji called out to Wang Chong and also began to retreat. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Tang dynasty and Arabia would never have a new war. It was obvious that both the Tang dynasty and Arabia were tired of this protracted war. Both sides had decided that this would be the final decisive battle between the four sides. Ready! A loud shout in Arabic came from the distance, and soon the horns began to blare. The mood in the army instantly became somber. At the same time, clang! A fierce sword chi flew through the air as all the Tang soldiers behind the defense line unsheathed their swords. Huh! The winds howled and sand and pebbles flew as the battle began at any moment. Kill! After what seemed like both a second and like countless eons, the 100,000 Arab, Uzin, and Western Turkic soldiers surged forward like a flood, charging at the first defense line of the Tang dynasty. Bang! The earth rumbled, and a violent sound rang out in everyone's ears. 4 black Arab war banners, 1 white yak banner of the Uzin and 1 black wolf war banner of the Western Turks rose from the ground and began to gallop toward the Tang dynasty. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. Qutayba and the others are personally moving out, Gao Xianji solemnly said as he looked forward. The Arabs had adopted a completely different strategy this time. Before, the Arabs had always sent their soldiers first, only sending out their great generals at the very end. But now, everything was different. Before the battle had even begun, all the great generals of the Arabs, Uzin, and Western Turks had moved out. From afar, one could see Qutayba, Abu Muslim, Aibak, Ziyad, Osman, Hushu, Wizong, and Dawusali. Behind them, the 6 moving flags followed them like shadows. There was no doubt that the 3 empires had burned their boats and staked everything on a single throw. They had thrown all their strength into this battle, determined to succeed or die trying. Chapter 1136. At the start, they wouldn't have cared at all. Not even the most formidable great general could contend against so many Tang dynasty soldiers, but everything had changed. A mere 30,000 some elite soldiers and 25,000 some bandits could not stop 8 great generals. Their target is the 9 Dragon Blood War banner. Let's move out as well. Wang Yan suddenly said as he looked at the direction in which the 6 huge flags were moving. Leave Qutayba to me. The black-robed, demonic emperor, old man, suddenly said. Leave Abu Muslim to me. Gao Xianji immediately added. Then I'll go deal with Ziyad. Chung Qianli narrowed his eyes. Then leave Dawusali and Aibak to me. Wang Chong said a few moments later. Everyone's expressions flickered at these words. Other than individuals on Qutayba's level, there was not much of a gap between great generals. But for Wang Chong to fight one against 2 great generals at peak condition was simply unbelievable. But a moment later, everyone returned to normal, and no one asked any more questions. The tactical arrangements were quickly completed, and everyone had their own opponents to deal with. Dusong Mangpoj, do you still remember our previous plan? This time, we can't allow any mistakes. Everything must be carried out according to the strict plan. In the rear of the army, Daluin Ruozin gazed at the roiling dust and the 6 banners. His eyes were narrowed, and his expression was extremely grave. Understood. Dusong Mangpoj slightly turned his head, his voice much lower. He knew what Daluin Ruozin was talking about. Daluin Ruozin had originally arranged for him to deal with Wang Chong, but when Aibak appeared to stop Wang Chong, Dusong Mangpoj had not gone to find the other generals. Instead, he had gone to where the evil emperor and Qutayba were fighting. It was precisely because of this that the army was defeated in the end. If Dusong Mangpoj and Osman had worked together to deal with the black armored guard holding the banner of the Tang dynasty, perhaps everything would have been different. Don't worry, there will be no mistakes this time, Dusong Mangpoj seriously said. No matter what, I must take revenge, not only for myself, but also for Dayan Mangpoj. Dusong Mangpoj muttered these last words to himself, his voice so low that no one could hear him. Hiya! Dusong Mangpoj quickly galloped forward, leaving a trail of dust in his wake as he caught up to the army. This is truly a single battle. Whether or not they can defeat the Tang dynasty, and when the final battle of Talas will depend on their performance. Daluin Ruozin quietly said to himself as he watched Qutayba and Abu Muslim depart. The chessboard had been laid out, the pieces placed, and all the strategies had been properly arranged. In this war between the Great Tang and Arabia, only one side could survive. There would be no more battles. Only one side would survive, and the other would perish. As the two sides got closer and closer, the earth quaked and mountains swayed as enormous figures rose from the ground. Cheng Qianli, Wang Yan, and Wang Chong were using the famous god battle art of the Tang dynasty. Three enormous gods, the mighty miracle god, the supreme desolation god, and the flame devil god, swiftly appeared before everyone's eyes. That huge body gave people a great impact and pressure. 2,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 5,000 feet. As the distance got closer and closer, the pressure grew greater and greater. The intense aura of battle was so thick that it made one's scalp go numb. Crackle! When the two sides were only 5,000 feet apart, a golden bolt of sword chi cut through the gloomy sky like a bolt of lightning, opening the curtains to this battle. Rumble! Origin energy surged in from all around, condensing into a mountainous azure palm that blocked Qutayba's lightning-fast attack. Without the slightest hesitation, the demonic emperor Old Man flew into the air and began to battle with Qutayba. At almost the same time, Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli found their own opponents. But far ahead of the rest, there was one person who had moved much faster. Duwissili, I trust you've been well since we last met. How is my cultivation of formation phenomena coming along? Wang Chong stepped forward and looked down at Duwissili. Foul brat, don't get carried away. Once I twist off your head and shove it into the mud, you'll know how to speak in front of me. Duwissili rode his pitch-black steed through the air, his black cape flapping in the wind. His eyes were cold and brimming with killing intent. Everyone knows that you, Duwissili, have a crafty and cowardly personality. I hope that you'll be a little bolder this time and won't flee so quickly or so far. Wang Chong grinned. Bastard. Duwissili was infuriated by these words. There was no doubt that Wang Chong was mocking him. In his battle with Chief Wushang, he had fled without a fight. Since you like to spout nonsense so much, I'll tear your mouth apart. In addition, let me tell you what true formation phenomena are. At the last sentence, Duwissili's eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. Soldiers had been trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Although Duwissili's formation phenomena had come from Wang Chong, and even though Wang Chong soldiers had been able to easily destroy the formation phenomena, Duwissili had still gained a great deal from this formation phenomena. He had integrated his lifetime of experience into this formation phenomena and raised it to a higher level, surpassing Wang Chong's previous formation phenomena and reaching a higher level. This was also the reason why Duwissili was not afraid of Wang Chong's challenge. Rumble! An enormous energy exploded out of Duwissili's body, stabbing into the air like a sharp sword. In a flash, energy began to gather from all around, flowing like electricity from the bodies of the Western Turkic horsemen to Duwissili's Dantian. Duwissili, who had already been at the peak of the great general level, was pushed even higher by this energy, reaching an astonishing level. But then, with a peal of thunder, clouds began to churn above Duwissili, and in the blink of an eye, a thunderstorm had appeared. Countless tiny bolts of lightning crackled within the thunderstorm, and the thunderstorm resonated with the energy in Duwissili's body. This bastard truly is formidable. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but praise at this sight. The formation phenomena that Wang Chong had given to Duwissili should have been a technique that could only be used by cavalry, and it was a formation martial art meant for large armies. but Dewusley had actually modified it. Even though he was alone, he was able to use the effects of a god formation. Through formation phenomena, he was able to absorb energy from the other Turkic cavalry and strengthen himself. This was something that the original formation phenomena did not possess. But no matter how smart you are, your fate was already decided a long time ago. Wang Chong blinked, his eyes suddenly turning sharp. Everything has a price. Bastard thing, for your arrogance die. Dewusley floated in the air, his expression savage. Tens of thousands of tiny bolts of lightning converged on Dewusley's hand, transforming into a massive ball of lightning. Dewusley gripped his black spear with both hands and poured the ball of lightning into it. Man and horse became one, and like a bolt of lightning, he charged toward Wang Chong. Humph! Wang Chong sneered at the sight. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his Vajra pestle through the air, unleashing a massive wave of energy that rumbled toward Dewusley. Dewusley's spear of lightning and Wang Chong's Vajra pestle collided in the air. With a massive boom, Wang Chong's Vajra pestle of stellar energy snapped in half, and even his massive body was sent staggering backward by Dewusley's impact. Seeing this, Dewusley's lips curled into a sinister smile. The past month hadn't been in vain. Thanks to Wang Chong's formation phenomena, Dewusley's cultivation had advanced to the next level. Now he could completely suppress this brat who still reeked of his mother's milk. But a moment later, just when Dewusley was preparing to increase the intensity of his attack, a majestic energy came from an unexpected direction and slammed into Dewusley's body. Given Dewusley's strength, he could even block a mountain. However, the moment this force blasted into him, Dewusley's tyrannical stellar energy cracked like paper. The force blasted into his vitals. Arg! Dewusley screamed, and then a horrifying fountain of blood erupted from his body. This dreadful sound made everyone jump in fright. Boom! Dewusley's body smashed into the ground like a cannonball, the enormous force causing a chain of explosions that left a crater in the ground and sent shards flying in every direction. Dewusley's helmet was sent flying more than 100 feet into the ground, his long hair disheveled. Everyone was stunned by this sight. Ziad Huishu Wazong Dusong Mangpoj and even Ibak were shocked. Chapter 1137. Every great general was extremely powerful, and a battle between them could not be decided in a short period of time. Not even the combined efforts of Abu Muslim and Osman would be able to heavily injure an existence like Dewusley in a single blow. This surprise had come far too suddenly. This is impossible. In the rear of the army, Daluin Ruozen's face was completely drained of blood, and even his lips were trembling. Dewusley was a cunning fox, cautious and paranoid. Even when he was sent to deal with the chief of Wushang, he had used a feint and then fled. It could be said that he was in the best condition on the battlefield. But even this Dewusley had been beaten into such a state by Wang Chong the moment he stepped onto the field. Daluin Ruozen's first reaction was that Dewusley was pretending, that he was putting on a show for the others. But Daluin Ruozen quickly realized that this was really happening. Dewusley really had been heavily injured by Wang Chong. The weak and disorderly aura on his body could not fool anyone, nor could the bloodstains on his body. If this was all an act, then he had used too much strength. Bang! Regardless of what the others were thinking, the moment Dewusley crashed into the ground, Wang Chong rushed forward in pursuit. Like a meteor, he shot toward the plummeting Dewusley. Rumble! The earth quaked as waves of energy swept through the area, stirring up a massive storm. But Wang Chong's confident strike had failed. In a flash of light, Dewusley's body vanished. A few 100 feet away, a crimson glow escaped into the distance at a shocking speed. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. No one can break my formation phenomena. Go! Everyone follow me. Dewusley was as panicked as a stray dog, his voice filled with fear. Wang Chong's palm had completely crushed his courage. and he simply could not understand how someone of his powerful cultivation could have his technique broken by a single palm from Wang Chong. The unknown and confusion filled his heart with fear, and he lost all will to fight it out with Wang Chong. With Dewussali's voice, the remaining Western Turkic soldiers, including Shamshak and Chechen Benba, fell into chaos. With their commander fleeing, the Western Turks had no morale to speak of. All of them madly fled into the distance, their minds filled with fear and confusion. Dewussali's fearful voice was like a plague that infected them. Gallop! A moment later, the Western Turkic soldiers threw caution to the wind and began to flee. Wang Chong was also taken aback by this sight, but he did not pursue. What a pity! After preparing for so long, it was all for naught. It seems like he really isn't fated to die yet. The formation phenomena Wang Chong had given Dewussali had massive flaws, and the deeper the technique, the greater the flaws. Given the level of cultivation that Dewussali had displayed, this problem was extremely serious, though he had not even noticed it. As long as one attacked the Shanyang point on Dewussali's body, no matter how high Dewussali's cultivation was, one would be able to break through all his defenses and strike at his vital point and core, just like what was happening now. No matter what, Dewussali's retreat from this battle while taking the Celestial Wolf Cavalry and all the Western Turkic cavalry with him can be considered a success. With this thought in mind, Wang Chong immediately lunged at Aibak. Come, Aibak, let's continue this unfinished battle. Wang Chong's body surged with stellar energy as he lunged at Aibak. Great distortion art. Light gathered on Wang Chong's shoulders, one gold and one red, and the image of a sun and moon appeared. Space blurred as an enormous energy that seemed capable of distorting all things hurtled toward Aibak. This was also the great distortion art, but now that Wang Chong had comprehended the Tao of energy, its power was on a completely different level. This enormous energy tore open countless black cracks in the air, and the suction force imbued within this technique even pulled in the Arab cavalry and their horses. Before these horses could even get close to Ney, their bones began to creak and crack. Both men and horses fell to the ground, blood pouring out of their orifices. Impossible! How did he suddenly get so strong? Even Aibak was flabbergasted by this sight, but there was no time to think. Ruhr! An enormous pharaoh halo appeared behind Aibak, and Aibak, together with this pharaoh halo, fiercely charged at Wang Chong's great distortion art. Boom! With an earth-shattering rumble, the two enormous forces collided violently in the void like comets colliding. In the fierce winds, Wang Chong's body swayed as he took a step back, while Aibak staggered back 3 or 4 steps. His throat tightened as he vomited blood, but he quickly swallowed it back down. This is impossible. Aibak's mind was in turmoil, his face ghastly pale. He had already dispelled Wang Chong's heaven god formation. Without the support of the formation, he was able to display the strength of an imperial great general, and he had not used the ocean ring like Ziad had. This was simply inconceivable. A single person could grow this strong in a single night. Aibak, that was then, and this is now. Let us have a decisive battle. Wang Chong looked at Aibak and spoke in Arabic. Rumble. Wang Chong's body transformed once more into the god King Yama, and his Vajra pestle swung through the air like a pillar that could topple mountains and topple jade as it smashed toward Aibak. But this time it was completely different. Boundless origin energy gathered from all directions and fused into Wang Chong's attack. This was the same strike from the Vajra pestle, supported by the boundless energy of the world, instantly unleashed the power of the 12th layer, perhaps even the 15th layer. This was the transformation that Wang Chong had undergone after piercing through the origin of energy. Boom! With a heaven-shaking boom, even Aibak was forced back several dozen feet by this attack, barely managing to stabilize himself. While Wang Chong and Aibak were engaged in fierce battle, the evil emperor and Qutayba, Gao Xinji, and Abu Muslim, All of them were engaged in a fierce battle. A few moments later, the soldiers on both sides began to fiercely battle. Kail! Fierce shouts shook the heavens as the nearly 100,000 Arab soldiers crashed into the first defense line like a tidal wave. Release! Su Hanshan's expression was calm and composed as he gave the order. Long ballista bolts immediately shot into the Arab ranks. But this time it was not 5,000 ballista bolts, but only 1,000. The great Tang did not have many ballista bolts left. In order to maximize the deterrence of the ballista army, Su Hanshan had arranged the 5,000 ballista carts into 5 rows, with 1,000 ballista carts in each row. Only 1,000 ballista carts would fire in each volley. Although this would reduce the lethality of the ballista carts, it would allow the 7,000 ballista bolts to reach their maximum potential. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Ballista bolts pierced through flesh as row after row of Arab cavalry fell to the ground. In a single volley, 5,000 to 6,000 Arab cavalry had fallen to the ground, blood gushing from their bodies. Su Hanshan's ballista army was not the only target. The elite armies of the Tang dynasty, with the 9 dragon blood war banner at their core, were also under attack. But unlike the ballista army, the elite armies of the 9 dragon blood war banner were taking the initiative to attack the vast sea of Arab cavalry. Advance! With a loud order, the divine prison army raised their long swords and strode out from behind the high iron city walls in a dense formation. Swish! One sword after another flew through the air in a uniform motion. In a flash, there was a spray of blood and the neighing of war horses. The charging Arab horsemen were cut through like paper by the sharp swords of the divine prison army, men and horses falling to the ground. Following them were the divine martial army, dragon stallion army, roaring tiger army. All of these armies began to move at a steady and unhurried pace toward the Arab cavalry. Clang, clang, clang. Halos clanged against each other as the 9 dragon blood war banner caused the energy of the army to swell. These elite infantry of the Great Tang had instantly transformed into the world's most terrifying killing machines. No matter how many soldiers there were, they could not stop their advance. Ah! Kill them! We can't beat them! Run! Screams filled the air as the army fell into chaos. In the face of the 9 dragon blood war banners formation, the Arab soldiers once more experienced the despair of being ants trying to shake a tree or a mantis trying to stop a carriage. A moment ago, these Arab soldiers had been brimming with confidence, but now they were filled with fear. Wave after wave of soldiers were cut down by the seemingly simple swings of the swords of the Tang dynasty. Just when this battle was about to turn into a crushing defeat for the Arabs, the Uzin, and the Western Turks, something completely unexpected occurred. Bang! Bang! Chapter 1138. While Wang Chong, Gao Xinji, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang were doing all they could to stop Kateba's forces from approaching the 9 dragon blood formation, suddenly Huashu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, Osman, and Ziad had been attacking with all their strength, hoping to break through the Tang dynasty's defenses and break the 9 dragon blood formation. But then, without the slightest hesitation, the 4 of them gave up on their respective targets and took a blow from the Anqi Protectorate army behind Qianli and the infantry behind Wang Yan. The 2 of them didn't have many soldiers to begin with, and now that they were suddenly attacked by 4 great generals, they immediately suffered grievous losses. Amidst intense explosions, countless severed limbs flew into the air, and the area behind Wang Yan and Qianli was immediately covered in corpses. Although the soldiers they had trained were well trained and experienced, they could not stop the attacks of 4 great generals. In a flash, the most crucial variable on the battlefield had been born. Buzz! Just as the soldiers behind Wang Yan and Qianli suffered heavy casualties, a chain reaction occurred like dominoes falling. In the blink of an eye, the light around Qianli and Wang Yan faded, and the enormous figures of the supreme desolation god and the mighty miracle god vanished. As for Wang Yan and Qianli, having lost the support of that enormous energy, They dropped from the sky, their eyes wide with shock. A moment ago, the two of them had been immersed in the massive losses they had suffered, but now the destruction of the god avatars had left them flabbergasted. Wang Yan, run! Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out. Qianli's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. This unforeseen event happened too quickly, and no one had the slightest time to prepare for it. However, in an instant, Qianli realized that everyone's judgment was wrong. Everyone thought that their target was the 9-Dragon Blood War banner, but no one had expected that their target was not the 9-Dragon Blood War banner, but Wang Yan and Qianli. In the blink of an eye, the Tang dynasty had lost 2 great generals. Although Wang Yan and Qianli were still alive, the god King Yama and the mighty miracle god were no more. Success! In a flash, Daluin Ruozen's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He clenched his fists tightly, and his expression suddenly became agitated. Although the celestial wolf, great General Dewussely, had escaped, everything had gone according to his plan. Wang Yan and Qianli, these 2 greatest weaknesses of the Tang dynasty, were crucial factors in Daluin Ruozen's plan, as well as the most important factors in breaking the Tang dynasty and reversing the course of the war. The war had been long and drawn out, and both Wang Yan and Qianli had led their armies to an extremely dangerous level. The 10 great god formations of the Tang dynasty had a number of soldiers. In order to use the god avatar, one had to command a certain number of soldiers. If the number fell below this number, the god formation would immediately collapse. Unfortunately, both Wang Yan and Qianli did not notice this, as they were in the midst of the intense battle. And this point had become their greatest Achilles heel. What comes next is extremely important. Everything depends on them. Time was short, and Daluin Ruozen's face was tinged with anxiety. In this battle, with Wang Yan and Qianli crippled, the Arabs had gained an enormous advantage. In terms of top-class fighting power, they now had 2 more great generals. The advantage of these 2 great generals was enough to threaten the Tang dynasty's 9-Dragon Blood formation. Regardless of what Daluin Ruozen was thinking, the moment the Supreme Desolation God and the Mighty Miracle God were destroyed by Daluin Ruozen, the situation instantly became extremely unfavorable to the Tang dynasty. "Father!" Wang Chong called out, his eyes turning red. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye, far, far too fast. With the disappearance of the 2 god avatars, the Tang dynasty's situation rapidly deteriorated, but the danger was only just beginning. Wang Chong turned his head and saw that Huishu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, and Osman had succeeded and were now attacking Wang Yan together. Even at his peak, Wang Yan wouldn't have been able to hold on against these 3 great generals, much less now that his god body had been destroyed. "Come!" Wang Yan was instantly plunged into a perilous situation, but as a famed general and the descendant of ministers and generals, even in this situation, Wang Yan gripped his sword fearlessly. What joy is there in life, and what fear is there in death? At this moment, Wang Yan's eyes were filled with resolve, his resolve to die. With a roar, Wang Yan gripped his sword with both hands and leaped forward, slashing at the 3 great generals. "Wang Yan, hand over your life." Huishu Wizong's eyes were sharp and vicious, his entire body exploding with killing intent. Although Huishu Wizong had never spoken of the fact that the 200,000 warriors of the Ngari royal lineage had been reduced to ashes in the War of the Southwest, this had always been a source of pain in his heart. Now he could finally avenge the deaths of his 200,000 soldiers. Bang! In a flash of golden light, Huishu Wizong transformed into a massive golden Buddha. His fingers clenched into a fist and punched at Wang Yan. At the same time, Osman and Dusong Mangpoj also attacked Wang Yan. In that instant, a gale raged, the earth cracked, and the mountains collapsed. Boundless stellar energy rushed into the void. Just when it seemed like Wang Yan was about to die to the combined attacks of the 3 great generals, rumble! A powerful ripple of psychic energy caused the heavens to pale. It slammed into Huishu Wuzong's body. Even with Huishu Wuzong's cultivation and the protection of the Vairo Kana Buddha, all his defensive capabilities had been greatly boosted. But this attack still caused his body to tremble and his movements to momentarily slow. Mirror art, blazing sun. Wang Chong had immediately used the strongest technique he had used against Mazel. Great generals had extremely powerful psychic energy and were as firm as a fortress. Using a psychic energy technique against a great general was extremely difficult, and it would take twice the effort for half the result. Thus, in his previous battles, Wang Chong had rarely used this technique. But now, driven by his madness and rage, Wang Chong had exploded with a level of power that even someone of Huishu Wuzong's abilities couldn't help but groan in shock at the impact of the psychic mirror art. But it was far from over. The moment the psychic energy attack stopped Huishu Wuzong, an enormous energy exploded from Wang Chong's body. Great distortion art. Gusts of wind swayed the heavens and the earth, sending clouds of dust into the air. The images of a sun and a moon appeared on Wang Chong's shoulders. But this time, Wang Chong's great distortion art was not purely for offensive purposes. Instead, it was used as a powerful attractive force aimed at the distant Osman. Buzz! Osman had been charging at Wang Chong, but halfway there, the effects of the great distortion art caused his body to be pulled toward Wang Chong. Even his attack began to twist, drawing an arc toward Wang Chong. How could this be? Osman's soul left his body and turned pale with fright. He had just been heavily injured by the black armored guard, so his strength was nowhere near its peak. He hadn't even reached the level of a great general. If not for the fact that this battle was of utmost importance, he would have never entered the field. And Wang Chong's great distortion art was unbelievably powerful. After Wang Chong comprehended the origin of energy, the power of the great distortion art had risen even further. It had reached a frightening level. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, Osman didn't even have time to think before he was pulled over by that powerful suction force. Their palms collided heavily. It was like a sluice gate had been opened, and the energy in Osman's body madly surged toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong's rage was so powerful that in a single exchange, Osman had been even more injured, losing at least a fifth of his energy. This situation had completely surpassed Osman's imagination. A dragon swimming in shallow water will be toyed with by shrimp. A tiger falling to level ground will be bullied by dogs. At his peak, Osman would have never been able to have so much energy drained from him in a single exchange. But right now, Osman was no match for Wang Chong. Not only that, Osman realized an even more shocking fact. While Wang Chong was using the great distortion art to pull him over, he was also dragging him toward Dusong Mangpoj. Damn bastard! Osman was both shocked and infuriated. He was already heavily injured, and now Wang Chong had drained away a significant portion of his energy. If he was dragged along by Wang Chong and taken a blow from Dusong Mangpoj, the consequences could be easily imagined. If things went wrong, Osman might end up dying here for the rest of his life. Bang! In a flash, a bloody mist exploded from Osman's body, forcefully breaking free of Wang Chong's pull. After escaping Wang Chong's control, Osman transformed into a streak of bloody light that fled like a stray dog. His aura had also begun to rapidly weaken after exploding with that bloody light. Dankarabi's escape. This was the supreme technique of demon god Dankarabi, ranked 69th of the 72 demon god pillars. Dankarabi was ranked 69th of the 72 demon god pillars. From this name alone, one could tell that Dankarabi was not some particularly powerful demon god, but his most powerful technique was the ability to escape. Those demon gods, much stronger than Dankarabi, had been sealed and suppressed into the deep sea. Only Dankarabi had managed to escape time and time again, constantly escaping from the hands of the angels and gods. In the end, it was only after the vast majority of the demon gods had been sealed that the strength of the angels and gods had been gathered to stop Dankarabi and successfully seal him. One could easily imagine Dankarabi's ability to escape. Osman had expended an enormous amount of energy to obtain this Dankarabi's escape. One had to pay a huge price to use this technique. In a short period of time, Osman had already used this technique twice. Even though he was powerful, he still suffered quite a bit of damage. But compared to the consequences of being heavily injured by Dusong Mangpoj, this was already a very good result. As Osman fled, Wang Chong didn't even glance at him. The moment Dusong Mangpoj attacked, Wang Chong immediately entered the battle between Dusong Mangpoj and his father, using his back to block Dusong Mangpoj's attack and protect his father. Chapter 1139. Rumble. With a heaven-shaking boom, Wang Chong and Wang Yan were sent flying in two different directions. With a boom, Wang Chong smashed into the ground 10 samjang away, causing a massive explosion. Countless rocks flew into the air like sharp blades, and the ground caved in, leaving behind a massive crater. On the other end, Wang Yan also fell to the ground. Thump, thump, thump. He stumbled back several steps, his face instantly turning ghastly pale. Chong-ah! Wang Yan stared at where Wang Chong had fallen and let out a heart-wrenching cry, his voice hoarse. Wang Chong! In the distance, Cheng Qianli trembled at this sight, his face turning ghastly pale. These people's schemes were one after another. They had first crippled him and Wang Yan, and then they had chosen Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, as their next target. They had used the relationship between Wang Yan and his son to confuse Wang Chong and heavily injure Wang Chong. The entire battle had been carefully planned out. In just a few seconds, the Tang dynasty had fallen into an extremely disadvantageous position. If you have the time to worry about them, you should think about yourself first. A cold voice rang in Cheng Qianli's ears. Before Cheng Qianli could react, a light flickered in the void, and a huge ocean blue metal ring, wrapped in a destructive torrent of steel, whizzed toward Cheng Qianli in midair. Ah! With a shrill scream, Cheng Qianli was immediately sent flying, crashing into the ground with a bang. With a single blow, Cheng Qianli had been heavily injured. Without the support of the formation, Cheng Qianli was only a peak brigadier general. There was no way he could compare to Ziad. Ziad paid no more attention to Cheng Qianli, acting like he had never seen him before. A moment later, his body swayed as he charged toward the 9 Dragon Blood War banner. Be careful! Protect the 9 Dragon Blood War banner. Everyone gather and stop them. The first defense line was tense. Ziad's actions made it clear that their target was not Wang Yan or Cheng Qianli, but the 9 Dragon Blood War banner. The Tang dynasty had always been lacking in soldiers, and even Wang Yan and Cheng Qianli had been injured. If the 9 Dragon Blood War banner was destroyed, the entire Tang dynasty army at Talas would be doomed. Kill them! The moment Ziad charged over, Ibak, the awakened Hushu Huaitsang, and Dusong Mangpoj immediately began to charge at the 9 Dragon Blood War banner in unison. With 4 great generals attacking at the same time, the tension in the air reached a fever pitch. Although the 9 Dragon Blood War banner was powerful and was guarded by a great general black armored guard, the situation this time was several times more dangerous than when Osman had attacked. For great generals were no small matter, and no one knew if the black armored guard could stop them. Once the banner was broken, the entire battlefield would undergo a massive transformation. Buzz! As if sensing danger, the black armored guard tightened his grip on the 9 Dragon Blood War banner, his expression extremely grave. Roar! There was a shrill roar, like the wailing of thousands of vengeful souls. The first to attack was not Ziad, but Wang Chong's original opponent, Ibak. He did not even try to injure Wang Chong, instead charging at the 9 Dragon Blood War banner. Rumble! In a flash of light, a massive black skeleton shot through the air, blotting out heaven and earth with mountain-toppling momentum as it pounced toward the nearest divine, incarcerate army soldier. In the face of Ibak's full-strength attack, even the so-called top-class divine prison army, with its 9 strongest halos, seemed insignificant. The 1,000-some soldiers of the divine prison army were about to suffer grievous casualties from Ibak's attack. BZZZ, a powerful white bolt of energy, as tough as steel and as sharp as a saber, shot out from the side, pulverizing Ibak's giant black skeleton in a single blow. The powerful energy continued to crash into Ibak's body, forcing this famed Mamluk commander to retreat several steps. Ibak instantly paled. "Blue-eyed brat, you're too impudent." Chief of Wushang's furious voice resounded in his ears. At this perilous moment, the chief of Wushang immediately attacked. As he pushed back Ibak, the chief of Wushang slapped his walking stick down. Clear energy gathered in the air, and then a massive azure palm shot toward the mountain. Bang! Huishu Wizong, who had been on the verge of reaching the 9-dragon blood war banner, was sent flying by the chief of Wushang's palm. The enormous Varokanabuddha avatar was as dense as steel and even tougher than diamond, but a single palm from the chief of Wushang immediately cracked it. Huishu Wizong hurriedly retreated in shock, no longer daring to pursue. In just a single exchange, the chief of Wushang had attacked twice, injuring one great general and forcing back one. Even though 2 of them had been injured, they had succeeded in delaying the chief of Wushang. Hurry! While Ibak and Huishu Wizong were being forced back, Ziad did not hesitate to charge forward. There was only one chance and only a few seconds. Dalu and Ruozin had made this clear in his calculations last night. Arabia could not lose, at least not to these infidels of the East. Die for me! Ziad's expression was savage as he sped up. BZZZ! Buzz! As he charged, a blue metal hoop rapidly vibrated and spun above his head, attacking the roaring tiger army in front of him. The ocean ring. Ziad threw out this ancient Arabian ritual tool, causing the air to churn and roil like a tsunami, the deafening roar of a tsunami. Wherever the ocean ring passed, a blue wave of more than 100 feet tall appeared, sweeping toward the roaring tiger army and dragon stallion army like a stampede of horses. This ocean ring was incredibly powerful. Even before the ring landed, the roaring tiger army, the dragon stallion army, everyone felt a stifling pressure, their faces turning pale as they retreated. Careful! Everyone, gather together and deal with it. As they watched the massive ring approach, all of them had nervous expressions on their faces. Although they had been invincible on the battlefield and had even defeated the Arab Revelation army, they still felt a deep sense of helplessness before the ritual artifact of an imperial great general like Id. Just when it seemed like Ziad's ocean ring was about to smash into the Great Tang's top-class army and wreak a gruesome slaughter, bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a huge suction force suddenly came from the side. Ziad's ocean ring could cut through metal and jade, but this abrupt attractive force actually caused it to curve through the air, preventing it from smashing into the divine martial army and roaring tiger army. Ea! Ea! Screams and explosions filled the air, sending severed limbs flying through the air. Countless Arab horsemen had been blown to pieces, their flesh and blood flying through the air. Bastard! Even Ziad was left dumbfounded by this abrupt sight, but very quickly a raging fire burned in his heart. Ziad turned his head and looked in the direction of the attractive force. He immediately saw a familiar young figure. Bang! Before Ziad could react, Wang Chong, his body covered in blood, leaped into the air and lunged at Ziad. In a flash of light, Wang Chong crashed into Ziad, catching him off guard and sending him flying. Damn it! Ziad cursed. But before he could do anything, an enormous attractive force began to pull Ziad's energy into Wang Chong's body like a river. Ziad grimaced and immediately focused his mind to deal with this attack. With the protection of the karmic battle armor, Wang Chang's injuries were not as bad as they seemed. Not even Kateba's attack had been able to kill him, much less Ziad. On the other hand, after comprehending the origin of energy, Wang Chong had fused his understanding of energy into all his martial arts, greatly increasing the power of each of them. Ziad was an Arab great general and the deputy governor of the East, and his energy was extremely condensed, but not even Zed could resist the absorption of Wang Chong's great yin-yang heaven creation art. Buzz! As Ziad's energy returned to him, Wang Chong's injuries rapidly healed and his strength rapidly increased. Ziad, come! Boom! Wang Chong's fist slammed into Ziad's body, and the two began to fight as they flew through the air. Without the help of Aibak, Hushu Wazong, and Ziad, only Dusong Mangpoj was left of the four great generals. Rumble! Dusong Mangpoj's fist smashed down, and stellar energy surged, accompanied by screams. Dusong Mangpoj did not attack the black-armored guard, but the Xuanwu army and Tongluo cavalry on the outermost edge of the Nine-Dragon Blood Formation. Aya! Aya! With a wave of screams, hundreds of Tongluo cavalry and Xuanwu army soldiers were blown into the air, the war halos around their bodies extinguished like candles in the wind. Even the powerful Tongluo cavalry were no match for Dusong Mangpoj. Humph! Chapter 1140. But even someone as powerful as an imperial great general would find it no easy task to destroy the Nine-Dragon Blood Formation. Bang! The black-armored guard suddenly took 2 steps forward and then stomped down. In the blink of an eye, he shot into the air like a cannonball toward Dusong Mangpoj. Before Dusong Mangpoj could react, the black-armored guard had already appeared in front of him. In Dusong Mangpoj's eyes, a massive steely fist rapidly grew larger, and then this fist smashed into Dusong Mangpoj's chest. This punch was so heavy that it immediately sent Dusong Mangpoj flying like a rag doll. Rumble! As countless people watched, Dusong Mangpoj was sent flying like a cannonball, sliding several hundred zhang away and leaving a deep mark in the ground. Behind him, dust and sand roiled into the air. In just a few moments, the sudden attack launched by the Arabs, Uzin, and Western Turks had been cleanly nullified by the Tang dynasty. The attacks of 4 great generals had crumbled, and even an eagle of the plateau, like Dusong Mangpoj, had been heavily injured by the black-armored guard and sent flying. Bang! This sight caused the oppressive battlefield to explode with cheers. All the Tang soldiers began to cheer, their voices deafening. However, no one noticed that the black-armored guard was standing a foot above the ground with his thick brows furrowed imperceptibly. At this moment, no one noticed that when Dusong Mangpoj was sent flying by the black-armored guard, he had smashed into a distant sandstorm that was sweeping through the heavens. And this was precisely where the Arab war god Kateba and the evil emperor had clashed. Success! Dusong Mangpoj lay on the ground, blood spurting out of his body, but a smile appeared on his face as he raised his head. Dusong Mangpoj's pitch-black eyes reflected a completely different sight. At this moment, the huge sandstorm that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth suddenly shook from the inside, and a huge crack suddenly appeared. The rolling sandstorm, from top to bottom, quickly dissipated at an astonishing speed. Behind the fading sandstorm, 2 figures fighting fiercely appeared. One was covered in golden light, like the sun and moon hanging high in the sky, while the other was as black as ink, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The 2 of them faced each other from afar, staring at each other with intense battle intent bursting out of their bodies. For just a moment, the 2 of them began to move, but this was enough for Dusong Mangpoj. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Ding! A faint ringing of a bell suddenly resounded, and it seemed to be almost inaudible amidst the clamor of battle that shook the heavens on the battlefield, so it didn't draw anyone's attention. The golden bell swiftly passed through the cracks in the sandstorm, flying toward the black-robed, demonic emperor old man with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was only several zhang from the evil emperor. At almost the same time, The evil emperor seemed to sense something, and his heart thumped in his chest. He subconsciously glanced in the direction the golden bell had come from. Even though he hadn't seen what was flying at him, the evil emperor's powerful instincts still made him act. Bzzz. Vast amounts of energy exploded out of his body, transforming into a black stellar energy barrier that enveloped the demonic emperor old man's entire body. The evil emperor had reacted very quickly, but he had still underestimated the power of this secret ritual tool of the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Ding! The moment the evil emperor attacked, the golden bell began to vibrate, and then, as if responding to something, it suddenly sped up, drawing a thin arc in the air as it appeared above the evil emperor's head. Boom! The moment the bell appeared above the evil emperor's head, the golden bell unleashed a dreadful and destructive storm of energy that engulfed the evil emperor. At that moment, the golden bell did not seem like a ritual tool, but a channel to another world, drawing in the energy of that world to attack the evil emperor. This energy was so vast that Dusong Mangpo's own strength seemed inconsequential. This was no longer his own strength, but the energy of the ritual tool itself. But something happened that caught Dusong Mangpo completely off guard. A pitch-black and majestic energy erupted from the evil emperor's body, transforming into a massive azure hand that caught the golden bell. Dusong Mangpo was flabbergasted by this sight. Even though he knew that the demonic emperor old man would not be easy to deal with, Dusong Mangpo was still stunned by this sight. The sacred bell could not be stopped by any external force. If it could be so easily stopped, the sacred bell would not be able to trap anyone. Such a thing had never happened before, and Dusong Mangpo did not even dare to think about it. There was no doubt that the mysterious elder before him was unimaginably powerful, so powerful that even the sacred bell's effects were greatly reduced. It's useless. A moment later, Dusong Mangpo's eyes turned sharp, his fingers forming a spell as he leaped up from the ground. Boom! A moment later, everyone was stunned by what they saw. The golden bell, which was only the size of a child's fist, suddenly swelled to several hundred times its original size, becoming a massive golden bell. Boom, boom, boom. It descended from the sky, wrapped around the demonic emperor old man, and smashed him into the ground. In a flash, the storm scattered, and the evil emperor vanished. In his place was a golden bell more than 6 meters tall. The surface of the bell crackled with lightning, and thousands of silver snakes coiled around it. It was a dreadful sight to behold. Sudden, too sudden. Before anyone could react, Dusong Mangpo had succeeded, trapping the evil emperor in the sacred bell and pressing him to the ground. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Even the battle cries on the battlefield became much quieter. Success! In the distance, Daluin Ruozin clenched his fists and rejoiced at the sight of the golden bell. In this battle, from killing the ordinary soldiers of the Tang dynasty to destroying Chen Qianli and Wang Yan, to feigning an attack on the black armored guard, everything had been a series of traps within traps. The goal had been to borrow the black armored guard's hand to deliver Dusong Mangpo to the side of the evil emperor and Kateba. At the evil emperor's level of cultivation, his senses were far too powerful. He was in existence on par with Kateba's, and it was unrealistic to think of any schemes in front of him. The evil emperor only needed to get a little too close, even the slightest abnormal approach, to be noticed by the evil emperor. But in the end, everything had been successfully carried out. Even someone as powerful as Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor, had been successfully enveloped by a ritual tool of the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Bang! The sight of the golden bell on the ground and the disappearance of the evil emperor in the air caused the nearly 100,000 Arab soldiers to explode into heaven-shaking cheers. Katabia's subordinates, the elite cavalry of the Northern War Zone, immediately began to shout in excitement, "Arabia! Arabia! Arabia!" Their shouts shook the heavens, and the morale of the Arab cavalry soared. After fighting for so long, even if they didn't understand the black-robed elder of the Great Tang, all the Arabs knew that he was their strongest foe. It was precisely this person's existence that had caused the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers to be unable to advance. Now that the mysterious black-robed elder was gone, no one on the battlefield could stop Qutayba. Qutayba! 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 In just a few short moments, the name of Arab war god Qutayba once more resounded through the heavens. After 4 days of bitter battle, after paying the price of countless lives, the Arabs were finally on the verge of victory. While the Arabs, Uzin, and Western Turks were cheering and shouting, the Tang dynasty soldiers were all ashen and pale. Master! In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong, who was locked in battle with Ziad, suddenly raised his head. With a single glance, Wang Chong immediately understood what was going on. In a flash, all the blood drained from his face, and his entire body went cold. Brother Wen Fu. At almost the same time, the chief of Wushang saw that 6-meter-tall golden bell in the distance, and his entire body trembled as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. Senior Zhang, Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, and Su Hanshan, who was commanding the ballista army in the rear, were all stunned, their faces as white as paper. Even the black-armored guard holding the 9-dragon blood war banner paled, his aura rapidly fluctuating. No matter how slow they were, they could still understand that they had been completely schemed against by the Arabs and Uzin. Their goal had not been Wang Yan, Cheng Qianli, and it certainly wasn't the 9-dragon blood war banner that everyone had assumed. Their goal had always been one person, Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor. After 4 days of fierce battle, both sides were running low on soldiers, but the Arabs still could not defeat the Tang dynasty on the ground. But as long as they could trap the evil emperor and eliminate the Tang dynasty's top-class fighting force, even if the Tang dynasty had the 9-dragon blood war banner, it would still be defeated. Chapter 1141. Lost. We've really lost this time. In the rear of the Tang dynasty, Su Hanshan gripped his sword while the 25,000 bandits formed a ballista army. The sheath in his left hand had clattered to the ground, and not even Su Hanshan had noticed it. This was Su Hanshan's first time participating in such a large-scale and high-level battle. His intelligence had played a decisive role in this battle, and his strength had once more exerted a suffocating pressure. Without the evil emperor, Qutayba instantly became a sharp sword hanging over the heads of the Tang dynasty army. All schemes and strength seemed insignificant before Qutayba. Even if Su Hanshan fired off all his ballista bolts, he would not be able to stop the Arab war god. For the first time, Su Hanshan felt a suffocating pressure. This feeling of helplessness and despair was enough to make anyone lose the will to fight. It's over. We've lost. Everyone will die here. Even the evil emperor lost, so we're even less of a match for him. The ballista soldiers stared at the golden bell that was 6 to 7 meters tall, their eyes filled with despair. The morale of the entire army instantly plummeted to the bottom. Although the Tang dynasty still had the chief of Wushang and the black-armored guard, not even the strongest member of the Tang dynasty, the evil emperor, was a match for Qutayba. So how could the black-armored guard or the chief of Wushang be a match for him? They had already lost this battle, and their defeat was only a matter of time. Scram! As everyone's hearts chilled and their hearts filled with despair, a furious roar resounded over Talas. Rumble! A deafening explosion resounded in the center of the battlefield. No one understood what was going on. Ah! A shrill scream resounded, and a figure with disheveled hair and badly mangled flesh flew out from the center of the explosion like an old rubber ball. He passed through layers of space and crashed to the ground. This figure descended in a cloud of dust. This was none other than the deputy governor of the East, who had been fiercely battling with Wang Chong. Ziad! Buzz! In an instant, the entire battlefield was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Impossible. In the distance, Ziad was lying on the ground, staring at that crazed figure in the air, his eyes filled with shock. He and Wang Chong were evenly matched, but just a moment ago, that bastard's body suddenly erupted with an inconceivable energy. Even with Ziad's strength, he was unable to block it, and his entire body was sent flying. But at this moment, Wang Chong could no longer see Ziad. His eyes were red, and his body was trembling. All he could see was the distant sacred bell of the great snow mountain, flickering with lightning. Conspiracy! Everything was a conspiracy. Wang Chong's mind was now clear. His master had been tricked by them, and Daluan Ruozin and Dusong Mangpoj were the main culprits. No matter what, he had to save his master. Get out of my way! Wang Chong's voice resounded through the air. Several Arab generals rode their war horses, their sabers gleaming as they charged at Wang Chong. Before they could get close, Wang Chong waved his hand, sending a surge of stellar energy through the air. These Arab generals screamed in fear as the tensome Arab horsemen around them were sent flying more than 100 feet away, where they crashed to the ground with a boom. Wang Chong's hair stood on end in a rage. If God stood in his way, he would kill God and Buddha. This bastard! In the distance, Aibak and Huishu Wazong were both stunned by this sight. They were well aware of Ziad's strength. Although he hadn't reached the great general level, the power of the ocean ring made him not one bit inferior to true great generals. None of them had expected that, in his rage, Wang Chong would be able to beat him into such a state. Bang! The two of them stepped forward. But at this moment, Wang Chong suddenly sensed something, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes as he turned to glare at the two of them. With just a glance, the two of them were shocked and stopped in their tracks at the same time. What a terrifying killing intent! He's a madman. The two of them shivered in apprehension. At this moment, Wang Chong's eyes were red and his body was exploding with a suffocating killing intent. He was like a berserk beast. For a moment, the two of them felt that if anyone dared to stop him, Wang Chong would put his life on the line and even take them down with him. Even though they were both renowned great generals, they still felt their hearts clench at this moment. Under Wang Chong's frightening gaze, neither of them pursued. Wang Chong, watch out! The Wushang village chief's anxious voice came from behind him, and he was stunned by this sight. Wang Chong was so anxious to save his master that he was even willing to put his life on the line, but he was fighting against the strongest war god of Arabia. Someone of Wang Chong's abilities was no match for him. But at this moment, Wang Chong could no longer hear them. Rumble! Screams filled the air, and wherever Wang Chong went, horses and men would be thrown off their feet. Countless Arab cavalry were tossed into the air by Wang Chong as if they were weightless, where they would be smashed into the ground. Kill! One Arab cavalry after another brandished their scimitars and charged forward, but they were thrown back as quickly as they charged. Wang Chong was unstoppable as he charged toward Qutayba and the golden bell beneath his feet. Even the godlike Qutayba couldn't help but frown at this sight. But Qutayba quickly regained his composure. Rumble! No one knew how Qutayba had attacked, but a moment later, a golden bolt of sword chi shot forward like a bolt of lightning. This one attack was like a flood tearing through the air, striking Wang Chong in the middle of his charge. Plush! Wang Chong felt like he had been struck by a mountain, and he threw back his head and vomited blood. Like a meteor, he crashed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust several dozen feet high. Clang! A fierce sword clanged. In the rear, Su Hanshan's eyes went red as he unsheathed his sword. From the moment he had stepped into Tala's, he had been prepared to stay here forever. Wang Chong would not retreat, and he would never retreat. All of you raise your spirits. Even if you die, none of you are allowed to kneel. All of you stand straight. Su Hanshan clenched his sword and clenched his teeth, his entire body exploding with a will to fight that was unafraid of death. I don't care if you were bandits or bandits. As long as you served as a soldier for one day, you will be a warrior of the Tang dynasty for the rest of your lives. On this battlefield, I will not permit you to disgrace the Tang dynasty. Take up your weapons and fight for the Tang dynasty." Su Hanshan's voice was powerful and resonant. As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly strode forward. In this fierce and cruel battle, Su Hanshan had been leading the army from the rear. There were far too many Saint Martial realm experts, brigadier generals, and great generals on the battlefield. There were even experts who had surpassed the peak of the Saint Martial realm. Su Hanshan's strength was far too weak in front of these people. But when he saw Wang Chong so resolutely charge at the godly Kateba, Su Hanshan was stunned and suddenly understood. As the commander of the army, Wang Chong had not given up, continuing to bravely charge at Kateba. As his good brother and his most trusted subordinate, what reason did Su Hanshan have to remain stagnant? "Rise! All of you! Take up your weapons and fight together! The time to swear loyalty to the Tang dynasty has come. In front of these Western barbarians, you are not allowed to disgrace the Tang dynasty." This mood quickly infected the entire army, and all the ballista soldiers unsheathed their swords. Whether they were strong or weak, whether they could pose a threat to the elite Arab cavalry, was no longer important. All they could do was fight to the death. At the front of the army, a sword glow exploded. Su Hanshan was far from the only one to be stunned by Wang Chong. The Imperial Army's quasi-commander-in-chief, Zhao Fengchen, unsheathed his earth scar and bellowed as he aimed it at the Arab soldiers. In a flash, time returned to normal as everyone recovered from their shock. Boom! The earth quaked as invisible laws pierced through the top-class army of the Tang dynasty. Like a giant wheel, they charged toward the vast sea of Arab soldiers. Clang, clang, clang. Halos clattered as the army charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Aya! Aya! Screams filled the air as countless Arab soldiers were cut down like weeds. Wherever the army passed, flesh and blood splattered and blood flowed like rivers. An army filled with righteous indignation was bound to win. Spurred on by Wang Chong, the Tang dynasty army seemed to have gone mad, madly slaughtering their way forward. Fools! In the distance, the Arab war god Kateba rested his hands on his sword and floated in the air, a frigid light in his eyes. In the face of absolute strength, courage was useless. Without the evil emperor, the Tang dynasty army was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Even the 9 dragon blood battle formation no longer held any meaning in his eyes. When one's strength reached a certain level, formations and schemes could be disregarded. Buzz! As the distant Tang dynasty army was madly slaughtering their way forward, clang! Kateba raised his golden sword, God's might, and slashed down. Boom! There was a metallic clattering as the sky darkened. A moment later, a vast and majestic bolt of golden sword chi cut through the sky like a bolt of lightning, instantly crossing several hundred zhang as it rumbled toward the 9 dragon blood war banner. The divine martial army, the divine prison army, the dragon stallion army, all the top-class armies of the Tang dynasty. No one could describe the terror of this sword. Even the divine martial army and divine prison army, who were immersed in their slaughter, sensed this dreadful pressure and raised their heads. At that moment, all of them saw the golden sword chi even more dazzling than the sun above their heads. The sword chi hung high in the sky. At first glance, it was still extremely far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was like a bolt of lightning descending upon their heads. This golden sword chi seemed like the end of the world, cleaving the gloomy sky in two and illuminating all things in the world. It also illuminated the ashen faces of the countless Tang dynasty soldiers standing before the 9 dragon blood war banner. This sword made all the soldiers feel the aura of death. Chapter 1142. Yesterday's article was misdisseminated and has been corrected. Everyone can read the previous chapter and see the correct content. My apologies. Not good. With no time to think, the Wushang village chief grimaced and rose into the air, raising his white cane to aim at the golden sword chi in the air. dragons without a leader. Bzzz. Winds howled, and the roars of thousands of dragons came from the sky. Countless illusory dragons appeared around Chief Wushang, all of them fiercely dancing around the white cane in the Chief Wushang's hand. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking boom as the dragons surged into the sky and collided with Katabia's golden sword chi. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of giant dragons constantly collided with the golden sword chi. Every time they collided, there would be a shocking sound of steel. It was as if it was not formless sword chi, but real steel. Katabia's golden sword chi rapidly dimmed under the impact of the dragons. But a moment later, when the sword chi and the dragon collided, the Wushang village chief trembled, his stellar energy suddenly unable to keep up. Vomiting blood, he was no longer able to hold on. The dragons scattered, and the majestic sword chi sent the Wushang village chief flying. Village chief! Venerable senior! Cries of alarm could be heard, and everyone paled at this sight. The countless Wushang cavalry turned ghastly pale as they madly charged toward the Chief Wushang. But no matter how fast they reacted, they were still far inferior to Katabia's sword chi. Without the Wushang village chief's obstruction, the vast sword continued to slash toward the divine martial army, the divine prison army, the dragon stallion army, the roaring tiger army, and the others. Even though the Chief Wushang had done his utmost to weaken it, the power of this attack was still not something that the divine martial army and divine prison army could block. Boom! The moment Katabia's sword chi descended, a massive fist, pitch black and as large as a mountain, shot forward like a bolt of lightning, scattering the remnants of Katabia's sword chi. The black-armored guard was like a demon god, his right hand gripping the banner as he slowly drew back his powerful left fist and stared at the distant Kataba, his eyes as cold as ice. Whoosh! The strong wind stirred up strands of yellow sand from behind, tugging at the black and red 9 dragon blood war banner. The battlefield finally calmed down. Both sides paused their attacks. Village chief, the Wushang cavalry used this chance to gallop over, and even Cui Piaoqi did the same. The entire group surrounded the chief of Wushang. The chief of Wushang had an extremely high status in the village, and he had watched many of the Wushang cavalry grow up. Even their fathers were the nephews of the village chief, let alone the others. One could easily imagine how disorderly the village chief's injuries were. "I'm fine. Don't panic." The chief of Wushang clutched his chest, his snow-white beard stained with blood and his shriveled lips a dark red. His eyes were fixed on the enemy as if he were facing a powerful foe. The evil emperor had already been enveloped by that unknown artifact, but Kataba was still present. The village chief was in an extremely disadvantageous position in this battle and could be wiped out at any moment. At the same time, the black-armored guard and the old village chief stood on opposite sides of Kataba, their eyes solemn and serious. The air was tense. "Humph. One of you has an internal injury, while the other relies on the power of the war banner. Neither of you have truly touched upon that realm. The two of you are no match for me." Bang! Space trembled as a foot stomped forward. Katabia's cloak flapping in the wind, his expression cold and aloof, his eyes filled with disdain. With a single strike of his sword, Kataba had wounded the chief of Wushang and drawn out the black-armored guard. But Kataba had not even used his full strength in this attack. Without the evil emperor blocking him, no one on the battlefield could contend with him. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Kataba stepped forward once more. Golden light burst out from his body, shining like the sun. On the battlefield, which was densely packed with cavalry and infantry, he looked like a god who had descended to the mortal world, inspiring awe and fear in people. All of the cavalry, foot soldiers, and generals were as insignificant as ants in front of his storm-like aura. Kataba strode through the air like a storm, pressing toward the Tang Dynasty's 9 dragon blood war banner. The empty air was like solid ground beneath his feet. As Kateba approached, the chief of Wushang, the black armored guard, Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, Zhao Fengqin, Su Hanshan, and all the other Tang dynasty soldiers felt an enormous pressure. This was a true expert, the greatest threat to the Tang dynasty's army. Kateba! 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 The sight of Kateba's unstoppable momentum instantly caused the silent Arab army to explode with cheers as if they had gone mad. The Arabs had always been renowned for their courage and conquerors, but they had truly met their match this time. All of them had believed that they had already lost the Battle of Talas. They had never imagined that the Arabs would finally obtain the final victory and defeat these tenacious enemies of the East. Kail! Kail! With Katabia's Arab war, God's footsteps, the Arab army once more began to move, roaring and brandishing their scimitars as they once more charged toward the 9 dragon blood war banner. Ready! Kail! Katabia's arrival caused the somewhat relaxed battlefield to once more erupt into an intense battle. Bang! At the point where the two armies met, countless soldiers were thrown into the air and dropped to the ground. Generally, watch out! Chief of Wushang's pupils constricted as he stared at Kateba as if he were facing a powerful foe. Katabia's judgment of the chief of Wushang had been spot on. The problem of salt in Wushang village had caused all the villagers of Wushang to suffer from a hidden illness, and the chief of Wushang was no exception. Although Wang Chong had saved the old village chief's life on the night of the lunar eclipse, this hidden illness had never been removed. Normally, this sort of illness did not show itself, but at a crucial moment like this, in a battle of such a high level, it immediately became a fatal factor. Moreover, the chief of Wushang was already very old, and his stamina and other aspects could not compare to the youthful Kateba. But there was no time to worry about such things. With a thought, the chief of Wushang gathered stellar energy in his body and prepared to fight with Kateba at any moment. On the other side, the black armored guard gripped the 9 dragon blood war banner with a solemn expression. Experts had extremely sharp senses, and the black armored guard was no weakling, at the very least stronger than Governor Osman of Cairo. But compared to top-class experts like the evil emperor and Kateba, he was clearly still somewhat lacking. However, this gap was not as large as one might imagine. Kill them first. When Kateba was still several thousand feet away from the battlefield, the black armored guard waved the war banner, causing the sky to darken as an enormous energy shot forward. Its target was not Kateba, but the nearby Aibak. At almost the same time, the chief of Wushang pointed out with his finger, sending a milky white bolt of energy hurtling toward Huishu, Wuzong, like a comet. At this moment, the two did not speak, but their movements were extremely coordinated. In this battle, the Tang dynasty had lost 2 great generals due to Daluin Ruozen's schemes. Aibak and Huishu Wuzong had always been the greatest variables in this battle. If the two of them wanted to deal with Kateba in peace, they first had to take care of Aibak and Huishu Wuzong. Boom! But a moment later, the ground exploded into a cloud of dust. The attacks of the black armored guard and the chief of Wushang had landed in the dense ranks of Arab cavalry, blasting them into a bloody mess. Aibak and Huishu Wuzong seemed to have predicted this, and the two of them immediately began to move away from the chief of Wushang and the black armored guard. Humph, stubborn resistance. Aibak coldly sneered as he stared at the pair. The final obstacle in this battle was not him or Huishu Wuzong, but Kateba. The two of them were only assisting from the side. Moreover, the two of them had naturally guessed at the intentions of the black armored guard and the chief of Wushang. Although they had remained unmoved on the surface, they had long ago been on guard. Even though the chief of Wushang and the black armored guard were extremely skilled, killing them while they were on guard was no easy task. Uzin, be careful. These 2 people might attack us. Aibak called out in Arabic without turning his head, not caring if Huishu Wuzong could understand him or not. Nearby, Huishu Wuzong slightly lowered his body. His right hand pressed against the saber at his waist as he warily looked forward. Although the two of them did not speak the same language, there were some things that could be understood without the need for words. It was impossible for the black-armored guard and the chief of Wushang to find a chance to turn the tables on them. There's no need to worry. That black-armored man can't leave the formation. Huishu Wuzong stared at the black-armored guard and said, although the black-armored guard was powerful once he left the formation, the Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, and Dragon Stallion Army would have to face a tidal wave of attacks from the 100,000 Arabs and Uzun soldiers. Combined with the Revelation Army, Blood Beast Army, and Mamelukes, this army was bound to suffer grievous losses, no matter how powerful it was. Reality was similar to Huishu Wuzong's judgment. After launching a probing attack, the black-armored guard and the chief of Wushang immediately stopped. Their minds were completely focused on Kateba in the sky. Ibak and Huishu Wuzong would be killed if they could, but Kateba was the most important. Chapter 1143. Bang! Kateba crossed the distance of 100 feet with a single step. As he passed the 6-meter-tall golden bell, his cold and emotionless eyes suddenly flickered. Kateba was powerful and proud. Given his personality, he would never stoop to using schemes to trap or deal with any opponent. But these thoughts only flashed through Kateba's mind for a moment before vanishing. In the end, the bigger picture was more important than his personal preferences. Kateba's pursuit of victory was not one bit inferior to his pride. No one is allowed to kill this person. I will take him back to Baghdad and personally deal with him. Kateba glanced at Dusong Mangpoj, standing next to the golden bell, and declared. After saying this, Kateba's body swayed, moving forward at a seemingly slow pace. On the ground, Dusong Mangpoj was also taken aback. Although he didn't understand Arabic, he could vaguely guess at something from Kateba's expression. Dusong Mangpoj only gave a self-deprecating chuckle. The technique the Great Snow Mountain Temple had given him only allowed him to activate and withdraw the golden bell. There was nothing else he could do. From the moment the evil emperor had been enveloped by the sacred bell, there was nothing else he could do. While Dusong Mangpoj was thinking, Kateba had crossed 100 jong with each step, and in just a few seconds he was already in front of the army. Rumble! With a deafening rumble, the giant sword buzzed rapidly in the air. In an instant, a shocking golden sword chi burst out. The sword chi swept across half of the void and slammed into the 9-dragon blood battle formation at an astonishing speed. Unlike the first attack, this one was vigorous and heavy. It did not feel like a single beam of sword chi, but hundreds of mountains. Mountains began to press down on the army. Strike! Both the chief of Wushang and the black-armored guard had been waiting for this moment. With 2 explosions, the chief of Wushang and the black-armored guard both rose from the ground. Roar! Roar! Massive dragons flew through the air and attacked Kateba like a storm. At the same time, the black-armored guard's heavy armor trembled as a vast energy rapidly gathered from the surrounding Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, Dragon Stallion Army, and other soldiers into his body. Rumble! The earth seemed to be torn asunder as a massive fist, pitch black and as large as a mountain, slammed into Kateba's golden sword. This punch was imbued with immense power, and the 5 fingers of the iron fist glowed with the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This punch caused Kateba's golden sword chi to tremble. The combined strength of the 2 of them was able to firmly block Kateba's sword chi, and it even seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Wonderful! Chief of Wushang was invigorated by this sight. As long as the 2 of them worked together, they could still resist Kateba's attack, and there was still a chance of reversing the situation. You overestimate yourselves. Kateba looked down from above, his eyes as cold as ice. Before the pair could disperse his sword chi, another bolt of sword chi soared into the sky, and before the first sword chi could disperse. Kateba's second sword chi slashed down at the pair like a mountain toppling over a jade pillar. Boom! Shockwaves shot out in all directions. Boundless energy swept out in all directions, giving rise to a violent gale and a torrential downpour. Unlike the previous attack, Kateba's attack was not only much heavier, but it was also more focused on the white-haired chief of Wushang. 60% of the energy was focused on the chief of Wushang. Kateba's eyes were extremely sharp, and as the Arab war god, he possessed powerful combat instincts that allowed him to find his opponent's weak points at a glance. The black-armored guard was powerful and energetic, and he could absorb energy from other top-class armies. Killing him in a short time would not be an easy task, but the chief of Wushang was different. The chief of Wushang was more than 90 years old, and his bodily functions had deteriorated. Moreover, he was already injured. As long as Kateba continued to attack him with simple clashes of sword chi, he would be able to worsen his injuries and completely defeat him. And once he killed the chief of Wushang, the remaining black-armored guard would be no match for him. Careful! With no time to think, the chief of Wushang gripped his white cane and pushed the energy in his body to its limits. More and more azure dragons were summoned out of the void and madly charged at Kateba. But all of this was far from over. Boom! A blazing sun appeared in the sky, transforming into a bolt of sword chi. Before the pair could react, Kateba's third attack was already descending like a bolt of lightning toward them. The massive sword, God's might. This was Kateba's strongest weapon, and one of its greatest traits was that it could increase the speed at which Kateba swung his sword. At the same time, he could unleash one or even two destructive bolts of sword chi, and he could unleash them one after the other, making them impossible to block. The combination of Kateba's strength and God's might made him almost unstoppable, if not for the fact that the evil emperor had comprehended the origin of energy and had the myriad spirit sea art, making his sword chi no weaker than Kateba's. No one would have been able to stop him. Buzz! The Arab war god Kateba's blows were each fiercer and heavier than the last. The earth quaked as a blood-red beam of sword chi shot out of the 9 dragon blood war banner in the black-armored guard's hand, growing several dozen feet into the air as it slashed at Kateba. The blood-red bolt of sword chi left a black spatial fissure in its wake. The unreachable laws of space in the eyes of many martial artists were torn apart like a piece of paper by the black-armored guard. It was also at this moment that everyone suddenly realized that a dark, red, heavy sword had appeared in the black-armored guard's hand. Rumble! The black-armored guard's blood-red sword chi and the chief of Wushang's leaderless dragons clashed against Kateba's golden sword chi. The battle was so intense that even someone of Kateba's abilities was momentarily unable to suppress the two. These two bastards, they're so strong. Ibak and Huishu Wuzong couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock and alarm at this sight. Although they had won by relying on numbers, the fact that they could fight with Kateba to this level was truly astonishing. But a moment later, the two of them came back to their senses. Even at this stage, they still want to put up a desperate struggle. Truly stubborn. Uzingo, kill him together. Ibak's pupils constricted, his eyes exploding with killing intent. Without the slightest hesitation, Ibak charged toward the battlefield. As he charged forward, clang! There was a metallic clatter as a powerful, dark, red halo, suffused with all sorts of mysteries, erupted from beneath Ibak's feet. At the same time, a sinister and dreadful roar came from the depths of the void. Behind Ibak, the pharaoh appeared once more, a giant more than 100 feet tall and wearing a 5-colored mask inlaid with gold. He fused with Ibak and unleashed a destructive flood of energy as he punched at the blood-red sword chi around the black-armored guard. At almost the same time, the golden Vairocana Buddha emerged. Huishu, Wuzong's body, paused for a moment before he rose from the ground and slashed at the dragons around Chief of Wushang. Kateba was suppressing the two from the front, while Ibak and Huishu Wuzong were assisting him from the side. This core battle had instantly become extremely disadvantageous to the chief of Wushang and the Black Armored Guard. Not good. No one was more worried than Gao Xianji at this moment. The evil emperor was restrained by the Golden Bell. Wang Chong was heavily injured, and the chief of Wushang and the Black Armored Guard were being attacked by Kateba, Ibak, and Huishu Wuzong. In just a short period of time, the entire battlefield had been turned upside down. During the entire process, Gao Xianji could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. His heart felt like it was on fire. 8 ultimate sunderings art. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a huge black pillar shot out and landed in 8 different directions in the void. In an instant, the space collapsed. Using this chance, Gao Xianji shot toward Kateba's position. The chief of Wushang and the Black Armored Guard alone could not stop Kateba's group. No matter what, he had to deal with Kateba first. Humph. Gao Xianji, our battle isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going in such a hurry? A cold voice came from behind him. The voice was incomparably jerky, and it sounded extremely unfamiliar. Before Gao Xianji could get far, there was a flash of light, and a monstrous flood swept down from the sky, quickly blocking Gao Xianji's path. Abu Muslim. Gao Xianji looked at the figure that had appeared before him and clenched his fists tightly. His fingers trembled violently. Gao Xianji, I said before that this battle started because of us. Until our battle is over, you can help no one. Abu Muslim's expression was cold, his body exuding a dreadful aura. Even though Gao Xianji was only a short distance away from the chief of Wushang and the Black Armored Guard, Abu Muslim's appearance was like an insurmountable wall that firmly separated Gao Xianji from them. Bastard! Gao Xianji's eyes were red. He took in a deep breath and finally calmed down, but the killing intent in his eyes only intensified. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Boom! Gao Xianji seemed to have gone insane, unleashing a flurry of attacks on Abu Muslim. Gao Xianji had always been renowned for his calm and wisdom, and he was rarely swayed by his emotions into madness. But this time, as he watched his important generals and soldiers fall one by one, Gao Xianji lost all control. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, Gao Xianji was like a fierce tiger, and even Abu Muslim was taken aback by this fierce and violent attack. For a moment, he was in dire straits. Warning. User is about to fail. Warning. User is about to fail. Warning. User is about to fail. Warning. If Talaz is lost, user will be obliterated. Chapter 1144. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, Wang Chong lay amidst piles of corpses, his body covered in wounds. The Stone of Destiny's icy voice of warning was like a waterfall in Wang Chong's mind. After what seemed like both a second and like countless centuries, Wang Chong finally regained consciousness, all his senses returning to his body. The thick stench of blood filled his nostrils, and the clopping of hooves echoed in his ears. Hurry! Protect my lord! Stop those Arabs! Kong Xian, hurry and save Marquis! No matter what, we can't let Marquis die here. Any one of us can die, but not Marquis. A loud and anxious voice rang out, accompanied by the clashing of swords and sabers, as well as the explosion of chi waves. It's Li Sai. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, Wang Chong heard another boastful voice in Arabic. Kill that Tang people. No matter what, they can't be allowed to return alive. Wang Chong recognized this voice as belonging to Ibak's deputy, Faisal. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong's mind gradually cleared. Hurry, hurry, hurry. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, Li Sai was leading several hundred Wushang cavalry elites in a fierce battle against a sea of Arab cavalry. Li Sai had never been so anxious in his life. As he stared in the direction Wang Chong had fallen, Li Sai's body went cold, his blood on the verge of flowing out. He had never respected anyone so much and was even willing to spend his entire life following him. Not even his master had ever done this. Marquis, no matter what, you can't be harmed. Li Sai's fists were tightly clenched, his entire body trembling. Wang Chong had been heavily injured by Kateba and smashed into the ground, his fate unknown. The moment Li Sai saw this scene, he had immediately led his elite subordinates and charged out of the army, but he had come too late. Everyone was still rushing toward that location. The only thing Li Sai could rejoice about was that the previous battles had left a large number of corpses on the battlefield, and the place where Wang Chong had fallen just so happened to be an uninhabited area. Coupled with the fact that the dust had obscured everything, the Arabs had not been able to find Wang Chong's body among the corpses in a short period of time. But this could not last for much longer. Li Sai could see that the Mamluk Deputy Commander Faisal was also leading a group of cavalry, and they were even faster than he was. It's useless. That brat's dead for sure. Faisal's sneer resounded over the battlefield as he sent group after group of Arab soldiers to fend off the Wushan cavalry and impede Li Sai's forces. The Mamelukes and Wushan cavalry would forever be the world's strongest foes and adversaries. And Wang Chong was the highest commander of the Wushan cavalry, a target that the Mamelukes had to kill. Thus, Faisal had not chosen to follow Aibak and Huishu Wuzong in attacking the 9 Dragon Blood formation, but to find Wang Chong. In his heavily injured state, he would take his life once and for all. "My lord, found him." Suddenly a voice sounded in his ear. Faisal's heart trembled, and he turned his head to look, only to see that among the mountains of corpses, one of the corpses was suddenly trembling, as if it was about to climb up. Just this point alone was enough to reveal the identity of the other party. All of you go block those Wushan cavalry. Leave this brat to me." A sharp killing intent flashed through Faisal's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he sent out a group of several hundred Mamelukes to attack Li Sai. At the same time, he led another group of cavalry to charge toward the piles of corpses. Faisal had heard far too many legends about Wang Chong in this battle. The Tang dynasty reinforcements, that mysterious elder, the 9 Dragon Blood War banner. All of this had arisen because of that youth. Countless people in Arabia had died at his hands. Faisal had originally thought little of the words of Abu Muslim and Zed, but now even he felt that this young commander of the Tang dynasty would become Arabia's greatest foe in the future. Just based on the Wushan cavalry that had killed so many Mamelukes, this person had to die. Death God's blade. Just as he was about 100 feet away from the moving corpse, a ring of light shot out from beneath Faisal's feet, and a massive black aura surged out from within his body and shot into the sky. Faisal became one with his horse. With a leap, he suddenly passed through layers of space and charged toward the corpse. After traveling 6 to 7 zhang in the air, Faisal once more leaped off his horse. After another 6 to 7 zhang, he crashed headfirst into the ground, the scimitar in his hand plunging into the back of the corpse, the edge of the scimitar sinking deep into the earth. In an instant, the raised head of the corpse drooped down heavily. Its body, which was originally trembling, quickly stiffened and stopped moving. No. An earth-shattering shout came from behind. When Li Sai saw this scene, his eye sockets burst open and blood gushed out. An indescribable sorrow and pain swept over him like a tide, drowning him completely. But Faisal's reaction was completely different. Success! Faisal's lips curled into a savage smile. His body hung upside down, still in the same posture as when he had attacked. However, to Faisal, this was the most exciting moment in his life. It was the moment that gave him the greatest sense of accomplishment. No matter how formidable the Wushan cavalry from the east were, the Mamelukes had won the final victory and defended their invincible reputation. In the future, the Mamelukes would bring the head of the Wushan cavalry commander back to Baghdad to prove to everyone their success and place it in the Mamelukes' exhibition hall. It would become the undefeated legend of the Mamelukes and another of their conquerors. Kacha! Just when Faisal was at his most elated, he suddenly sensed an intense danger. Faisal wanted to dodge, but it was too late. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, a slender, blood-stained hand suddenly emerged from the pile of corpses and grabbed Faisal's neck with a single blow. As Ibak's deputy, Faisal had long ago reached the brigadier general level of strength. His cultivation was astonishing, and his reaction speed was astonishing. With his strength, he could even dodge a bolt of lightning falling from the top of his head. However, Faisal clearly saw this attack, but he couldn't dodge it at all. Not good. Faisal paled as he realized that the situation was bad, but it was too late. His opponent had been hiding beneath the corpses, waiting for the right moment to strike, not giving him any room to resist. Not only that, the moment that hand reached out and grabbed Faisal's throat, before Faisal could mobilize his energy to shake off his opponent, another powerful hand had already pressed against his dantian. Boom! In that instant, like a shower of mercury, Faisal only managed to hold on for an instant before the stellar energy in his body surged out of his throat and dantian like water that had leaked out of a dam, madly pouring into those two palms. Evil art. Faisal's face was filled with shock and fear. He had never encountered such a situation in his life. Even though he was a peak brigadier general, he could not stop the terrifying suction force from his opponent's body, and all his energy was sucked away. Not only that, but during the entire process, Faisal could not move at all. Protect my lord! Kill him! All the Mamelukes were dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. No one had expected that the corpse that had moved was not Wang Chong. The real Wang Chong was at the bottom of the pile of corpses, and he had even subdued the Mamluk vice commander Faisal with a single blow. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, 10-some elite Mamelukes charged at Wang Chong from all sides, their scimitars swinging and scimitars swinging in his direction. But then, boom, stellar energy surged, and the images of a sun and moon appeared on Wang Chong's shoulders. Gales began to gather, and a powerful suction force erupted. Panicked screams filled the air as the weapons of these unstoppable Mamelukes flew out of their hands. Not only that, under the terrifying pull of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, all of them, horses, and even the energy in their bodies, flew uncontrollably toward Wang Chong. Thud, thud, thud. With one explosion after another, 10-some Mamelukes crashed into Wang Chong as if they had been attracted by a magnet. The people in the back crashed into the cavalry in front and were similarly sucked in. The energy of these Mamelukes surged like a river into Wang Chong's body, causing all their essence, blood, and energy to be rapidly drained away. Not only that, under the effects of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, the Mamelukes began to shrivel up like a punctured balloon. Not even Faisal could resist Wang Chong's terrifying suction force, much less these ordinary Mamelukes. No, save me. The Mamelukes were terrified and wanted to struggle to escape, but in just a few moments, all the energy in their bodies had been drained away. In the blink of an eye, they had been reduced to desiccated corpses. Their cultivations were far inferior to Faisal's, so they died even faster. And with the energy of these Mamelukes, Wang Chong's strength rapidly swelled, and the injuries he had sustained from Katabia's attack instantly healed. This was one of the strengths of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. The same injuries inflicted on Wang Chong were much lighter, and they healed much faster. Chapter 1145. Barbarian. Die. Wang Chong coldly stared at Faisal and fiercely spat out these words in Arabic. Crack. Wang Chong snapped Faisal's neck with a single palm. At the same time, the last of Faisal's energy surged into Wang Chong's body. Bang! Wang Chong threw Faisal's corpse to the ground in a puff of dust. With Faisal's energy, Wang Chong's strength had once more swelled. He had finally regained his original cultivation level, perhaps even ascending to an even more profound realm. Wang Chong had a vague feeling that after absorbing Faisal's energy, he was only a tiny distance away from that realm. Kill! After a brief moment of silence, the Mamelukes, spurred on by Faisal's death, once more charged forward. In the distance, the Arab cavalry that had been charging toward the 9-dragon blood war banner were still some distance from where Wang Chong had fallen. But at this moment, they too began to charge forward. Countless Arab scimitars gleamed with cold light as they charged forward like a school of sharks. But before they could reach, rumble! A black silhouette charged forward, like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Screams filled the air as countless Arab horsemen and horses were blown to pieces, their severed limbs flying through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce bolts of energy exploded from Wang Chong's body, sending countless war horses flying into the air and swathes of Arab cavalry felling like weeds. In the blink of an eye, the Arab casualties had reached 2,000 to 3,000. Not only that, Wang Chong was pushing the great Yinyang heaven creation art to its limits. Wherever he appeared, the energy and essence of the Arab cavalry would flow uncontrollably into Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and with the support of the origin of energy, Wang Chong was getting closer and closer to that final realm. His brutal and frenzied energy made everyone alarmed. Dusong Mangpoj, stop him! A voice came from the distance. Daluin Ruozin stood in the distance, his eyes widening as he watched. Wang Chong had already transformed into a bloody shadow, and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. This terrifying rate of growth was enough to leave anyone alarmed. But this was not the only thing that worried Daluin Ruozin. He had fought with Wang Chong far too many times, and based on his understanding of Wang Chong, he instinctively felt a deep sense of unease. Any place with Wang Chong represented countless variables. Daluin Ruozin had an ill foreboding. This bastard, why isn't he dead yet? Even Aibak was alarmed by the ruckus on the battlefield. He could not afford to be distracted in his battle with the chief of Wushang and the Black Armored Guard, but he could no longer afford to be careless in the current situation. Aibak found it impossible to accept that this boy was still alive and well at this time. Everyone had experienced Kateba's terror and power, but this brat had already taken 2 blows from Kateba, so he had never imagined that he would still be alive. Everyone, hear my order. Kill him. Anyone who dares to retreat will be immediately executed. Aibak's savage roar could be heard in the distance. Wang Chong did not have enough Wushang cavalry at his side to use the God King Yama. As long as he was not an imperial great general, no matter how powerful he was, he could still be killed. Bang! Aibak's words had a massive effect on the battlefield. Countless Arab cavalry surged toward Wang Chong. Even the Arab soldiers that had been charging at the Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, Dragon Stallion Army, and the other Tang armies changed directions and made Wang Chong their target. Kill him. He's already been heavily injured by Lord Kateba. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. I don't believe that he can deal with so many of us. Everyone, let's go together. We can't let him leave alive. The Arab generals noticed the blood-covered Wang Chong and unsheathed their scimitars. With a wave of their arms, they led their soldiers in a furious charge at Wang Chong. But before these Arab generals could strike, Wang Chong had already taken the initiative and charged forward. Rumble. The air trembled and stellar energy roiled. An Arab general instinctively sensed danger and unsheathed his scimitar, slashing it down at Wang Chong. This slash was vast and unstoppable, its energy soaring more than 100 feet into the air. But the Arab general had still been too slow. Not even Faisal was a match for Wang Chong, who had comprehended the origin of energy, much less anyone else. Crack! A hand shot out like a bolt of lightning and gripped the Arab general's head like a pair of iron pincers. In a flash, the Arab general's essence, blood, and energy surged into Wang Chong's body like birds flying into a forest. Aya! With a scream, this stalwart Arab general, more than 8 feet tall, instantly withered away, leaving behind only a skeleton and armor as he fell from his horse. The great yin yang heaven creation art did not require physical contact. But once Wang Chong touched one's body, it meant that one's stellar energy and essence blood would be drained at a much faster rate, and if one's vitals were seized, it would be even more impossible to block. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Chong was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, pushing the great yin-yang heaven creation art to its limits. The golden and red images of the sun and moon constantly appeared on Wang Chong's left and right shoulders, vibrating back and forth. In a flash of bloody light, these powerful Arab generals had become Wang Chong's primary targets. Marquis. The first to cheer at Wang Chong's heroic display were Li Sai and Wu Shang's cavalry, who had charged over in high spirits. This was especially so for Li Sai, who stared at the scene in a daze. He was extremely excited. Wonderful, wonderful. His hands and body, which were holding the giant sword, were trembling violently because of his excitement. He had once believed that Wang Chong had died here, and Li Sai had even mentally prepared himself to accompany this youngest and most hot-blooded commander of the Tang dynasty, brimming with ambition and ambition in eternal slumber. To fight side by side with this hero of the Tang dynasty and fight to the death was the best ending and supreme glory for Li Sai. But Wang Chong was not dead. There seemed to be an inextinguishable flame burning in his body, and it seemed like nothing in the world could destroy his steely will and resolve. Kill! Li Sai's eyes were moist as he fiercely slashed with his sword. Boom! The nearly 100 Arab horsemen in front of Li Sai were sent flying by Li Sai's majestic sword chi. This sharp sword chi left a trail of sword energy several dozen zhang long in the ground. This was like a signal, and the Wushang cavalry immediately joined Li Sai in charging in Wang Chong's direction. The hero was invincible. Even though Li Sai's force was only a few hundred, they were all determined to die, exploding with an unimaginable lethality. These few hundred people were able to rampage through the Arab army as if there was no one stopping them. All the sabers and swords slashed at the Wushang cavalry, but they were all repelled. The top-class weapons and armor Wang Chong had equipped the Wushang cavalry with had once more played a crucial role on this battlefield. Swish! The Wushang cavalry was not injured, but his swift slash had cleaved the armor and weapons of countless Arab cavalry into two. An Arab horseman's eyes were wide open, and before he could react, he was beheaded by the invincible Wuzi steel sword. The headless body of the Arab war horse took a long time to fall to the ground. Marquis. Riding on the scarlet hare, Li Sai led the army to Wang Chong's side. Li Sai, don't worry about me. Lead the Wushang cavalry back to the formation and help Su Hanshan and the ballista army stabilize their position. Wang Chong's back was to Li Sai. His body was mottled with blood, but his voice was abnormally calm. Li Sai's heart trembled, and he seemed to sense something. Following Wang Chong's gaze, Li Sai could clearly see a stalwart figure exuding a storm of energy. Dusong Mangpoj. Li Sai's body shook violently. In a daze, he finally understood. Attracted by Wang Chong's slaughter, Dusong Mangpoj finally stood up, his enormous energy locking onto Wang Chong. The sounds of fighting shook the heavens, but the place where Li Sai and Wang Chong stood was deathly still. If Wang Chong still had 7,000 Wushang cavalry, he could use the God King Yama and have nothing to fear even against Dusong Mangpoj. But Wang Chong only had 400 soldiers at his side. Marquis, I'll go with you to deal with him. Li Sai clenched his hands and raised his Wuzi steel sword. There's no need. I'll deal with Dusong Mangpoj. Wang Chong fiercely stared ahead, his voice tinged with a different tone. Before Li Sai could react, bang! Wang Chong took a step forward and began to walk forward. Kill! The surrounding Arab cavalry were alarmed and afraid, but they relied on their numbers to charge like wolves and tigers. Bang! As Wang Chong's great yin-yang heaven creation art spread out, the energy on the battlefield began to churn. Before the Arab cavalry could even get close, their armor began to twist and deform, their blood energy transforming into a roiling mist that surged into Wang Chang's body. Chapter 1146. Explosions and screams filled the air as hundreds of Arab cavalry were blasted into the air by Wang Chang's stellar energy. Perhaps only a cultivator of the great yin-yang heaven creation art could do such a thing in the vast sea of people as though they were invincible and not consume any stellar energy at all. Perhaps only a cultivator of the great yin-yang heaven creation art could do this. Wang Chang moved with incredible speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he charged toward Dusong Mangpoj and the 6-meter-tall golden bell. Rumble. Explosions rang out over the battlefield. All the Arab cavalry charging at him had their energy drained away or were blown to bits by Wang Chang's stellar energy. No one could get within 3 feet of him. I'll draw their attention. You lead the army back to reinforce them. From afar, a voice came from his ear. Li Sai gazed at Wang Chang's back with a complicated expression. Finally, he clenched his teeth and pulled on the reins of his horse. Everyone, follow me. Li Sai's voice thundered over the battlefield. Nay neighed, and Li Sai led the rest of the Wushang cavalry toward the distant defense line. Dusong Mangpoj. Finally, Wang Chang had crossed more than half the battlefield and appeared in front of Dusong Mangpoj. The two stood facing each other, their eyes brimming with killing intent. We meet again. Dusong Mangpoj's eyes were as cold as swords as he stared at the youth. Compared to the youth he had seen in the capital of the Tang dynasty, this youth had lost his initial inexperience and immaturity. Instead, he exuded the deep impression of a great general. This youth was like the toughest edge of the Tang dynasty. All the factions bordering the Tang dynasty, whether it was Mengshi Zhao or Uzin, had suffered grievous losses. Even the Arabian Empire on the distant western border had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands, losing countless soldiers. If he had known that this would happen, Dusong Mangpoj would have risked his life to kill this youth when he had disguised himself and followed the first prince to the capital. None of you should have participated in this battle. Take back your ritual tool, and perhaps I can leave your Uzin a chance to live. Wang Chang sternly said. His eyes were obscured by his disheveled hair, but the killing intent exploding from them was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. In Wang Chang's heart, his master, the evil emperor, held an extremely important position. Wang Chang had felt a great deal of care from him. The evil emperor was not just his master, but his family. Impossible. Dusong Mangpoj shook his head, stellar energy surging around his body. The evil emperor had to die, and Wang Chang could not be allowed to live. Whether it was for the deceased Dayan Mangpoj or Uzin, he had to do this. This Veda sacred bell is a ritual tool secretly passed down in the great snow mountain temple. I only borrowed it from the holy temple and learned the method to activate it. Anyone who is trapped inside cannot escape. Not even I can do anything about it. I can only take back the bell, but I cannot release the person. Dusong Mangpoj was not a member of the holy temple, so he naturally had no right to the sacred bell. At most, he only had the right to use it. Bastard! Wang Chang's fingers clenched, and the redness in his eyes intensified. Humph! In the end, you and your master are the scourges of Uzin. In this battle, not only will your master die, you will as well. Dusong Mangpoj sternly said, the killing intent exploding from his eyes not one bit inferior to Wang Chang's. Boom! The moment he spoke, Dusong Mangpoj immediately attacked. His body was still in the same position as when he had spoken to Wang Chang, but a massive fist as tough as steel smashed toward Wang Chang. At almost the same time, Wang Chang seemed to have predicted this. His eyes chilled as he sent a massive fist flying toward Dusong Mangpoj. Two steely fists, imbued with destructive energy, collided in the air. There was a heaven-shaking boom as stellar energy exploded and dust churned. The boundless energy sent both Dusong Mangpoj and Wang Chang flying back. The soles of their feet were inserted into the ground, and each of them plowed a long mark that was over 100 feet long. In this exchange, the two were evenly matched, neither able to resist the other. Buzz! The moment their bodies froze, Wang Chong and Du Song Mangpoj, separated by 20-some zhang, stared at each other, both seeing the powerful fighting and killing intent in each other's eyes. Du Song Mangpoj wanted to kill Wang Chong once and for all, to rid himself of the great threat that was Uzin. But how could Wang Chong not want to kill him and avenge his master? Buzz! Where the two of them stood, the earth and the void trembled violently. Then, like two wisps of green smoke, the two of them quickly disappeared on the spot. In the air between the two, boom! There was a massive boom as Wang Chong and Du Song Mangpoj reappeared. Their eyes were sharp and fierce, their bodies exploding with torrents of energy as they charged at each other with thunderous speed. Boom! 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 Like some sort of signal, Wang Chong and Du Song Mangpoj began to fiercely battle in the air. Fist after fist energy exploded, accompanied by the clattering of swords and sabers. The area where the two fought quickly became the most dangerous place on the battlefield. Swish! Without any warning, a majestic and tyrannical saber chi descended from the sky. As it swept over the earth, the sturdy ground of talas cracked and cracked like paper before exploding. In the blink of an eye, a dragon of sword chi descended from the sky. Boom! The corpse-strewn battlefield of talas exploded like countless tons of explosives. Scatter! Seeing this scene, the cavalrymen in the surroundings cried out in alarm. They looked up at the sky and hurriedly retreated as if they were avoiding the plague. Given their strength, if they were struck by saber chi, sword chi, or any other destructive energy, they were doomed to die. This battle between great generals was not something they could participate in. Putting aside the panic of the cavalry on the ground, in the air the battle between Wang Chong and Du Song Mangpoj had reached an extremely intense level. From a distance, one could only see the ever-changing storms of energy and the constant barrage of saber chi and sword chi. It was simply impossible to make out the figures of Wang Chong and Du Song Mangpoj. One was the young marquis of the Tang dynasty, Qixi Protector General, the fastest rising and most talented commander of the Tang dynasty in history. The other was the Eagle of the Plateau. Both of them were extremely experienced in battle, and their attacks were fierce and vicious. Whether it was saber energy or sword chi, they were all aimed at their opponent's vitals. Bang! There was another earth-shattering explosion, and with a flash of light, pung-pung, the two of them separated and landed on the ground at the same time. There was a distance of several dozen meters between them, and they stood facing each other, causing dust to billow into the air. Neither of them moved as they continued to stare at each other. Not even great generals could stay in the air for long. They could only use the collision of stellar energy and the rebound force to stay in the air. In the end, they would still have to land. Whoosh! The wind howled, sweeping the sand and dust between the two of them. The surroundings were silent. The two of them stared at each other with eyes as sharp as swords. Not only did the tense atmosphere not lessen, it became even more intense. Humph! Du Song Mangpoj coldly snorted, and the steely muscles beneath his black armor bulged with explosive strength. He clenched his fingers, his eyes bursting with killing intent, and his aura became that of a savage and dangerous beast. In the end, there's still a gap between a great general and a brigadier general. Wang Chong, let me end the lives of your master and disciple and end your legend. Du Song Mangpoj was finally beginning to grow impatient with Wang Chong and wanted to end this battle once and for all. Fragrant elephant Buddha fist. Bang! In a flash of light, Du Song Mangpoj's body transformed into a bolt of lightning, leaving a long trail of white energy in his wake as he appeared in front of Wang Chong. Bang, bang, bang. The inconceivable took place. A vast and unstoppable energy surged forward, and a moment later, space caved in as a massive fist appeared 4 feet above Du Song Mangpoj's head. And then a second, a third in a few short moments. Hundreds of black fists had appeared around Dusong Mangpoj like a peacock spreading its tail. Their momentum was enough to shatter the heavens and sunder the weight of Mount Tai, intimidating and intimidating. Boom! These fist images only appeared for a few moments, and a moment later, space shattered as hundreds of them fused into one, instantly transforming into a massive black fist the size of a mountain. Suffused with destructive power, it swept toward Wang Chong. No one could describe the terror of this fist. At this moment, the entire world seemed to change color. The power contained in this fist was so immense that before the fist could even land, the space in front of it began to cave in. Unable to endure this enormous power, cracks began to appear on the fabric of space like a spider web. If this fist struck, even steel would be pulverized, much less a body of flesh and blood. If this fist struck, Wang Chong was almost certain to die. Good move. A bone-chilling voice resounded through the air. Dusong Mangpoj had moved quickly, but Wang Chong had moved even faster. Dusong Mangpoj wanted to finish him off in one move. But how could Wang Chong not want to? Great distortion art. Chapter 1147. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two enormous forces immediately collided with each other like lightning. Kacha! The void shattered, and powerful white shockwaves visible to the naked eye broke through the air, spreading in all directions. Wang Chong's great distortion art and Dusong Mangpoj's fragrant elephant Buddha fist only lasted for a few moments before the result was decided. Bzzz. There was a tsunami of energy as Dusong Mangpoj's black fist, which was as large as a mountain, was twisted, and then torn apart, leaving a black fissure 10-some zhang long in the air. What? Dusong Mangpoj was flabbergasted by this sight. His fragrant elephant Buddha fist was one of the secret techniques of the Great Snow Mountain Temple, also known as the Undying Buddha Fist. According to the legends of the Great Snow Mountain, the fragrant elephant Buddha was the first divine elephant to be born in the world. After undergoing 10,000 tribulations, it became the supreme undying Buddha, and its divine power pierced through time and space, past, present, and future, reaching a level that could shake the universe and make it invincible. This was a powerful technique that Dusong Mangpoj had obtained after becoming an imperial great general. Dusong Mangpoj had never imagined that Wang Chong would use this method to cleave it in two. Clang! With no time to think, Dusong Mangpoj changed his technique. There was a metallic hum, and then a cold light exploded in front of Dusong Mangpoj, stirring up a fierce gale. The starry light transformed into a dazzling saber energy that slashed at Wang Chong. Dusong Mangpoj was extremely skilled in fist techniques, but as one of the best imperial great generals in the Yuzin, he was most skilled in the saber. With this slash of his saber, even time seemed to stop. The weight and sharpness of this saber energy was enough to cleave everything in two. This was also one of Dusong Mangpoj's strongest abilities. But a moment later, something that Dusong Mangpoj had never expected happened. In the face of Dusong Mangpoj's saber, Wang Chong advanced instead of retreating. Bang! His foot stomped against the ground as he lunged at Dusong Mangpoj. Moreover, he was using offense as defense, making no attempt to defend. This madman! Dusong Mangpoj paled in fright. In a flash, he understood Wang Chong's intentions. Wang Chong wanted to use this method to take him down with him. With no time to think, Dusong Mangpoj began to retreat. But at this moment, a sight that Dusong Mangpoj had never imagined took place. Bang! As he retreated, the ground split open and a centipede monster emerged, lunging at Dusong Mangpoj. Mazel's pet. Dumbfounded, Dusong Mangpoj quickly recognized the monster behind him. In the past, Wang Chong's actions would have never escaped his notice, but now Dusong Mangpoj was completely focused on Wang Chong. His obsession with killing Wang Chong had caused him to ignore what was going on underground. But even so, Dusong Mangpoj did not lose his sense of propriety. Boom! A destructive stellar energy exploded from Dusong Mangpoj's body and rumbled toward the centipede monster through his right leg. Ah! Before Dusong Mangpoj could kill Mazel's centipede monster, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his right leg. As the centipede monster charged forward, it fiercely bit down on Dusong Mangpoj's leg. At this moment, Dusong Mangpoj recalled a fatal fact. He had heard from the Arabs that Mazel's centipede was extremely venomous. Buzz! The moment this thought flashed through his mind, Dusong Mangpoj's entire right leg went numb. At a time like this was extremely fatal. Bang! This momentary pause allowed Dusong Mangpoj to fiercely slash at Wang Chong. Plush! Wang Chong vomited blood, his ruddy face instantly turning ghastly white. But at the same time, thump thump thump. Wang Chong also succeeded in making contact with Dusong Mangpoj, his two hands pressing down on his body like pincers. Madman! You really are a madman. Dusong Mangpoj's eyes were wide open as he stared at the blood gushing out of Wang Chong's forehead. Eyes, mouth, and armor, his mind filled with both shock and rage. He had never imagined that Wang Chong would want to kill him so badly. He had actually managed to take one of his attacks, even at the risk of being heavily injured. Bang! Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a huge force exploded in an instant. It was also the great distortion art, but this time it was not outside his body, but inside Dusong Mangpoj's body. In the blink of an eye, Dusong Mangpoj's organs began to twist under this dreadful energy, smashing against his body from within. Plush! Dusong Mangpoj was heavily injured, but this was far from over. Dusong Mangpoj, hand over your life. Rumble. As countless people watched, Wang Chong exerted his strength with both hands and raised Dusong Mangpoj over his head. Wang Chong pushed the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art to its limit, and the boundless great general energy in Dusong Mangpoj's body surged through the air, transforming into a bloody mist that flowed through Wang Chong's palms and into his body. Wang Chong's strength had already reached a limit, only a sliver away from the final realm. The problem with the quality of his blood energy had prevented him from breaking through that bottleneck. But now, with Dusong Mangpoj's pure great general energy, he felt like he had finally received a welcome shower after a long drought. All the cells in his body relaxed and began to madly absorb the precious energy of a great general. And Wang Chong's strength, which had been slowly stagnating, began to climb once more. Finally, boom! A beam of golden light soared into the sky. The golden energy was vast and mighty, piercing through the clouds. Even from dozens of miles away, it could be seen clearly. It was extremely dazzling. All the origin energy in the world began to fiercely shudder. The golden energy that had erupted from Wang Chong's body was like a massive boulder crashing into the ground, stirring up massive waves in a radius of several hundred li around Talas. This shockwave was so intense and vast that it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Ziad Ibak Hushu Wizong, and even Kateba, who was locked in a fierce battle with the chief of Wushan and the black-armored soldiers, couldn't help but glance back. At this moment, time seemed to slow down countless times. Everyone looked at the radiant figure and revealed a shocked expression. No one who had just broken into the great general level had ever caused such astonishing phenomena. What was happening to Wang Chong had defied common sense. Dusong Mangpoj. Amidst this huge and unforeseen event, a horrified voice broke the silence, and it seemed to be especially ear-piercing. Daluan Ruozin stood in the rear of the battlefield, his eternally calm and unruffled face revealing an expression of extreme fear. While everyone else was stunned by Wang Chong's ascension to great general, only Daluan Ruozin noticed Dusong Mangpoj, who had been raised high in the air like a puppet. Dusong Mangpoj had been defeated. If he had had a sliver of hope to escape before Wang Chong became a great general, now that Wang Chong had become a great general, Dusong Mangpoj had no chance of survival. I finally succeeded. No one could describe what Wang Chong was feeling at this moment. After a long time, after living 2 lives, Wang Chong had finally reached the great general level, returning to the level of his last life. Boom, boom, boom. As his cultivation level changed, the clattering of metal erupted from Wang Chong's body. The stellar energy in his body began to reform with astonishing speed, transforming into even more powerful stellar energy. In just a few seconds, as the nature of his technique changed, Wang Chong's strength once more swelled. Low level, great general, middle level, high level. In just a few seconds, Wang Chong had undergone a transformation that would take others decades. Without the restriction of cultivation, Wang Chong's rich experience and knowledge of the martial path were finally put to use. Without the accumulation process of an ordinary great general, Wang Chong swiftly broke through the initial and intermediate levels of the great general level, reaching an astonishing level. Rumble. After some time, with a metallic clatter, a golden halo expanded from Wang Chong's body and then crashed to the ground. At this moment, Wang Chong had finally broken out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. Whether it was in terms of temperament or strength, he had become a completely different person, unfathomable. This is impossible. At this moment, Dusong Mangpoj's energy was connected to Wang Chong's, and he was still faintly conscious. He could clearly sense the transformation in Wang Chong, a transformation that had completely surpassed his imagination. In Dusong Mangpoj's long years of experience, he had never seen anyone like Wang Chong, undergoing such a massive transformation upon breaking into the great general level and experiencing such a massive increase in strength. Not only that, after reaching the great general level, even the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art had undergone a qualitative transformation. The attractive force became even more terrifying and difficult to escape. Dusong Mangpoj's stellar energy immediately began to flow into Wang Chong's body at a speed several times faster than before. No one can do this. This is impossible. Just who are you? Dusong Mangpoj stared down at Wang Chong, his eyes brimming with shock. His organs and meridians were completely under Wang Chong's control, making it impossible for him to move. But Dusong Mangpoj's remaining consciousness was still clear. As he looked at Wang Chong, Dusong Mangpoj felt like he was looking at a massive black hole. Everything that had happened to him could no longer be explained with common sense. Dusong Mangpoj, goodbye. If there is an afterlife, come ask me again. Wang Chong's eyes were cold, but he did not answer. The great distortion art was pushed to its limits, and in a flash, the last sliver of stellar energy in Dusong Mangpoj's body was absorbed by Wang Chong. Crack! Drained of all his essence blood, Dusong Mangpoj's head drooped and his consciousness faded into boundless darkness. Chapter 1148. Chun become a human immortal. Congratulations to user for killing the first imperial great general and altering the course of history. You have been rewarded with 4,000 points of destiny energy. This event will have an important effect on the Battle of Talas. An icy voice resounded in Wang Chong's mind, and he once more heard the voice of the Stone of Destiny. But at this time, Wang Chong had no time to pay attention to it. Rumble. Tossing Dusong Mangpoj's corpse to the ground, Wang Chong immediately began to walk toward the massive golden bell that was trapping his master, the evil emperor. Bastard! Avenge the great general! Kill him! The moment Dusong Mangpoj's corpse smashed into the ground, all the Uzun soldiers on the battlefield began to seethe. The eagle of the plateau, Dusong Mangpoj, wielded enormous influence on the Uzun plateau. In their long history, this was the first time in several decades that an imperial great general had died to the hands of the Tang people. Dusong Mangpoj's fall was certain to have a massive impact on the Uzun Empire. Kill! An Uzun soldier, his eyes red, disregarded everything else and urged his horse to charge at Wang Chong. They had originally intended to charge forward and assist the Arabs in breaking the 9 dragon blood formation. But at this moment, all the Tibetan cavalry seemed to have gone mad. They no longer cared about anything else and were madly charging at Wang Chong. Bastard! In the distance, Huishu Wuzong had been in the middle of a fierce battle with the Tang people, and when he saw this sight, he felt an irrepressible rage and killing intent erupt from his body. With no time to think, Huishu Wuzong immediately charged into the distance. But while Huishu Wuzong was fast, someone was even faster. Rumble! The sky darkened, and then it was illuminated by a terrifying golden sword light. Right in front of Huishu Wuzong, a sword chi that was several thousand zhang long brushed past Huishu Wuzong. Then it streaked across space and fiercely slashed towards Wang Chong in the distance. In the beginning, the sword chi was still hanging high in the sky, far away from Wang Chong. However, in the next moment, it had already landed heavily on Wang Chong's head. Qutayba! Only the Arab war god Qutayba could unleash such a terrifying attack at a time like this. Just as Wang Chong was about to be seriously injured by this terrifying sword, something unexpected happened. Rumble! The earth quaked as an enormous halo with a radius of 50 to 60 zhang, its surface engraved with ancient and mysterious carvings, spread out from Wang Chong's body. Then a second halo, a third halo, a fourth halo, one halo after another, each one dazzling, but also completely different. At this moment, the light exuding from Wang Chong's body was not one bit inferior to Qutayba's. Rumble! Just when Qutayba's sword chi was about to land, a terrifying golden sword chi erupted from Wang Chong's body, threatening to topple mountains and overturn seas. Roar! With an ancient and resounding roar, Wang Chong was instantly engulfed by the dense golden light, replaced by an enormous god's divine that loomed over him like a prison. Rumble! No one could describe the terrifying power of Qutayba's attack. Wherever this sword chi passed, the earth would be sliced apart like it was made of paper. Countless stones, dust, and corpses were sent flying 100 zhang into the air. This was the most astonishing attack Qutayba had ever unleashed. Wang Chong had escaped from his sword again and again, and in the end he had even killed Uzin's imperial great general Dusong Mangpoj, and even advanced to the great general level in this intense battle. This was undoubtedly a provocation and humiliation to Qutayba, and it had completely aroused the Arab war god's killing intent. He didn't even care about the chief of Wushang or the black armored guard. Bzzz. When the sword chi dissipated, the majority of the battlefield fell silent. Countless people stared with wide eyes at the place where the sword chi had struck. No one had been able to block Qutayba's dreadful attack, and just by looking at the devastated earth, they knew that the power of this attack was beyond imagination. Wang Chong was doomed. Hurry, look over there. A voice suddenly resounded over the battlefield. An Arab horseman pointed forward, a hint of shock in his eyes. A moment later, in the direction of the Arab horseman's finger, a cloud of dust rose from the warped earth, and in the center of this cloud of dust, one could clearly see a golden light. Bang! A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone was shocked when they saw that golden figure. Not dead. That young commander of the Tang dynasty had actually managed to block Qutayba's attack. A fierce gust of wind seemed to echo the thoughts of the crowd, and as the dust settled, a young figure once more appeared in the center. His hair was disheveled, he wore black armor, and he had an abnormally bright and determined gaze. Even from this distance, everyone could sense the unyielding will and fighting spirit in his eyes. Bang! Wang Chong viciously glared at Qutayba and lunged toward the golden bell. Kill! The thousands of Arab cavalry came back to their senses and once more charged at Wang Chong. But a moment later, the air buzzed as golden and red stellar energy erupted from Wang Chong's body, transforming into a hexagonal formation that engulfed Wang Chong. Before the Arab cavalry could even get close, their essence blood shot through the air and surged toward Wang Chong. The great yin-yang formation. Now that Wang Chong had reached the great general level, The great Yin-Yang heaven creation art had also been upgraded. Wang Chong could now use stellar energy to set up a formation around him that could deal with ordinary Arab elites. Master. After setting up the great Yin-Yang formation, Wang Chong immediately rushed toward the 6-meter-tall golden bell, ignoring his back. Whether it was for that familial love in his heart or to alter the course of this battle, Wang Chong had to save his master. As long as he could save his master, he would have one more top-class expert and the ability to defeat Kateba. But for some reason, even though Dusong Mangpoj had launched a sneak attack on this golden bell, it remained standing even after Dusong Mangpoj was killed, its surface crackling with lightning. The golden bell was brimming with destructive energy and exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Boom! With no time to think, Wang Chong fiercely slammed his palm against the 6-meter-tall golden bell. But there was a massive boom as Wang Chong's palm, which could shatter mountains, struck the golden bell without the slightest change. In fact, the bell didn't even budge in the slightest. To Wang Chong, this golden bell was like the smoothest of mirrors. At least 60% of the energy Wang Chong had unleashed had been diverted to the left and right sides of the bell. Wang Chong did not stop, punching again and again at the golden bell. But after 5 or 6 punches, Wang Chong stopped. Master! Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he stopped. The golden bell was like a mountain, unmoving. But this was not why Wang Chong had stopped. As he was attacking the bell, Wang Chong had clearly sensed another ripple of energy coming from within the bell. It seemed like his master was attacking the bell from the inside in an attempt to escape. Wang Chong thought for a moment and immediately stopped his attacks. Although he did not have a ritual tool, Wang Chong knew that some ritual tools were extremely special. If he rashly attacked it from the outside, not only would he fail to save the person inside, he might even increase the power of the ritual tool and injure the person inside. I have to get in touch with Master. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. The golden bell was an ancient ritual tool that had been passed down in the Great Snow Mountain Temple for more than 1,000 years. Even after Dusong Mangpoj's death, it could still operate on its own. Brute force alone was not enough to break through, but Wang Chong had never been a simple martial artist. Bzzz. An enormous wave of psychic energy surged out of Wang Chong's body and into the golden bell. Psychic energy was formless and formless. No matter how powerful the Vedas sacred bell of the Great Snow Mountain God Temple was, it could not block psychic energy as much as stellar energy. Buzz! Wang Chong's psychic energy was almost tangible as it flew through the air. Wang Chong quickly encountered an invisible mental barrier on the surface of the golden bell. Within this barrier, Wang Chong sensed a gloomy and profound Buddhist energy. This is the psychic energy blessed by the generations of sacred monks of the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Wang Chong quickly realized that the cultivators of the Great Snow Mountain Temple were not just powerful martial artists, but also extremely powerful psychic energy practitioners. In the past, Wang Chong would have been helpless before this, but after comprehending the powerful psychic energy forbidden art, the blazing sun, and obtaining a vast amount of psychic energy techniques and knowledge from Mazel, Wang Chong was no longer the same as he was in the past. One could say that very few people could surpass him in the psychic energy domain. Boom! Wang Chong's psychic energy transformed into a tide that wrapped around the 6-meter-tall golden bell. Found it! A few moments later, Wang Chong finally sensed a hole in the psychic energy that covered the golden bell. It was a hole the size of a thumb. Apparently, after a long period of time, the holder of the ritual tool had died and the Buddhist energy within had been consumed, resulting in this hole. Although it was very small, it was more than enough for Wang Chong. Bzzz. A moment later, Wang Chong's psychic energy poured into the golden bell through the thumb-sized hole. After what seemed like both a second and countless eons, Wang Chong finally sensed a familiar energy. Chonger, is that you? Before Wang Chong could speak, An elderly voice suffused with deep exhaustion rang out in Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong's eyes reddened at this voice, and he almost teared up. "Master, how are you?" Wang Chong worriedly asked. His master's condition was what Wang Chong was most concerned about, but from his voice, he could tell that the situation was far from good. "Chong-er, listen to me. This Uzin ritual tool is extremely unique. It can convert the energy of your attacks into dermic energy to deal with me. Don't be in a rush to attack." Chapter 1149. What? Wang Chong's heart sank and his face paled. This was what he was most worried about. There were very few ritual tools that could convert external energy into sealing energy for internal attacks. These kinds of ritual tools were among the most troublesome in the world. There was no doubt that the Veda's sacred bell that Dusong Mangpoj had brought was one of them. Wang Chong instantly hesitated. Only a few moments had passed since Wang Chong had received Kateba's attack and charged at the Veda's sacred bell. But to Hushu Wuzong, this was enough time for his mind to undergo a complete reversal. When Wang Chong killed Dusong Mangpoj, Hushu Wuzong felt like his insides were aflame, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Wang Chong. But when he saw Wang Chong receive Kateba's full-strength attack, Hushu Wuzong's rage and impulsiveness vanished without a trace. If Wang Chong had reached this level of strength after breaking into the great general level, then no matter how furious Hushu Wuzong was, he would never have been able to kill Wang Chong. At the very least, not even Hushu Wuzong would have been able to receive Kateba's heaven-shattering blow. Uzin's people ignore him. First kill these Tang people, and then kill that brat. A hurried voice spoke in Arabic. Hushu Wuzong didn't need to turn his head to know that it was the Mamluk commander Ibak. After several battles, Hushu Wuzong and Ibak had developed an extremely high level of tacit understanding. There was no need for words to understand each other's intentions. After a few moments of hesitation, Hushu Wuzong clenched his teeth and returned to the battle behind him. Wang Chong wanted to rescue his master, the evil emperor, and change the course of the war, while the Arabs and Uzin wanted to quickly finish off the chief of Wushang and the Black Armored Guard and end the war. Boom! With a massive boom, Hushu Wuzong once more plunged into the battlefield. The battle was intensifying, and the Tang dynasty was once more at a disadvantage. Venerable Senior, generally, Qianli Wangyan, no matter what, we have to hold on and buy enough time for Wang Chong. Gao Xinji and Wang Chong had fought together for several months, and on this intense battlefield there was no need for words to understand Wang Chong's intentions. As long as they could rescue the evil emperor, the Tang dynasty would gain another top-class fighting power. Coupled with the fact that Wang Chong would be able to free himself, this battle would have a chance to turn around. Bang! A vast torrent of stellar energy exploded from Gao Xinji's body and pushed aside Abu Muslim. Gao Xinji finally seized this chance and leaped into the fray. Boom! In a flash of light, the 8 ultimate sunderings art was unleashed, and 8 massive black pillars howled through the air toward 8 positions around Kateba. Destructive energy instantly exploded around Kateba. Gao Xinji, where do you think you're going? A cold and sinister voice came from behind Kateba, and a moment later, Abu Muslim's body began to seethe with energy as he appeared at Kateba's side. Abu Muslim punched, sending a black flood of energy sweeping toward Gao Xinji, the Wushang village chief, the Black Armored Guard, and the others. Bang! 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 With the battle between Gao Xinji and Abu Muslim, this battle had become a complete melee, and the situation was even more perilous than before. Meanwhile, Wang Chong was also facing an unprecedented predicament. He could sense that his master was in an extremely bad situation. But even worse was that the special nature of the Veda's sacred bell made it impossible for Wang Chong to assist him. Shouts and explosions rang out behind him, constantly reminding Wang Chong of the perilous situation the Tang dynasty army was in. A large number of Tang dynasty soldiers were dying at every moment, and the Tang dynasty situation was worsening with every moment. At this moment, Wang Chong had to make a choice as quickly as possible. He could either give up and return to help the army resist Kateba, which would mean completely abandoning his master, or he could save his master as quickly as possible and rely on the strength of the two of them to change the course of the battle, which would mean that the army would suffer even greater losses. Either way, Wang Chong had to make a choice as quickly as possible. No matter what, I will never give up. Wang Chong's eyes flashed with light, and his gaze quickly hardened. BZZZ, boundless psychic energy, surged out and began to search the Veda's sacred bell. At the same time, Wang Chong's vast stellar energy surged out like a wave, using various methods to probe the sacred bell. No matter what, Wang Chong would never give up on his master, as he would regret it for the rest of his life. Moreover, he needed his help in this war. Chong-er, do you still remember the myriad spirit sea art I taught you? As Wang Chong was probing the bell, the evil emperor's voice rang out in his ear. I remember. Wang Chong froze for a moment, and then he immediately understood. Everything has a flaw. Humans are like this, and so are ritual tools. Not even the heavenly Tao is perfect, much less humans and ritual tools. Although I don't know how to activate this ritual tool or how to use it, as long as I can find its flaw, I'll definitely be able to open this ritual tool. The evil emperor sternly said. His aura was disorderly and he did not seem to be in a very good state, but he always gave off a calm and composed aura that made one unwittingly calm down. The greatest trait of the myriad spirit sea art was that it could sense the flaws in an opponent's body. The evil emperor had long ago passed on this technique along with the origin of energy to Wang Chong. But although Wang Chong had comprehended the origin of energy, he had not comprehended the myriad spirit sea art. There seemed to be an invisible barrier between the two, making it impossible for Wang Chong to grasp this powerful technique in a short period of time. The evil emperor's voice continued. Chong-er, I just tried and found the internal chi gate of this ritual tool, but this is still far from enough. In the current situation, you need to find another chi gate on the outside of the ritual tool, and we can work together to attack the chi gate. Only then can we open this ritual tool. Although Wang Chong appeared calm on the surface at the evil emperor's words, his mind was in turmoil. There were differences in cultivation levels, and even though they were both studying the origin of energy, his master, the evil emperor, still had a far greater understanding of this technique than him. On the other hand, Wang Chong had only been comprehending it for a day. It was no easy task for him to find the chi gate of the great snow mountain temple as quickly as the evil emperor had. Moreover, Wang Chong still hadn't cultivated the myriad spirit sea art. Chong-er, it's all up to you. The evil emperor's voice came from within. Kacha! With no time to think, Wang Chong clenched his fists. Time was of the essence. No matter how difficult it was, Wang Chong had to find the chi gate of the Veda's sacred bell as quickly as his master had said. He had no other choice. Master, be at ease. I'll definitely save you. Wang Chong took in a deep breath and calmed his mind, pouring all his mind into the Veda's sacred bell. With a thought, Wang Chong began to circulate his stellar energy along with the myriad spirit sea art. The myriad spirit sea art could see through the chi gate of all martial arts, and his master, the evil emperor, had already reached the level where he could see through the chi gate of a ritual tool. If Wang Chong wanted to work with his master to open the Veda's sacred bell, he had to comprehend this technique. But the myriad spirit sea art could not be created without destruction. If he could not comprehend a higher level of the origin of energy, he would never be able to cultivate the myriad spirit sea art. Kill! Shouts of fighting shook the heavens, and waves of energy accompanied by screams of pain once more reached his ears. These voices were like hands constantly tugging at Wang Chong's nerves, causing Wang Chong to panic. It's too late! The next moment, with a thought, Wang Chong abandoned his physical body, and his mind burst forth, quickly entering the world of the origin of energy. Boom! In an instant, it was as if the entire world had exploded, and Wang Chong had once again entered the world of energy and qi. Everything between heaven and earth disappeared in an instant, and Wang Chong saw endless light and heat. All sorts of energy surged rapidly between heaven and earth, varying in size and strength. This was also the first time Wang Chong had entered the world of the origin of energy with his own strength, without the help of his master, the evil emperor. Found it. With a thought, Wang Chong quickly found the location of the Veda's sacred bell in the world of the origin of energy. Only after entering the world of the origin of energy did Wang Chong see the true face of the Veda's sacred bell. It was no longer in the shape of a bell, and what Wang Chong saw was a terrifying golden red energy that looked like lava from a volcano. Outside this golden red energy, Buddhist power surged. Wang Chong saw countless Buddhas of various sizes, with their backs against the golden red sacred bell, forming numerous rings. These Buddhas were of various sizes, and their auras were all different. Thousands of Buddhas formed a massive spell formation, and it looked magnificent and majestic, inspiring awe and reverence. This is the true face of the Veda sacred bell. Wang Chong looked at the spell formation in front of him, his mind in turmoil. The bell was only the carrier, and the massive spell formation within the sacred bell was the true power of the immortal treasure. In the next instant, under the control of Wang Chong's psychic power, a strand of energy drifted between heaven and earth, surging toward the spell formation formed by thousands of golden red Buddhas of various sizes. Boom! The seemingly calm golden Buddha spell formation instantly stirred up a huge commotion the moment it came into contact with this strand of energy. In the world of the origin of energy, Wang Chong could clearly see layer after layer of Buddha spell formations turning, rapidly extracting that strand of energy. Layer by layer, it was transmitted to the core of the spell formation, and it instantly disappeared without a trace. Finally, it fused into the golden red energy, which looked extremely dangerous, causing the energy to grow even stronger. Chapter 1151. Bang! When the bang rune appeared, the golden Buddhas of various sizes seemed to be chanting at the same time. Seeing this, Wang Chong's expression slowly turned grave. The great Snow Mountain Temple was the most sacred place on the Uzun Plateau. There were too many legends about it. It had been passed down for over 1,000 years, and it was part of the world, yet not completely. The greatest power of the great Snow Mountain Temple possessed many unknown secrets. Even Wang Chong only knew that their greatest secret art was the Bang Mani Padme Bang, also known as the 6-syllable mantra. But as for what secrets this 6-syllable mantra held and what power it contained, besides the people of the great Snow Mountain Temple, no one in the outside world knew anything about it. This power was completely different from that of the Central Plains. Even in the apocalyptic era, where martial arts were fused together, the secret arts of the great Snow Mountain Temple were still a taboo. Even when Wang Chong was the Grand Marshal of the world and led the last of humanity's forces against the foreign invaders, he had not been able to come into contact with them. But even so, the martial arts of the great Snow Mountain Temple were not invincible. Every martial art had its flaws. This was a principle that applied everywhere, and the great Snow Mountain Temple was no exception. Wang Chong firmly believed that, just as his master had said, as long as he could find the Veda's sacred bell's flaw, or Qi Gate, he would definitely be able to break the seal on this immortal artifact and release his master. If I want to find the Veda's sacred bell's Qi Gate, there's nothing more powerful than the myriad spirit sea art. This secret art is practically invincible in finding the opponent's flaws. No matter what, I must first cultivate the myriad spirit sea art. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. The myriad spirit sea art surged through his mind, and in the next moment, the stellar energy in Wang Chong's body rapidly changed. Thick streams of energy split into thousands of strands and rushed into his acupoints, transforming into tiny vortexes, transforming energy into dantian, forming tens of thousands of the most basic energy dantians in every part of the body. This was the initial goal of the myriad spirit sea technique. After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong's stellar energy flowed into his acupoints. Relying on his vast experience as a great general, Wang Chong quickly formed thousands of cyclones in his acupoints. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and in the next moment, tens of thousands of acupoints hummed in unison. However, in just a short moment, when the aura of all the acupoints in his body was at its strongest, all the astral energy in his acupoints erupted. In just an instant, it all dissipated. All the small dantians in Wang Chong's acupoints rapidly disappeared. Wang Chong stared blankly for a moment, but without the slightest hesitation, he began to circulate the stellar energy in his body according to the myriad spirit sea art. But this time, Wang Chong was even more careful. Through the world of energy, Wang Chong was able to precisely control every strand of stellar energy in his acupoints. Now that he was a great general, Wang Chong's control over stellar energy had reached an unimaginable level. Not even great generals of the same level would be able to compare to him. Absorbing the experience from last time, the stellar energy in his acupoints became even more stable and could remain there longer. But a few moments later, the air rumbled, and Wang Chong's efforts were once more destroyed. Without destruction, there could be no construction. Destruction and construction. The myriad spirit sea art required the cultivator to first cultivate and then break through. Only then could they cultivate. But Wang Chong's dantian was swelling and brimming with energy, making it impossible for him to retain stellar energy. Chonger, your talent is already astonishing and breathtaking. I only explained it to you once, but you were able to cultivate the myriad spirit sea art to this level. This proves that your master's judgment was not wrong, but you still don't understand the principle of the origin of energy. Your master asks you, the sea can hold all rivers, and the greatest is its capacity. Why? At this moment, the evil emperor's voice resounded in his mind. His psychic energy was connected to Wang Chong's, so he had been silently paying attention to Wang Chong's progress this entire time. Wang Chong was stunned. He had never imagined that his master would ask him this question. But Wang Chong knew that there was a deeper meaning to his master's words. Because the capacity of the sea is greater than that of the rivers and lakes? Wang Chong probed. Haha, your words aren't wrong. Your master asks you if it's just a large capacity. Why is it that when the water is full, it overflows, and when the moon is full, it loses? The evil emperor said. For a moment, Wang Chong was at a loss for words. So it's because it's empty? Haha, Chonger, you truly are smart. Your master immediately understood. Correct, the sea can hold all rivers, and the greatest is its capacity. It's not because it's large, but because it's empty. Because it's not full, it can hold more things, allowing it to hold all rivers. Chonger, your dantian is currently full, which is why your acupoints are unable to retain stellar energy. Your dantian isn't empty, so you can't cultivate the myriad spirit sea art. As long as you can resolve this problem, you can cultivate the myriad spirit sea art. The evil emperor gratefully said. Thus, when one's dantian is full, one should create an empty dantian, and in terms of emptiness, there is nothing emptier than the world. Thus, does Master mean to say that I should turn my inner dantian into an outer dantian and treat the world outside as an empty dantian so that I can store my true energy? Wang Chong muttered. Buzz. The Veda's sacred bell fell silent at Wang Chong's words. The evil emperor was flabbergasted. Even he had been stunned by Wang Chong's words. His original intention had been to have Wang Chong empty a portion of his dantian. Although this wouldn't achieve the effect of breaking one's cultivation, it would still have a similar effect. Although Wang Chong wouldn't be able to cultivate the myriad spirit sea art to his level, he would at least be able to reach 60 to 70% of it, which would be enough to break the flaws of all things in the world, including the Veda sacred bell. But not even the evil emperor could have imagined that Wang Chong's thoughts would leap so far, actually thinking of using an endless void to replace his dantian. Chong'er, not even your master has tried what you just said. Your master's dantian has already been broken, so your master has no way of determining whether your comprehension is correct or wrong. But if you succeed, your mastery of the myriad spirit sea art will far surpass your master, perhaps even surpass the creator of the myriad spirit sea art. A person's imagination was limited by what they knew and the world they lived in. Not even the evil emperor could determine whether Wang Chong's idea would succeed. But in theory, Wang Chong's idea was absolutely correct. But on the other side, Wang Chong wasn't thinking so much. As long as he could save his master as quickly as possible, Wang Chong didn't care about anything else. Buzz. A few moments later, Wang Chong changed his mind. After a moment of thought, Wang Chong once more poured all the stellar energy in his body into his acupoints. But this time he did not circulate clockwise, but in the opposite direction. At the same time, Wang Chong imagined the world to be his dantian, and his acupoints to be the acupoints of the world. Perhaps it's not like this at all. Suddenly, Wang Chong raised his head and looked at the boundless world of energy. The human body was one world, but wasn't the world also another? If one took a closer look, those streams of energy of various sizes in the world were equivalent to the gang qi flowing in the human body. And those streams of high-level energy that were like dragons and flood dragons were the meridians in the human body, weren't they? And those energies of various colors, gold and red, bright and dark, from a different perspective, didn't they seem like the internal organs of the human body? At this point, Wang Chong felt like the clouds had been dispelled and the sun had come into view. Rumble. As if responding to the change in Wang Chong's mind, the air in a radius of several zhang around Wang Chong began to ripple like boiling water. And then, something even more inconceivable occurred. In the depths of the air, energy surged, and blood vessels of various colors began to wriggle like earthworms, slowly appearing. And the end of each blood vessel was connected to an acupoint on Wang Chong's body. It was a beautiful, bizarre, and mysterious sight. But a moment later, everything vanished, and Wang Chong's body began to rumble. Wang Chong's strength had already reached an extremely high level after breaking into the great general level. But now that his acupoints had become his dantian and were filled with stellar energy, Wang Chong's strength once more swelled. How could this be? At a time like this, the only person who still had the time and energy to observe the battlefield was Daluan Ruozhen. He was a civil minister, not a general. As the commander of the entire battlefield, he needed to keep an eye on the overall situation and grasp all the movements on the battlefield. Daluan Ruozhen didn't know what had happened to Wang Chong, but the change in Wang Chong's aura told him that this formidable foe of Uzhen was getting stronger and more terrifying. In Daluan Ruozhen's senses, Wang Chong was currently on par with Gao Xinji and Abu Muslim, and in some aspects he might even be stronger. Daluan Ruozhen had never encountered such an opponent in his life. He had fought with Aibak and Ziad, and he had been attacked twice by Kateba and thousands of cavalry. But not only had Wang Chong's strength not been weakened, it had swelled, and the threat level had increased by several dozen times. This made Daluan Ruozhen feel extremely uneasy. Kateba, Abu Muslim, I can only rely on you now. No matter what, we have to finish them off as quickly as possible and break the Tang Dynasty's 9 dragon blood formation. Daluan Ruozhen's heart was filled with worry as he turned to that dazzling divine figure in the distance. All the plans had been carried out. The most important thing now was to carry out the final step: defeat the Tang Dynasty. Only in this way could all the sacrifices be made and not be in vain. Only in this way could Dusong Mangpo's sacrifice be of value.